And let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melenda, and I am joining you here on a lovely, lovely early autumn day from beautiful Cleveland, Ohio. It's my favorite time of the year, and yes, it's my birthday. Well, tomorrow is my birthday, actually, but of course, we don't usually stream on Wednesdays, and tonight, if we, as part of my birthday celebration, if we can massively pimp out our tip goal, I'll keep streaming until after midnight, so that way, technically, we're streaming into my birthday. Of course, originally, I had talked about potentially doing a 24-hour stream for my birthday, but it turns out that between being very run down after Gen Con and Vegas, and then getting sick when I came back from Vegas, I just don't feel like I would be able to really give it my all. So basically, I think I'd punk out, and I'd probably bitch out around maybe 10 or 12 hours into it. And if I'm not doing that, then what are we even doing here? I mean, after all, not even a marathon stream, right? We had that one stream. I think it went 9, 10 hours, 11. I don't even remember how long it went. It went really long, and it was just a random stream. Any case, soon, correct. That's the key, Kendall, soon. So yes, so I'm calling it my birthday stream because, again, I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow, but if we can support some cool stuff here, maybe we can keep it going. Also, just as a nice way to say, hey, happy birthday, Derek. I appreciate it. After all, I do have some big costs coming up in the near future. Got to renew that license and registrations. And of course, hey, Edward, thank you so much.
Edward tipped $20. Happy early birthday. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Edward. And technically, it is Wednesday in some parts of the world already, so we'll consider it for that. Also, I was born very early in the morning, so it's close enough. We're a few hours away, literally. Thank you, Edward. I really appreciate it. What I was saying, thank you, Edward, is not only do I have life things like renewing my license and registration, but next week the Final Fantasy Tactics Remastered drops on September 30th, which I definitely want to get. And Fabula Ultima is unleashing their massive, super awesome mega Kickstarter, bestiary, hardcover, reprint, a mono art. It's going to be fucking lit. So I don't know how much that's going to be, but I told Emmanuel, I told the folks at Need Games, they were just 2 booths down from us at Gen Con from Roll for Combat. And I told them, I said, they were showing me some early sneak preview stuff, which was really, really cool. And I said, guys, listen to me. You have earned the trust of this community. You have released banger after banger after banger like clockwork over the last 3 years. You released the core book. It immediately won an Emmy. It immediately went to a bestseller on DriveThruRPG. It immediately attracted a incredible audience. Your level of customer, if you are a Fabula Ultima fan, you know that Rooster level of engagement and involvement with the community is at a level that very few, if any, creators ever have reached. And then, like clockwork, boom, Kickstarter for High Fantasy releases print right on time, right on schedule. Boom. Next year, Kickstarter for Techno Fantasy. Boom. Hardcover releases by Gen Con right on schedule. And then just this last year, Natural Fantasy. Boom. Kickstarter delivers. Boom. Hardcover or softcover right on principle. So everything has just been, they have shown an ability to build this incredible game and an audience around it. So I told them, I said, guys, shoot for the moon. Shoot for the moon. This is an opportunity for you to let your community really embrace you. And I said, I speak as not only as a content creator, but as a fan of your work. I said, I hope they really go all out. So I'm looking forward to it. But of course, stuff ain't cheap. Thank you, Elaine. Libras represent. Yes, the cusp. Back from my tarot days. Fun story. I don't know if I've ever actually told this, but in my teens, I was really into magic The Gathering, but I was also into Magic, like card tricks, sort of. I was never really that good at them, but I liked the idea of that. And a friend of mine, Mike, and I used to do birthday parties when we were teenagers, and he kind of focused more on the Magic because he was a lot better at it. And I kind of focused on miscellaneous birthday party fun stuff. And that meant, among my many skills, I developed 3 things. Well, one was horology. Or not horology. What am I thinking about? My horoscopology. I don't know what the term is. Tarot. So I learned, I knew how to do, I did tarot readings, palm readings, right? So did, astrological sign type stuff. And you're joking. You think you're joking. But yes, balloon animals. I mean, it's been a long time since I've done it, but I could probably still do a mean balloon animal if push came to shove. I mean, my fingers are probably a little bit less dexterous than they were when I was, 14 or whatever, 13. But yeah. So anyways, we used to do that on the weekends, and it was really fun. So yeah, I did balloon animals. I did tarot readings. I did a bunch of other stuff. So,
Trevco tipped $100. Let's make this man stream all night on his birthday. Fuck it, we ball.
Trevco, thank you, my friend. I gotta say, I absolutely love that has become basically, I don't even know if it's the unofficial at this point, Trev. I think it might be the official slogan at this point of Knights of Last Call. Trev, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to next year's Origin and seeing everybody. Hopefully you can make it out. And I'm really hoping that I can work with Gamma and get us that room. I think it'll be amazing. It's just so fun getting to hang out with people and play games and draft. And I'm really glad that I got to meet you and your whole crew over there. So it's been a lot of fun, but I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. It's very, very nice and very generous of you. Also, mean of you for wanting to stream on my birthday. Vintage, thank you. Happy birthday. Love all that you bring to a greater understanding of the hobby we love. Yeah, Vintage. It's a really cool thing that we've imagined here. We're coming into year 5, end of year 5, right? We started in 2000 and we're coming up on 2025. So 5 years of doing this. And, I love where the tabletop industry is at, and I love what we've been able to do with this channel and with this community, and it's been really, really awesome. And when I started it, I was 38 and not really sure what was going on in my life, because at the time my photography business was failing, and I didn't know what my direction was. And in between that then and now, I still don't have a job technically. Because I lost it, but this is fun and it's interesting and it's hard work. And it's a lot of, sometimes it feels like herding cats, but I think it's a lot of fun, and I'm really proud of the work that we do here. So thank you, Vintage. I really appreciate that. Derek thank you, Elaine. Derek is a shitty fortune teller. I'm here for it. Lol. No, I was pretty good, Elaine. And if I'm going to be, obviously everyone who knows anything, again, we have plenty of time tonight. We're going to get to Legends of the Mist. If you're here for Legend in the Mist, I'll probably put a timestamp so we can cut to when you're going. Go ahead and do it. So I apologize that I'll make it really big. We're just enjoying the play space here. But at that time, I was already well into my dungeon mastering era, and tarot readings are basically like, I think tarot readings are probably the same thing as DMing, honestly. So yeah, I think there's a lot of overlap there, Elaine.
Keith tipped $15. Happy early birthday. It would be cool to get your thoughts on using concepts from a fate fractal approach and using that in Daggerheart for additional systems like factions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Dr. Dehart said, happy birthday. I'm looking forward to Origins as well. Dr. Dehart, it was very nice to meet you. It was awesome to hang out with you. And thank you again for supporting the channel via your membership. I love to see it. Keithor, thank you for the $15. Yeah, so the issue, the issue with the fate fractal, King Hodop, you have to dip out. Well, I'm sorry. You got to go study. Ugh, the worst stuff ever. Keith Thor, thank you so much for that. The issue with the Fate Fractal, though, is that Fate Fractal works in a sense that the mechanics that make up a organization are the same mechanics that make up a person, are the same mechanics that make up a vehicle, are the same mechanics that make up, you know what I mean? So one of the issues, I mean, we could, that might be something to look at is, can you express factions, vehicles, things, objects, organizations, nations, using the same mechanical concepts as a character? I don't know that would be the easiest thing to do. Obviously, like, some of the stats might be a little bit weird and wonky, although we could probably make them work. And then I would also kind of wonder, like what are we going to have, like organizational domains? So that like, there's a little bit of a weird wonkiness there, for sure. So that's my thought on a Fate Fractal. Not saying that it couldn't be done, but I do think that there's some, I think you'd have to do some more heavy lifting. It's one of the beautiful things about Fate is that you don't, because aspects themselves are so generic and the skills themselves are so generic, which works really well. So yeah, exactly. You just make shit up, but it's not just making shit up. It's like Obvious is saying, it's like an Oracle table, right? You're rolling and then you get an unexpected result, and now you have to make it fit the sort of narrative, right, that you're building. Exactly. You know. So yeah, it is. Tarot reading and GMing are very similar, I think. Elaine, thank you so much for another super chat. Actually, I had my own love affair with tarot reading. I Ching, yeah, I had I Ching too, and casting runes. I never got into runes, but I did read the I Ching. And I had sort of started to incorporate some of that into my stuff as well. And I think it really helps with GMing and I'm playing solo. Very, very interesting. Yeah. I was at my game store the other day, my favorite local game store, because I did pick up myself a couple of Christmas birthday presents. So this is one that came today. So this is by Brian Sibley, illustrated by John Howitz. This is the Maps of Middle Earth. It's a beautiful book. I don't know when it came out, but it's been in my want to buy list for a while. So I picked this up. I have another one coming too. But I wanted to go get Fate of the Fellowship, which is a new board game. It basically is by Matt Leacock, the guy who did Pandemic, and it's basically Pandemic but Lord of the Rings. Anyways, I went up to my game store. He had gotten 2 copies in. They were both sold out. But there was this really cool Lord of the Rings tarot deck there. And I thought it looked really cool with a really neat illustration style. And I thought about picking it up just because I thought it looked really cool. And for someone like me who still remembers most of my tarot-isms, a tarot deck is a really powerful tool for oracular purposes in a game mastery sense, which I think is really, really cool. There you go. So many Oracle tables are after the fact based on tarot because of how accessible the decks are. Correct. Especially if you know, your pages and your cups and, all your pentacles and all that other stuff, Oh, I didn't pick it up yet, Derek. I didn't pick it up yet, but I might pick it up. It was kind of pricey. It was kind of pricey. B, thank you so much for the $20.
Happy birthday, Derek.
Thank you.
This is for everything you do less than 3.
Less than 3? Thank you so much, B. I appreciate it. I love having you around and hanging out with us in all these streams. It's been great to see you get engaged and involved, and it's nice, building up our crew of familiar faces. And again, I've been doing this for 5 years. We started doing the live streams and the Patreon about 4 years ago. Well, we started doing the Patreon about 4 years ago. We started doing the Patreon about 3.5 years ago. And it's fantastic how there's been people who have been around for years and years. And then we have new people who come in and really get involved and start, making an impact in the community. And it's been awesome to do that. So thank you so much for that. And of course, speaking of old favorites, Jackal. Hey, what's up, Jackal? Happy birthday. You killed it this year. Thanks for the content and community. Stoked for everything that's coming next. Yeah, Jackal, it's still going to be an ongoing process of change. And, this is going to be a new era for me. As we sort of move forward from this, because again, the channel was always a back burner thing for me. It was never my primary focus. We started the channel in 2020, and at that time, I mean, I didn't make any money. I mean, literally, I wasn't even monetized yet. And when I got rehired in my job in 2021, we sort of made the decision to keep the studio. Well, the studio was very expensive, and we were trying to get everything set up, and I didn't know what we were doing. It was kind of more of like a fun project. It's one of those hobbies that doesn't really make you money. It's like most of my time making furniture, when I was making high quality heirloom grade furniture, I didn't really make money on that. I might charge thousands of dollars for a piece, but I like to use high end quality wood. That would certainly eat into my profit. And then I usually use the money that I made to just buy more tools. So, and then they all got burned and destroyed. But, I was really just reinvesting everything that I made right back into the hobby. And that was true for this channel for 2021, 2022, 2023, and most of 2024. So, this has been sort of 2025 has been kind of the first year that we really haven't been spending all the money that we make. So, and it worked out well because I lost my job. So thank you so much, Jackal. Well, I appreciate you. Mr. Keiko says that new Lord of the Rings board game is going to be sold out everywhere. I know. I saw it at Gen Con. I should have bought it, but it was kind of pricey, and I thought, who am I going to play this with? But man, it looks so cool. I love that you get to play two characters at once. That solves such an issue in Pandemic or any of those sort of type co-op games. And yeah, anyways. So, but thank you so much. Anyways, as I was saying, we have our tip goal tonight, which is we'll just keep this thing going. I don't know how long it'll take us to go through Legend in the Mist, but it's only like a 200-page book, and I'm sure that there's quite a bit of indices and stuff like that we'll be skipping. And so I don't think it'll take us the full time, but also we have a super chat goal, which is live react. Apparently, Professor Dungeon Master did an interview with Matt Mercer and Travis Willingham talking about this idea of, why they chose D&D over Daggerheart. And obviously, I did a video where I speculated based off of no assumptions of anything, including things like maybe it was a call because of marketing purposes. Maybe it was a call made because of Brendan Lee Mulligan. Maybe it was so far ahead in the pipeline it didn't get a chance. So it'll be interesting to see what they say. I haven't watched the video yet. Kendall, thank you.
$25. Happy birthday and thanks for everything, Derek. I moved away from home and friends about a year ago, and it's been really nice to have a community for games and conversations. Daggerheart has reignited my love of Ming. Here's to many more great streams.
Absolutely, Kendall. That's awesome. And, I got to give you props. That's so hard for me. There've been I still live, less than 10 minutes from the hospital I was born in. I have always lived in Northeast Ohio. I went to school in Northeast Ohio. The longest time I've ever been away from home is when I was hiking the Appalachian Trail. And even then, that was just a few states over. That's a really tough thing. And if that community that you're a part of, that we have made, I think that's just awesome. And role-playing games really do have an ability to sort of bring together people. And I really, again, there's so many hidden benefits to this process that it's easy to forget about them. I'm sitting here thinking about entertaining and educating, and it's also giving people an opportunity to feel like they have a place where they are welcome and feel like a place where they can have friends and family. That's amazing. That's awesome. So, and I also respect you for making big life changes. That's really, really tough. So cheers to you. Dr. Dehart, working on my own Daggerheart campaign, getting involved in Dragontide GMing eventually, and learning about new games. The Knights are lucky to have you. Yeah, I like to think that is the case too. I mean, it's tough because there's so much that I want to do, and I don't want to lead people on, but I very much am my grasp exceeds my reach, and there's so many cool things and awesome things and amazing things that I want to do in my life with this channel for you all. And sometimes it's tough for me. I don't think I have ADHD, but I think since I don't know, maybe since COVID or something like that, during the pandemic, I think I've lost a lot of my executive function. which is definitely a part of ADHD. It's sometimes easier to ideate than it is to actionize. And so I think that's something I need to get better at. And if I really want to make this a full-time venture, it's sort of like figuring out where to put my priorities. The other issue, I think we've all been here, and this is true for even for the KLC channel, is right finding time to focus on things that are important but not necessarily urgent. Whereas it feels like a lot of times I'm just focusing on things that are urgent, right? Fires that need to be put out. And to be completely transparent, there's a lot of little, things that pop up in my inbox, every single day. From, there's a dispute between two players, or, hey, we need to bring in new members of the GM Council for Northern Reaches, or, hey, we're trying to do live fixes and patches and updates for our Dragontide beta. And, all these things are really important, but they eat up the hours before you know it. And then you get to the end of the day and you go, okay, great. I put out all the little fires from today, but did I really, I prevented my channel from burning down, but did I do anything that is going to really push or elevate the channel in a new direction? I actually wrote this down in my bullet journal. I journal every day. I don't write like, dear diary today. No, I use it for organizational purposes. I like writing things down, crossing things out. It feels very cathartic for me. But I also always write, a couple of sentences just about what's going on, how I feel. And I wrote a note today about when I listed my things to do. I was like, this is all examples of urgent but not important stuff. And I said, how do I find the ability to prioritize these important things that I want to do that aren't necessarily, knocking on my door and someone's trying to, demand that it be done, and it has this ticking time associated with it. I'm very good in that way of getting things with a deadline done, but it's tougher when it's something that I think is important and I want to do it, but no one is like demanding it, and no one, and there's no time frame attached to it. So Jackal's kidding, but also this is a great example of it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Eisenhower squares, right? So we can actually talk about that B in a second. Jackal says, Hackmaster, I would love to get, that's an example of like, where it's like, I would love to get a Hackmaster. Maybe not a full campaign, but I would love to get a couple Hackmaster combats and have it be really awesome and fun and do the countdown and have it look really cool. And again, would that make this channel any money? No one cares about Hackmaster. But I do, and Jackal does, and that's good enough for me. And Bob is like, that sounds pretty awesome. And Smith, I know, loves Hackmaster and be fun to kick around it. And I would love to do something like that. And so I don't even know if that's important from a business deliverable standpoint, but it's just important because it's one of the things that I want to do and use this platform to do. But it's just no one's knocking down my door for it. So it keeps getting, demoted, I suppose, in personality, in priority. Correct. So the Eisenhower matrix is allegedly attributed to President Eisenhower, which is, important, not important, urgent, not urgent. And the idea is that if something's important and urgent, you should work on that immediately. That should be your first priority. And that if something is urgent but not important, you should delegate it, which is to say it's not really that important, so just get somebody else to do it. And then if something's not urgent, but it is important, that's where you need to make sure that you prioritize it and you plan for it. And then if something's not important and not urgent, then you should cancel it and not do it. The problem with delegating it is easy to do when you're a CEO or president, hard to do when you're a solo or, YouTuber content creator, and you don't have any employees. I have Bob, and as an example, Dragontide launched because I delegated Dragontide to Bob. So, and otherwise it would not have gotten done. But obviously there's also things in Dragontide that need my attention because, there's a level of knowledge and sort of skill that is required to do some of these options that, maybe Bob doesn't possess. So I do delegate to Bob. I rely on Bob a lot and he's great, but But the other issue is when you delegate something to somebody, you also usually have to pay them. And that isn't as much of an option for me. So luckily Bob is a friend, and Bob is cheap. And but even then, Bob has, this week alone, I think Bob has like 8 soccer games, 5 dance recitals, another wedding, a partridge in a pear tree. He's a busy guy. So it's not like I have a full-time person I can work with here. So good stuff. All right, we are going to get started then with Legend in the Mist. All right. There she is. All right, so for those of you who don't know, this is a game by Son of Oak Game Studios, and this is a rustic fantasy role-playing game, which we will dig into. They previously had a release several years ago called City in the Mist, or City of Mist, my apology. And it was, I didn't really first look at. I briefly flipped through it and decided it really wasn't for me because I don't really like that sort of modern aesthetic. So I was not really a fan, although people did say that the mechanics were really cool and compelling. And I said, maybe we'll get to it. Obviously, we never did. So they released a sort of a rustic fantasy version of it called Legend in the Mist. And I am very interested to take a look at it. And I've been interested to take a look at it for a while here. So we're going to take a look at it together. And I'm going to give you my thoughts, my first reactions to the game. It's not a review. It's a first look. These are just my knee-jerk reactions from taking a look at the game for the first time. And as always, we are going to be applying our rubric of the big 3 questions of Jared Sorensen, which is that we want to take a look at the 3 big questions, which is number 1, what does this game do? Why would I pick this game over, say, D&D? If D&D is our sort of de facto choice, right? Is this game about something? And is it trying to deliver on that premise? Number 2, what are the mechanics of the game, and how do the mechanics support the core premise of the game, right? A game can have great mechanics, but if those mechanics don't seem to tie into what the game is about, we're losing track of the 8 ball there. And then the last question is, how does the game reward us? I believe that what gets rewarded gets repeated, what gets measured gets managed. And so I'm a big believer, as was Jared Sorensen, in reward cycles. And how does this game reward us for engaging with it? And what are the takeaways from playing with the game? Now, sometimes that might be like XP and leveling up, but other times it might be, the ability to really, interact and tell a story and have some extra levels of narrative declaration. So again, there's a bunch of different levers here, but basically it comes down to what's the game about? What are the mechanics about? And then what are the rewards like for the game? So we had a super chat. Thank you from Mifi. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thanks for all the great live streams over the last years. Jeez, it makes me feel very old. I learned so much. Can't wait till we go back to Warhammer, the old world RPG. Me too. That is definitely on the queue. I was one of those games that just came out of nowhere. I didn't even know it was being made. Thaddeus told me about it. We took a look at it. I was tickled pink. I knew there was going to be some cool stuff from the new old world not RPG, but the miniature game. This one that I was really looking forward to, and sure enough, it delivered. It did tickle my fancy, so I'm really looking forward to getting to that. So thank you for that, and thank you for that birthday wishes. Am I out of TTRPGs to review by now? No, there's so many. There are so many. You should know this more than anybody. All these, you're the master of SKUs, my friend. You're the one with all the frickin' books.
The Volcanic Shepherd tipped $43.
Oh, thank
Happy
you.
Birthday. Here's to another wonderful year of RPGs and wish you all the best. You deserve all the good coming your way equals.
Well, thank you so much for that. I really, 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 really appreciate you. And I'm so thankful for you to be part of this community. And I'm really, really thankful that you appreciate what we do here. But thank you so much, Volcanic Shepherd. I look forward to spending more time with you guys. Especially, like I said, I was looking over the last couple of months. Obviously, once we hit like core con season, it slowed down a little bit. But man, I lost my job April, May, June. Man, we were getting. I was doing like 100 hours of content a month. Like it was crazy. July and August slowed down because again I did have some cons and I went to Vegas and I was hanging out with Steven Glicker all the time. But man, it was pretty crazy, especially again when you consider that the typical RPG YouTuber.
Roll for Combat tipped $250. Happy birthday, Derek. This should help pay back the money I owe you. Smile.
Speak of the devil.
Boothby tipped $10. Happy birthday. Too bad you have to spend it doing a first look.
Boothby, thank you so much. I appreciate you stopping by just to give me birthday wishes. Thank you so much. Even though I know it's painful to be here, but you never know. Boothby, look at you. You're playing Daggerheart. You ran Daggerheart. I still need to hear from you. I don't know if you did. I need to take a look at it, but I still need to know how that went with your crew, if you got to it or not. Maybe you mentioned it. I just might have missed it because I've been super, super busy. But let me know, Boothby. I appreciate you. And as for my good friend, Mr. Steven Glicker, thank you so very much for that. I really appreciate that. But yes, that does help pay back of it, part of it. After all, in when we were on the West Coast, I had to pay for the U-Haul and I had to pay for a couple Ubers and drive around a bunch, but I really appreciate you. It's been a blast getting to work with Steven and Mark. Again, it goes back to what we were originally talking about. Somebody even I said a comment once where I said that a lot of the content creators and a lot of the producers I've met have sort of disappointed me, and but some of them are pretty awesome. And someone said, "Well, you hang out with Roll for Combat all the time. What does that say?" And I said, it means exactly what you think it means. It means that these guys are just super legit. They love role-playing games. They're making books, not because it's the best way for them to make money. They're making books because they really care about it. And the level of care and concern that they put into their products is just amazing and awesome. And, I like to give Steven shit or whatever for his shows, but, there's a reason why I show up on most of their shows. I enjoy their views, their takes, and the work speaks for itself. The product, the quality, and I'm getting to go to Steven has really given me a lot of opportunities, and I'm really, really thankful for that. So thank you so much, my friend, and I can't wait to see you at PAX Unplugged.
$20. Happy birthday, Derek. Your efforts to help people explore the hobby is nothing short of astounding. Keep it up.
Well, Thaddeus, there we go. I was just mentioning you. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I really appreciate that. That puts you over $500. So we're going to be hanging out tonight, folks, for the next 4.5 hours. So we're locked and loaded. So if Legend of the Mist finishes up, maybe we can figure something else out. I will say that any other tips we'll just put over onto the super chat goal. But I appreciate that. Cinnabos, funny story. When we were at PAX, I don't even remember what happened, but we were there with Mr. Dragonbane, helping our booth out, just an incredible guy. And it was me and Steven. Mark wasn't there, but there was a customer there, a fan, and I don't even remember exactly what happened, but like Steven and I and Steven and I basically started arguing in person, like you said, like brothers. And the fan was like, "Wow, this is just like this is just like watching your live stream." And I just thought it was hilarious because, yeah, I mean, that's definitely the case. And I'll say this too, Steve and I get along great. These days I'm not the easiest person to get along with. And, I spent however long, 8 days, 7 days in Seattle with Steven, basically 24/7. And just a few weeks earlier had spent all this time with him at Gen Con. And before that, we spent all this time in Boston. So that's a lot of time to spend with just basically one person for that long a time. And, it's great. We get along fantastic. So again, I really respect the hell out of him and Mark and Linda and that whole crew over there, and I really appreciate him a lot. So, and again, what I was trying to say is he's I like this hobby, and it's very rare that, I mean, I'm not trying to sound super conceited here, but it's very rare that I actually meet somebody who really has a lot to teach me about something that I'm very passionate about. And, you know, Stephen has experiences and knowledge and insight into stuff that I had no clue about. So it's been really cool for me to just not only get to hang out, but also to learn, which is really, really awesome. So anyways, thank you so much, everybody. I really, really appreciate that. But again, you know, by all means, if we keep getting tips, we'll put them into the super chat goal. But I appreciate the hell out of all of you, and thank you so much. So let's get into Legend in the Mist. All right, so right off the rip, we have this cover, which I'm going to say it. I think it looks beautiful. It is definitely kind of an anime style, but this is the kind of I don't want to call it American anime style. I don't know if that's like the right term for it, but it kind of reminds me of sort of Avatar, The Last Airbender in some ways. But I love the little details. I love the font of Legend in the Mist. I love the Celtic, not faded imagery in the back. I think it looks absolutely incredible. So Western anime is the term. Okay, I could buy that. So if that is a term, Western anime, I enjoy Western anime. That is a style that I really do enjoy a lot. Sebastian, Mr. Squid. Hey, what's up, buddy? Thank you for the $10 super chat. Finally doing a session 0 for Daggerheart this weekend. Out of curiosity, have you ever looked at the Shadow of the Demon Lord / Weird Wizard? It seems like it has a class system you talk about wanting. It does. They did a really great job with that. Yeah, I own both. I think I own the print copy of both somewhere. Shadow. At least I thought I did. It's back here somewhere. Now I'm wondering what happened to it. Oh, here it is. Woo. Oh, that's the GM guide, but you know, same difference. Yeah. Plus, I love Rob Schwall. Yeah. So I have created a new. So we did a poll. We had over 500 or 600 people respond, and you know, a lot of people said they really want to see more Daggerheart, and they said they really want to see more first looks. Those were like the two top things. So what I'm going to probably do is I'm going to try to just do one first look a week. I'm going to build a queue system that's going to be in my Patreon Discord that we're going to keep a queue. Things will come in first in, first out. So as new things get added to the queue, they'll just get added to the bottom and it'll update, and we'll just sort of make our way through the queue system. So the answer is that game, it's been talked about for a while. It would be in our queue system is kind of how I would describe it. So yeah, I'm absolutely gonna take a look into it. Okay. So no, I have not read I read Demon Lord. I bounced off of it because I didn't really like the blood and the guts and the death horror, but you know, the mechanics are great and I thought they were amazing. Okay. So we start off with some beautiful art, which probably I should maybe do into book view so that we can better appreciate it, I guess. And we get a long, I mean, it also really reminds me of the art style from the guy who does the Mouse Guard comics. If you're familiar with David Peterson's work. Let's see if I can bring up David Peterson's work. So this is David Peterson's art from Mouse Guard. His comic. It has a very similar, I think, kind of styling in some ways, I think. I'm a fan. Anyways, yeah, so this is very beautiful. Like if I open this up, I mean, I would be super, super happy with this. And we start off here with, let's take a look at our table of contents. Yeah, I love his art in Bloomborough as well. In fact, I have a foil. Somebody gave it to me as a gift, but I have a foil. Somebody gave me a foil maple Cragheart heir to Cragflame, and they did it as a special art piece, and it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So we've got a tutorial, which is going to be like a sort of again, starting with how does this game work? And that's a whopping 40 pages. Then we get into the introduction, how to play the game in a nutshell, which is a whopping 4 pages. Chapter 1, finally, is how to make a character, about 70 pages. Chapter 2, how do you play, about 40 pages. And then lastly, magic, and then some appendices. So overall, it's shaped pretty simply. And again, we start here with this tutorial, which is done in the style and art of a comic book. I should also add that in the link below, if you're interested in picking up this game, right in the doobly-doo below, we have a affiliate link that takes you to DriveThruRPG. If you do take advantage of that, it's going to give us $1 or $2. It doesn't cost you any more money, but if you're interested in picking up this game, I'd appreciate it if you use our affiliate link. So, the Rad Knight. Thank you, buddy. Happy birthday. Thank you so much for all the hard work you do. I've loved the Daggerheart stuff lately, and I'm very excited for this first look. Yeah, Rad Knight. Again, I don't want to become a, first look channel, and I don't want to become a Daggerheart channel. So, basically, based on the polls, it's like 1/3 of people want to see Daggerheart, 1/3 of people want to see first look, and 1/3 of people want to see other stuff, GM dives, stuff about other games, things, other elements, Pathfinder 2, 4th edition, Draw Steel, Shadow Dark. So that might be a really good methodology for us to go forward, is to kind of think about that in terms of maybe, 1/3 Daggerheart, 1/3 first looks, 1/3 everything else. And, I'm never going to be strictly tied to that ratio, but something around that line. So we've got basically a really cool comic book written in this style. And then you can see that it's written as, Garen is a spirited youth, skilled with a bow and a talented deer stalker, but more than all, he is devoted to his family. And then we have below, and these just beautifully just cut out elements, like even this isn't just even like a sidebar, it's written like, look at the details, and even just this little sidebar, making it look like it's this kind of crunkled parchment paper. So in this game, you play a character, the hero, tell a story about their journey. The story has a narrator, which could be you or another player, and there could be other heroes too, but for now, the narrator will be this book. In this tutorial story, you are Girin, the deer stalker. Your character is made out of tags. These are short descriptions highlighted in yellow, kind of an idea or a play on aspects from Fate. To play, you will need 2 6-sided or Legend in the Mist dice, and some pen and paper or tracking cards to track changes. Now, I don't know that we're going to go through every single... what do you think? Should we go through the comic? I mean, we're here for 4.5 hours. I mean, who am I? I will have to take a break at some point because I'll probably have to get something to eat and let my dogs out and also feed them. But let's do a poll. Alrighty. should we do this comic intro? And yes, this would include some, or you guys just want to get straight to the rules? I mean, because we'll learn the rules either way. I just don't know if you think this is very useful for any of us. Let's see how we're doing here. Stream looks stable. Ooh, it's close. I mean, it's definitely seeming to vibe to the yeses. All right, so what we'll do, I think YouTube chat was broken. Yeah, I think it's catching up now. I think everybody started spamming it, and I think it just kind of like caused it to lag. All right. Well, since it's about 60-40, what I'll do is we'll go through the comic, but I won't literally like read every single element of it. So we've got tags, and then he's out hunting, looking for a deer. And then something bad happens, and his character is informed that something's wrong with their mother. So your hero's 4 main tags have attached to them. Each set of tags is called a theme. The tags in a theme are called power tags, except for the last one, which is a weakness tag. So I'm going to go to the single page view here. So we've got, like, for example, he's got 4 tags. And, untapped fierceness, inner compass, but being a spirited youth also gives him hard-headed. Being a deer stalker gives him loner. Skilled with a bow gives him a weakness in close combat. Devoted to his family gives him a soft spot. So every tag has a set of themes and two bonuses, 1 penalty, which seems pretty cool. So someone is the mother is sick. She's been poisoned. The story is exposition from the narrator, which poses something at stake, which propels you to undertake a journey. We know what NPCs are. And now we're being given a quest, something at stake, right? Our mother's dying. We need, again, the game, by the way, I don't know if you noticed this or not. See, I think a lot of people view this stuff as being very fluffy. But I actually think it's actually pretty important. This game is saying, like, you don't just sit down on Legend of the Mist and start shooting the shit, right? The narrator poses a quest, and it has to be something at stake, and it propels them to undertake a journey. Now, I'm not saying that you could play this game wrong, but I am saying that you could play this game wrong. I'm saying that this game's fundamental nature is that this is a game about the GM, the narrator, proposing a quest, which hinges on being something at stake, and then it involves your character undertaking a journey. Chrono, thank you. Happy birthday, Derek. Chrono, I appreciate you. Also, Chrono, I do appreciate you sharing in my Schadenfreude earlier for hearing about the unfortunate story of what happened to that expedition and their encounter with the Great Bear. I appreciate you for that as well. Thank you so much, Chrono. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So we're being told we have to go find an herb. We talked to our mom, said we'll be strong. And here are the stakes, right? We have to be back before sunset. She gives us a charm. If the fiend that did this is out there, it may offer some defenses. All right, so your quest. One of each theme also has a quest, one of your hero's goals. In this example, we will use only 2 out of our 4 quests. So our spirited youth has a quest of never surrender to darkness or despair. Devoted to family is find a cure to my mother's illnesses. Lastly, we have a backpack in which we can store temporary tags called story tags, aka, equipment, basically. And we start with a protective charm in our backpack. Thank you for the 600 bits, DM Rawlings. over on Twitch. We still got to get. Remember, I talked about important and urgent, right? Getting the tip alerts for Twitch is important, but it's not super urgent, and thus, yeah. But thank you, DM Rawlings. I really appreciate the bits. Also, I learned the other day that the bits apparently is a real 1-to-1. Like that, Twitch takes the cut when you buy them, not when you give them, which is kind of cool. So that actually means that's 600 bits. Edward pointing out that there still have been no deaths in Dragontide, and I am just quite completely shocked. And that's right. At some point, Edward, I'm going to try to make an island, maybe for Zone 1, and we'll get some death. All right, so here's our card. Our theme card this is a personality type of theme, Spirited Youth, with our power tags of Untapped Fierceness, Inner Compass, and our weakness of Hard-Headed. And the quest is Never Surrender to Darkness or Despair. And then we have our Deerstalker, our Skilled with a Bow, and our Devoted to our Family. And we have the backpack. So we record all these details on a sheet of paper, on a character sheet, or on theme cards. And I like cards. So we start off on our journey. Again, I mean, if you're going to put this much work, now I get it. We've talked about RPGs that are just, the author indulging their inner artist or their inner artist or inner author wannabe thing. Like, you have to admit that if you're doing this much work just for like the intro to your game, I mean, that's a lot of work, Now, this is cool for this style and this type of presentation. We'll see what happens when we actually get to the real, the book itself. All right. So we set out going through the, we go on our journey and we start with a scene. So we talk about framing when we talk about Daggerheart, when we talk about Root, when we talk about PBTA, we talk about framing, hard framing, soft framing. This is an example. This is all very PBTA coded language here. A scene begins when the narrator describes a specific place. This is called establishing the scene, and then asks, what do you do? This is the classic PBTA refrain that they really drive home. Again, nothing unique to PBTA, but the idea is that the GM sets a scene and then passes the conch or the spotlight to you and says, what do you do? Thank you, Beyond Fantasy. Appreciate you. Thank you, Orcus Sun. You were one of the ones that had to return after being mauled by a bear. Look, I'll say this. We played our Forbidden Lands campaign for a whole year. They fought griffins. They fought a snake cult. They fought a giant serpent. They didn't really fight, but they had a nasty encounter with a tree man, with an ent. They fought off Rust Brothers, demonic vines. They even came across a band of Minotaur who had destroyed and burnt down a city. And none of them caused a fatality. But you know what did kill 2 party members? A bear. So that is actually true. So we get here to the scene on the Old Brook Bridge. Someone seems to be in distress. What do you do? Choose your action and turn the page to discover the outcome. Oh, they make it into a little game. All right, now I am a deer stalker, and I'm in a hurry. So I don't really think I want to march over and speak to them. That doesn't really feel much in my nature. I think I'm going to stalk in. I'm going to sneak closer unnoticed. All right, every hero action has an outcome, success or negative consequences or both. After you describe your action, the narrator chooses one of 3 ways to arrive at the outcome, a simple, quick, or detailed. With a simple outcome, they just tell you what's happening based off of your tags and the details. They can also give you new tags as a success or consequence. This method is used to go on without dice. Interesting. Unfortunate Pumpkin. Hey, what's going on? Happy birthday. Got to head out, but I'll probably be back later. Well, we'll be here, Pumpkin, because we're going to be here till at least midnight. I don't think Legend in the Mist is going to take us the full 5 hours. So chances are good that around, maybe 9:30 or so, 10 o'clock, we'll probably take a short little break. I'll let the dogs out, feed them, grab something that, bite to eat for myself. And then we'll probably spend the rest of the stream just kind of shooting the shit, doing an Ask Me Anything, hanging out, talking about RPGs, cool shit, poking around ideas, crazy Derek stuff that will probably never come to fruition and just piss people off because it's like, well, Derek, why did you tell us that you want to do that if you're not going to actually ever be able to do that? That kind of stuff. But thank you. Thank you, Pumpkin. I appreciate you. A bear fucked me up in Forbidden Lands too. Yeah. Bears, man. So, if you remember from our discussion about the Forge, this kind of decision-making actually has a name. Okay? Duh, bears. This kind of decision-making actually has a, sorry. Why did that person message me? This kind of decision-making is, there's this idea of something called fortune, karma, and drama. Fortune, obviously, is dice rolls. But in karma, we just basically evaluate this based off of known values like your traits.
In order to pad the stream out, just do the stream from the context that you are a YouTuber on the free market station trying to get attaboys.
That is basically what we are doing here, Cal. I am trying to, oh God, what's the name of the skill? I am trying to create ephemera. I'm trying to create ephemera that will hack your short-term memory and insert new RPG terminology into it in the hopes that I will eventually slot it to your long-term memory so you can mark XP, and I can actually, without your choice or without your permission, make you into not just better RPGers, but better RPGers according to me. If that fails, we'll go to wet work. If that made no sense to you, then you haven't played free market. So anyways, so yeah, we basically, the GM says, hey, look, I'm going to look at your tags. I'm going to look at your themes. Look at there. See, speak of this. I slipped closer, noticed. A deer stalker of stealthy step. You have no difficulty creeping up closer and unnoticed. And you settle in a good hiding spot. Add this tag to your notes. So this is very fate coded. We're writing down a lot of these tags, maybe on Post-it notes or on quick little write-off. I don't know how many people are actually going to do that, but there is something to be said about that. With your action and its consequence resolved, the narrator describes the scene, reestablishes what's going on, and this creates a turn sequence of establish action consequences. If they establish that something dangerous is happening, this is called a threat. Threats can later manifest into consequences, so you use your actions wisely to avoid or address threats. Now, what are we talking about here, people? Come on. I know this language may be different, but it's all coded to the same base DNA. What is this? Come on. Waiting for the chat. There we go. It's soft moves and hard moves. It's PBTA coded. Exactly, Cal. Exactly, Raj. And specifically, a threat that can later manifest into a consequence sure sounds like something like a golden opportunity to me. These are all just GM moves. Exactly, Elaine. Right? Working on the night moves. But yeah, this is the language of GM moves is not really specific to PBTA. It's just a way of, it's a framework of giving terms to things that people do anyways. All right, so they're going to beat this peddler up, and they're going to take his money. So now what do we have to do? All right, well, now I'm torn. I'm a spirited youth. I'm worried about my mom. My quest here is to, but I don't want to let the darkness to consume me. And apparently my choices are either do something, or do something. Now, I'm very bad at melee combat, so I don't want to get involved here. So I'm going to let fly a warning shot and try to scare them away. So I'm going to go to page 23. All right, so I'm assuming I didn't just headshot this guy. I guess I ripped through his thing. Get away, you lot, or my next arrow won't miss. I let fly a warning shot to scare them away. Power. What could help? Each helpful tag gives you +1 power. Oh, okay. So this is kind of getting very, like, Forky from Burning Wheel. Girin is a spirited youth with untapped fierceness. He's also skilled with a bow and equipped with his father's yew-bow. That's 4 helpful tags, so a power of 4. If Girin is hiding out of a good hiding spot, it would give him an advantage and 1 more to the power. What could hinder? The narrator lets you know that these bandits are hardened, so we reduce our power by 1. Well, we know we're in a good hiding spot, so we have 4. So we actually have 5 power, and we reduce by 1, so that gives us a total power of 4. And so we will add... Now, I'm a little confused here. These look like D12s, but didn't the game say that we're rolling D6s? So that's a little weird, but I'll roll 2D6. Okay, I got a 2 and a 3, so that is a 5. Plus 4 is a 9. Okay, so we did not... Okay, so it's PBTA. 7 and 9, 2D6 plus modifier, 10 plus, and 6 minus. Okay. So 10 plus would have been a full success. And 9 through 7, you get both the bad and the good. So, startled by your arrow, one of the bandits lets out a cry of terror and flees. But we also get 6 minus. The bandit whose ear you almost clipped gets angry. Consequences often include tags that could be bad for your hero and good for your opponent. Keep track of the bandit's tags separately from yours. Okay. Care says, lol, yeah, they forgot to switch the D12s. They're there basically as pretty ornament. It only uses D6s. Okay. I mean, look, there's a lot of cool things about a D12. For example, a D12 can be a D2. A D12 can also be a D4. A D12 can also be a D3. A D12 can also be a D6. The D12 is truly, and assuming you have a special face on one and a special face on another, you can even have the D12 be kind of a D10 with 2 special faces. The D12 is truly a remarkable die. You could even have different color of dice, and you could do something incredible with them, like play Daggerheart. Complete side tangent, and I apologize. I won't go down it. Never mind. All right. So one of the bandits runs away. One of the bandits sticks around and is angry. All right, they're coming down on us to beat us out. Well, what am I going to do? I mean, this seems like pretty crazy that my simple deer hunter peasant thing is going to, escalate to just straight up violence. But I'm going to shoot my arrows to pin or hobble them so we can flee. A new round begins, and the narrator describes the scene again, making a new threat. In this high-stakes conflict, this time we're going to be resolved in the detailed way. So far we've seen 2 ways to resolve a conflict. One is just the GM looks at our table, our threats, or looks at our tags and our themes and makes a decision. The other one is basically a simple PBTA-style roll where we count up the number of tags that help us, and each one gives us a +1 to our 2d6 roll. Now we are going to use a more advanced methodology. Here we go. So in this case, we're going to count our power and roll our dice in the same way. Were you about to side tangent on the wonders of base 12 math for the general public? Kind of. If you succeed, you'll be able to spend your power on effects, adding or removing tags from yourself and others. Ew. The most common effect is a status. This is a special tag that has a tier. Oh, this really jumped up in complexity very quickly. A status always describes a temporary condition, never an item or a thing, and it's marked with green. Creating a status costs 1 power per 1 tier. In other words, the tier of the status you will give the bandits is the same as the power of your actions. You add statuses affect your action. You add to your power the tier of your most helpful status and subtract the tier of the most hindering status. Tags you gain during the story expire when they are no longer true or make sense. Scratch out, good hiding spot, or pang of remorse. These expired as soon as you intervened. But your power tags never expire. They can, however, become temporarily scratched out, becoming unavailable. So there's so we're getting into an area here which I find can be a weakness in Fate as well. So when you're playing Fate, one of the core conceits of Fate is that your character is creating advantages, you're getting boosts, and you're creating all these like micro changes to the fiction, which are represented by aspects. And in some cases, they are temporary aspects. Things like describing that the scene that you're in is now on fire. And the GM is encouraged to, I usually use Post-it notes when I'm playing in person, and I will write on fire and I will stick it down into sort of our play area. Or maybe your character becomes bound and gagged, which is, again, an aspect which is tagged to my character. So if you're used to playing Fate, this is pretty common way of doing things. But it can be annoying. Now, the difference here is that in Fate, those aspects by themselves don't really do anything. And more importantly, all aspects are the same. You have to spend a fate point. If you do, you get basically +2 to an action, or you can re-roll your dice. So now, not only are we tracking the nature of that status, but we're also tracking its effective power or intensity. So it is kind of like Fate advanced in that way. So I would imagine it's even more fiddly. But remember, we're trading in having to probably, count squares and figure out who's flanking who and, keeping track of all the different elements like we would in a normal, PF2 game. Also, I don't necessarily know that there's any sort of real reason why you would ever need to use this exact system. You could just rely on the quick resolution system, and you could rely on the karmic-based system of just going, yeah, you've got these tags, they've got these tags. You hit, they're scared, they ran away. You have the right tags. Joshua, thank you so much. Happy birthday, Derek. Thanks for always being awesome. Thank you, Joshua. I really appreciate that. I am delighted to hear you say that. I'm glad that you're part of our community, and I appreciate the birthday wishes. Thank you so much. The other thing which I like is that because only the most powerful status helps in a situation, it's not really like a situation where you're going to be able to like super min-max it in that way. If you have 7 statuses on your enemy, you're only going to be able to use 1. Ideally, you're going to try to use the one that's the most powerful. Obviously, there's probably like a don't be a weasel element here. But again, I don't think this is necessarily a horrible thing. The other thing is there's a fun narrative element to this where you have these different, things written down. And again, maybe this is one of those things, it could even be more helpful on a VTT where you have some sort of way to sort of do virtual sticky notes because people could type a lot easier and more legibly, and it's easier to see what's going on. But I think these things can describe things in a better way that a preset list of conditions could never really manage to do. So I don't know. I think I kind of like this personally. Well, I'm not trying to talk them out of it, so fuck that. All right, here we go. I try to shoot arrows to pin or hobble them so that we can flee. What could help? Well, I'm skilled with a bow. I'm using my father's U bow. I am using my rapid second shot since I did make a shot just earlier. So I have +3. If the bandits are already hobbling, they are easier to hit. Well, no, but remember the one bandit was afraid. So I'm going to say that does help me. So I have a +4. But what could hinder? Well, I'm not in close combat. Remember, I stayed back. And I'm not stunned. So I don't think that I don't think I have any problems with that. So I'm going to roll +4. Fuck him. All right. I got 3 and a 4. So I got a 7 plus 4 is an 11. If your action succeeds, we now spend the power to give the bandits a hobbling status. So I rolled 10 or higher. So my arrows fly true, and you manage to slow down some of the bandits without hurting them too severely. Oh, it's an arrow to the knee. You give the bandits a hobbling status with a tier equal to the power you rolled with. If your power was 0 or less, the tier is 1. Well, my power was 4, so I give them hobbling 4. And I don't even suffer the negative consequence, so we don't get beat with clubs either. A bandit fleeing doesn't actually help your roll here. It doesn't increase your ability to shoot. Right, but it wasn't that they were fleeing. That person already left, right, Jack? This was the fact that didn't one of the isn't he angry? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I guess angry is an advantage. I usually don't think of that as too much of an advantage, but all right, we'll say it applied against me then. And in which case, it is only hobbling 2. We still managed to get 10. All right, go to page 29. I guess that's a mechanical question, which is, are the only tags that I can tag the ones that are like, if the enemy is angry, is that always going to be a negative to my power? Like, I feel like I could use that to my benefit. But any case, will we gain the upper hand? The group of bandits is a single challenge, something that stands in your way and must be overcome. Heroes and many challenges have a limit of how much they can take a certain number of statuses, a number between 1 and 6. When they receive a status of that tier or higher, they are overcome. Overcome, this is how you get taken out. Okay. Overcome, heroes cannot act and lose control of the scene, while overcome challenges cease to become a threat. Limits are highlighted in red. Heroes are overcome at tier 5. If we take stun 5 status, for example, we pass out and cannot continue the fight. If he takes convinced 5, he stops arguing and aligns himself with whoever convinced him. Oh, okay. The bandits challenge has the following limits: convince 3, hobble 4. So let's pretend for a moment, because I just want to make this easier, that my GM and I agreed that him being angry would actually help us. In that case, we have given them the hobbled 4 status, and he would be at his limit and thus would be essentially taken out, right? So in this, and that obviously that makes a big distinction, right? Which is, it all depends on the context here. But if they were only hobbled 2, well, then the challenge would continue, right? So when we continue, and of course, obviously, if we continue, if they're not taken out, then we have to keep making these actions. Statuses may need to be applied several times and stacked to reach a limit. So, for example, if they were only hobbled 2, if we then had to make them hobbled again, and we did manage to make them hobbled 4, we would mark the 4 box. If a box is already marked, such as stun 2, it advances up to the next available box. And again, if you're familiar with Fate, this is exactly how the Fate wound system works, where if somebody marks their 1 box and the 1 boxes are full, it overflows into the 2 box. This is also how the harm system works in Blaze in the Dark. If you're full of level 1 harm, it overflows and you take level 1 harm again, it now becomes level 2 harm. After you take level 2 harm, it becomes level 3 harm. And if you're full on level 3 harm, it becomes level 4 harm, which is fatal. So very similar DNA to a lot of these games, which I enjoy. Yeah. I mean, this is feeling very Fate. It's like PBTA Fate is how I would describe it. So Victory. The bandits were wounded. The bandits flee before you, leaving a trail of blood behind you. Oh, no, sorry. Flight. The bandits were hobbled. You take advantage of the disoriented and tangled state of the bandits to flee up the trail, hoping they won't follow. So, all right. At the end of the scene, some statuses expire and others remain at the narrator's discretion, right? This is the same thing in Blaze in the Dark, right? When we talk about giving people harm. And one of the things that I always talked about was persistent harm versus temporary harm. And it's not called Unplugged. Deep Cuts kind of really reestablish that concept, which is that some harm might be lasting, like broken arm. Other harm might be temporary, like, for example, wind knocked out of you. Could be very debilitating, but might not last that long. And so, again, our stun status might go away, but we might be replacing it with a headache status. I enjoy this mechanical way of talking about the game. One of the things that I've always observed in my game style is that when you write something down and you put it on your sheet or you give it to a character on a card or a Post-it note, it has a more of an impact on the way that your mind views the fiction that we're exploring together, in a way that saying that someone is, frightened too from Pathfinder 2 or weakened doesn't. And I think that this kind of stuff actually is really, really cool and really effective. Monster Hearts, a PBTA game, had this open-ended condition system, and it was up to the GM to decide if it would impact it. When Magpie kind of took inspiration from Monster Hearts and they did their game system, right, they gave each condition a name in masks and an avatar and stuff, which helps make things a little bit more simple, but I do think loses some of that infinite flexibility, right? What does OSR always say about that word? Tactical infinity. Well, it's like this system is like, much like the Fate system of aspects, is sort of ludo-narrative infinity, right? We have in infinite ways to describe our character's emotional, physical, or mental status in the context of the mechanics of the game, but we do it through these fictional tags, things like stunned and headache, and those mean different things to different people. So there is no one way to interpret this. So there is no one way to play the game correctly. Frightened 2 means frightened 2 in PF2, no matter how you want to interpret it. Mechanically, it means the same thing, but the words that you use and the way that you and your GM and your group interpret them can mean very, very different things, which some people really like and some people really hate because it can lead to lack of consistency. So we help this peddler. They're Erna from Underbow. It's been dangerous. There's war brewing. I have to reach the rhyme thistle. She knows it. It grows in cold places. I don't want to make small talk with the peddler. Ooh. Do we ask the peddler for something useful, or do we ask them to help me treat my headache? Well, you know what? Headache is a small concern. My focus is on my family and on my mother, so maybe she has something that can help me. I'm going to ask her if she has something useful. Page 33. So we now add peddler to our backpack. Let's make it a temporary theme and add all of the tags. Resourceful and oddball. Interesting. If we weren't robbed, she also has bag of curiosities. Now, again, this is where things can be a little bit overly fiddly. Like, presumably this, I don't know if she's going to actually stick with us for a long time, but am I really going to be writing this down if they're only here for like half a scene? Probably not. All right, well, I'm not making small talk with her. All right, do you have anything useful? Of course, I have lots of useful things. What did you have in mind? So now we're going to try to create new tags. This is very much like, create an advantage or whatever we would call it in Fate. This time, use a detailed outcome. If you are successful, you can spend this power to create a new tag. So peddler could help, right? Bag of curiosities, resourceful. So we're going to roll. Ooh. I got a 7 again. So, because I actually am rolling 2d12 and then just dividing. So I got a 10. So we have power 3. Erna finds a useful item. You only have enough power to add one tag of your choice. Climbing pick or pretty opal. The remaining power is lost. Well, I'm going to go with climbing pick. I don't know why I don't only have enough power to create one useful item. Oh, each tag costs 2 power. I didn't see that. Okay. Now, I'm going to create this, but because my power was 3, does that mean its intensity is 3, or is it 2? Well, we'll have to see. All right, we'll skip to... I don't care about my headache. Okay, let's cut ahead. All right, the sun is getting high. I have no time to spare. We're going to go through the forest. Okay, tracking progress. Clocks, baby. The narrator... oh, it's a tag, so it has no intensity. Got it. Statuses have intensity. Tags don't. Got it. Okay. Thanks, Chuck. The narrator made a new threat, the passage of time. From now on... Now, by the way, this is a great example of where in Daggerheart, you might, as a GM, use a fear point to make a fear move. You know, maybe the player just rolled with hope, right? And obviously, as a GM, you can make a move whenever you want to, so feel free to do so. But part of the fun of Daggerheart is sort of engaging with this fear component. So maybe we had rolled a lot of successes with fear. The GM generated a lot of fear points, and they make a fear point that says, like, you know, you suddenly notice that the sun is getting high in the sky, and then the GM puts down a countdown, right? And now suddenly you have this additional threat, and that's the sort of the matrix and the metric of Daggerheart. So from now on, whenever you take a consequence as a result of an action or because you ignored this threat, the narrator may apply a timed pass 1 status. And the reason why a timed pass 1 status is so cool, right, is because technically you're always applying time pass 1, and that means the 1 will tick up, and because we already have a 1, it'll tick up to a 2. And then when we do time passes 1 again, it'll tick up from a 1 to a 3, then from a 1 to a 4, and to a 1 to a 5. This status is counted against a limit, sunset 6. When this limit is reached, something dramatic happens. In this case, the sun may have set, and we will be too late to help their mother. So I actually really like this because this lets you do things that affect the time in a different way. And because of the way that the stacking rules work, I think it's really good. What's up, Agile Monk? Nice to see you stop by, my friend. Good to see you. All right. In his haste, Garen leads them into the untrodden parts of the woods to the shadowed places where no hunter dares to go. Again, all this beautiful artwork just for a comic intro is awesome. I mean, this is, again, in a 2-page spread. I mean, that's just awesome. All right. Well, we encounter some sort of beast man of chaos. It's a goat man. What is this? Is this the fiend that poisoned me? And hey, look at this. This is our, Rita Sitch move. This is our figure someone out move. And this is a classic roll, right? Where we are going to basically make a roll, and then for each point of power, right? PBTA language would say, make this hold X or hold 3 or hold 5. And then for each point of hold, we can spend in order to ask a question from the list. This is literally the same thing. I have always been a fan of those moves. I think those moves are awesome and amazing. So I love to see it here. And again, if anybody has any questions about some of the PBTA coding of this, I feel by all free means to ask. But, this is nothing new to me here. We're going to make a 2d6 roll. We get +3, but we get -1 and -1 because of the headache and the mysterious. So we're only rolling +1. All right, we rolled a 2 and a 5 is a 7. +1 is... Wow, that's a lot of 7s. It's almost like 7 is the most common result of 2d6. So it's 2d6 +1. So 7 plus 1 is 8. So we're going to apply both. So we have a point of power. So, and read one paragraph for each. What is this creature? You believe this to be one of the creatures of Twilight? Treacherous monsters who prey on travelers who stray too far from the trail. It is not to be trusted. We don't know what it wants. We don't know its weaknesses, but we also get the penalty. The creature's words pierce your heart. Does it have a cure? You begin to believe it. All I ask you for is a memory, something you hold dear. In return, I will help you obtain the cure you seek. So we are tempted. We take tempted 4. Wow. You may roll to lessen the consequence now as a reaction. So we've got all this stuff here. No double dipping. If you invoked a tag in the action, you cannot use it again. Jesus Christ. Well, we didn't use keen senses or good listener. So we can use all of these. So plus 5, but I do have the headache and I do have my family as my soft spot. So plus 3. All right, I rolled a 1 and a 3. So it's a 4. Plus 3 is a 7. Reduce the incoming tempted 4 status by 1 tier for every point of power, and an extra tier if you rolled 10 or more. If you rolled 6 or less, take the full status. So, oh, if the tempted ever reached tier 5 or higher, we'll accept the creature's offer. Oh, wait, we got a burning tier. You may choose to scratch a helpful tag to gain more power in an action, burning it to gain 3 power instead of 1 power. But you won't be able to use it again until you recover it. So burning tags should be a last resort, and you can only burn 1 tag per action. Very cool. So there's a lot more game here than you might normally otherwise see in a very narrative game like this. I like how they're like, look, you don't have to use this system, but it's very clear that they want you to use this system. I'm curious what happens here. Let's say I really messed up my roll badly. So we're going to take the full status, and we would be tempted 4, and somehow we end up being accepted the trade. Have your way, fiend. Take what you will, but bring me the cure I seek. Very well, young master. Oh, man. Plucking something out of my whole thing. All right. Now hold your end of the bargain. Where is the rhyme thistle? I do not have the herb, but I will show you the path to it, you lying sack of shit. You have received enchanted pollen. Oh. Apparently the creature did not poison my mother. The choices you make during a game transform your hero into who they would be. When you take a course of action that goes against one of your quests, mark an abandon on that theme. When you mark your 3rd abandon on a theme, you replace it with a different one, representing a new direction for you. Wow, I love that. When you accomplish on the other hand, you can exceed a part of you. When you accomplish a significant step on your path to one of your quests, mark a milestone on that theme. If you mark your 3rd milestone on a theme, replace it with another, representing an evolution of the current theme. So this is great. This is built-in character evolution and change. And I often talk about how one of the elements of PBTA, which is ignored by a vast number of people, is the idea of playbook changing as your character evolves and changes throughout the course of a campaign. And people have a real problem with that because they associate playbook with class and all this other stuff, when in fact it's more of like the way that you express yourself. So I think this is a better way. I think this is a better way of doing it, because I think it's more thematic to what people, I think people will engage with this better. But I also love the idea that whether you, and this is old school, this is like going back to HX from Apocalypse World, right? The idea that we have these relationships with people and things, and whether we go into it or against it, either way it changes and it evolves. And I think this is really, really, really awesome, right? So we can either mark abandon or we can mark milestones. And either way, once we get 3, it changes. In both cases, you also gain promise, which is explained later. Only you decide when to mark, abandon, or milestone for a hero. Think about the following and choose if they apply to your journey so far. So, devoted to my family. I think we absolutely should mark a milestone because we literally said anything for my family. We have to save my mom, everything I've done in these decisions. So I would mark a milestone for my devotion to my family. However, never surrender to darkness or despair. I did sacrifice a part of myself. And I do think that that was me surrendering to the darkness. Remember, I believed that this creature was a creature of twilight. And I didn't care. I needed to get my job done. So I'm going to mark an abandon on one of my characters. And I love that. Because even though nothing has changed about my character, what gets recorded gets repeated. What gets rewarded gets repeated. But what gets measured gets managed. We are measuring. This isn't just a fluffy bullshit time like, oh, your character's going to a dark place. No, you're looking down at your spirited youth theme and you see that you've marked a point of abandon or that you've marked 2 points of abandon and you know that you are that much closer. It's a concrete way. It's like a fuel gauge, a heads up display that shows you as a player how your character is changing. This is the kind of strong feedback that I think people need in order to be able to role play better. I think this is what's missing in games like D&D. And I actually think stuff like this helps far more than it hurts. And I know that there's some like super hardcore, artistic, theatrical nerds out there who say, I hate this stuff. I know how to play my character. 90% of people don't. And I think stuff like this is awesome and amazing. And I think back to what a lot of people say when they play Dragonbane for the first time. And Dragonbane has a very simple situation where you push a roll, you mark a condition. And these conditions are things like angry, exhausted, afraid, angry, exhausted, afraid, disheartened. And a lot of people have responded. Bob has responded with people who aren't necessarily quote unquote role players and said, just having that simple thing on your character sheet that says, I am this, really helped them role play in a way that I had never seen them play before. So I think this is fantastic. I think the design of this is awesome. By the way, when we finish this comic, I'm going to have to go let my dogs out, even though it's not normally in time. Thing is, I'm alone this week. My roommate, Amanda, is off in Phoenix visiting her boyfriend. So I have to feed the dogs and take care of the dogs. That's why normally I don't have to do that, but I have to this time. All right, so we get up there. The fog is coming in. We have to search for the rime thistle. So we're going to use the quick outcome. What could help? We have the climbing pick. We do have the enchanted pollen that the creature of twilight gave us. We're devoted to our family, and we have the keen senses. Now, we can burn a tag for 3 instead of 1. So I'm going to burn out our enchanted pollen, because that's the only reason that we had it. So that's going to give us 3 instead of 1. So we're at +6. But what could hinder it? The mountainside is foggy 4. So we're only rolling with +2. Yikes. Come on, 2d6. All right, I rolled a 10 and 11, which is a 5 and a 6. So I rolled an 11 +2, so we got a 13. Amid the rocks and ice, you find the rime thistle. Fantastic. And our enchanted pollen is basically burned out. Erna, I found it. Let's go. We rush home. We grind up the rime thistle, pour it into a tea, give it to Mother, and she awakens. Garen's story is only the beginning. Let's see how he emerges from this dramatic first chapter. Mark abandon and milestones. Find a cure. Did Garen feel like he failed his family? Mark abandon. Is Garen planning to leave home following this event for whatever reason? Did he save his mother? Mark a milestone, or even 3 as the quest was accomplished. Oh, you could mark multiple milestones. Did he lose his mother and succumb to despair? No. So I actually think I would mark 1 for devoted family there as well. So I think having 2 marks to my devoted my family. But let's say, for example, let's say that I felt like I really gave away my spirited youth. I became a little bit more aware and realized the importance of my responsibility now. So while I am very devoted to my family, let's say that I end up marking 3 abandons for my spirited youth. If Garen abandons his spirited youth, perhaps he becomes an embittered bandit. If Garen evolves the spirited youth, perhaps he becomes an apprentice to the wise one and learns to resist the dark arts of foul creatures. That's cool, right? The wise one is that sort of apothecary, that hedge mage that came and helped me to figure out, and that might be a cool way to evolve and the story. I kind of love absolutely all of this. And I'm not going to lie, the beautiful art, the presentation, the font, the backgrounds, even the design of like the little square around the page number. This is beautiful in a way that Draw Steel was completely lacking. This is a joy to read. This is a beautiful thing to go through. I think this is an awesome system. I love all of this. Now, themes grow from their weaknesses. You can also gain new tags to your themes and therefore new skills, new abilities, and new allies. Whenever one of your weakness tags is invoked, mark and improve on that theme. And if you have 3 improvements, reset the track and gain a new improvement. So this is the way that the game sort of encourages us to compel. Right? So from Fate, we have this idea of wanting to compel the downsides of our aspects, right? Aspects are supposed to be multi-sided. They are supposed to be bimodal. We're supposed to have good sides and bad sides. And by compelling the weaknesses of our aspects, we gain fate points. Well, this game doesn't use that meta currency, which I actually like. One of the problems that people have with Fate, and I think it's totally reasonable, is that you go, wait a second, so because I don't have any fate points, my character can't be a spirited youth right now? Aren't I always a spirited youth? Well, you're always a spirited youth, but you can only use it to give yourself a bonus in these instances. Well, here's the great part. This encourages us to want our weakness tags to come up because maybe we feel like it gives us a reason to lean into them. But it also means that when our GM points out that, hey, maybe this weakness tag should apply, we're not mad about it because we get to mark improve. So only by engaging with the downsides of our theme can we ever improve that theme. So there you go. In your next game, remember to invoke your weakness tags because you want to bring them up because you want to gain improve. In other words, how this gets back to, remember I said the big 3 questions. What is this game? What is this game about? How does this game operate? And how does this game reward you? This game rewards you by improving your themes by invoking your weaknesses. And that is a fantastic mechanism to engage with and change your character in dramatic, cinematic, dynamic, but most importantly, very narratively appropriate ways. It creates building arcs. So this is a fantastic methodology. I should also point out that D&D 5th edition, in theory, was supposed to operate this way with its bonds, ideals, and flaws. The idea that your players were going to sort of lean into this and gain inspiration because of that. So, for example, Garen has gained some tags that could remain in play. He made a new friend in Erna, the peddler, and may hold on to some of the useful gifts that she shared with them. What about the bandits? What about the creature? All of these questions could become the beginning of a new thing. So this is really, really, really awesome. That's a really cool intro. Wes says, we definitely like different things from RPGs. I absolutely hate this, lol. So I'm going to go real quick. I'm going to let out my dogs and I will be, as they say, be right back. So here we go. I'll be right back.
I need you more. I need you more. I need you more.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Waiting. Ooh. I grabbed a quick bagel as well. Try not to chew this on camera or on the mic. Yeah, Wes. I think you. We talk about this a lot in streams. I think what you're describing makes total sense if we are thinking about the purpose. What is the purpose of this TTRPG? And I've talked about before a lot about campaigns as competition or campaigns as collaboration, and those terms aren't really perfect because they aren't perfect, because I think that even when the campaign is about competition, it doesn't necessarily mean like the GM is like trying to kill the players. But what I do mean is that the players are viewing this as a game that they are being challenged, and that their goal is to be good enough, smart enough, skilled enough, play well enough to beat those challenges. And there's a lot of satisfaction that comes with beating the game, and it can feel more visceral, and it can feel more real. And when those are the stakes of your game, I agree with you. I think that's where you want the rules to be sort of rigid and better defined, because you feel like more is at stake. This is one of the reasons why I think that some people get the literal worst of both worlds, and it's a mentality that's become very popular, which is that they play these extremely rigid games with very defined rules, and then people talk about fudging all the time. And to throw a little bit of shade at Draw Steel is, in my opinion, very much coded that way and set up that way. And then in the book, it talks about the GM just fudging and making up the monster's hit points, on the fly, even during the middle of a fight. So that's where things seem very counter-purposed to me. So I actually don't think you're wrong, Wes, in that respect. So Wes, this is why your group is loving Draw Steel right now. That makes total sense, Wes. Absolutely, totally makes sense. And again, if you ignore that one part that I just talked about, Cal said it, that part of Draw Steel was wild. Why go through all that tactical crunch if you're just going to make up the hit points anyways? By the way, let me be very clear about something here. I don't think there's anything wrong. Now, there's like two levels of fudging. There's three levels of fudging. One is soft fudging, right? Soft fudging is where you basically go, hey, I know I know that player is almost down and they're almost dead on hit points. I'm going to have my big, strong monster, my bruiser, go attack somebody else, right? It's not cheating, but it's kind of, soft. I call that soft fudging. Hard fudging might be, look, one version of hard fudging happens like at the beginning of the combat, right? Hard fudging one is like where you want this to be a big fight. The party's doing really well. You're looking for a more dramatic moment. And so the fight is supposed to be a 15 battle point fight, and you decide to make it. And, I don't remember what the terms are I'm using Daggerheart terms. I don't remember what Draw Steel's terms are, but you decide to put an extra bruiser in, or you decide to put an extra monster in to make it a harder fight. That's that's hard fudging, but you know, you're cheating to make the fight harder, or maybe you're like, oh, people are really fucked up, I'm going to take a monster out, right? But you know, at the end of the day, you're still like saying, look, we're going to play the way that the game is intended. I'm just adding an extra monster to the fight. You know, maybe you can even explain it diegetically. And then there's like the super, super hard fudge, which is, you know, the internet's going down. I am not getting any indication that is the case on my end. My stream health is good. Is that somebody else? I look good over here from my end. Okay, sorry. Yeah, wishing hour should not come that early. So again, you can throw an extra monster in there. Maybe you take a monster out. That's fudging. It is, but it's not like the end of the world. But like the worst type of fudging is when we're playing a game where we're doing all these awesome, cool tactical decisions, and then the monster, you know, still has 5 hit points left, and I just decide it's dead. Or the players kill the monster, and I decide, maybe it had 7 more hit points. That is unconscionable to me. That is unconscionable to me. So again, if you know, needless to say, if I was playing Draw Steel, and by the way, there's a lot of elements on Draw Steel that I think are really rad and are really fucking awesome. And I say that as somebody who played 4th edition pretty much exclusively as my game from, you know, 2008 to 2012, or, you know, give or take, you know, during the quote unquote life cycle of 4th edition. That's interesting. Maybe it's just maybe it's an element of YouTube's delivery in your node or something like that. I don't know. By the way, if YouTube sucks, remember, you can always head to twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call and check us out on Twitch. You can also throw us our Amazon Prime sub. This is my moment where I'll make a shill and say, hey guys, this is my job now. And since I don't make money on YouTube, I rely on your direct contributions. And if you're hard up for cash, like me, you can always support me for free on Amazon or on Twitch by using your Amazon Prime sub. So if you have Amazon Prime, you already get this. You get one of these a month. It does not auto-renew, but it's a great way to support me for free. It doesn't cost you money. It doesn't cost me money. It just costs Jeff Bezos money, and I'm all up here for it. On the other hand, if you would like to support me directly, you could tip, you could super chat. I really appreciate all of that. But I'd love it if you consider joining and supporting us on Patreon, not only because you become a member of our community, you get access to our exclusive Discord, all of our different community games. If you join at the $10 level, you even get access to all of our mega community games. You get access to a backlog of behind the scenes and Patreon exclusive videos. You get to help, you know, grease the wheels that make this whole thing work. So I'd love to see you join us there as well. So, and maybe play some of these cool games with people. So, yeah. Jackal says, one of my least favorite parts of PF2 is the itemization, and Draw Steel just kicks all of that to the curb, which I love. Yeah. So thank you, Kato Flex. Thank you, Sync Gaming. Thank you, Duncan DT. Thank you, everybody. That's awesome. Thank you, Wes. Whereas Full Metal Dragon thinks abstracting gear the way it does is one of its weaknesses. I'm going to say one of two things. I think that your game should either have really cool PCs and not really focus or worry about the gear, or your game should have really cool gear and then the PCs are kind of blank slates. I think when you try to do both, it usually ends up being the worst of both worlds. And I know I love 4th edition D&D, but I say this as somebody who played a lot of 4th edition D&D. 4th edition D&D is the worst of both worlds in that regard, because the characters are extremely complex and you have all these really cool powers, but then their gear is also really complex and full of cool powers. And it feels like they're kind of stepping on each other's toes, and it's never really quite sure whether you should be more excited to level up or get a new item. When you look at old school D&D, I'm talking about 1970s, 1980s D&D, the character classes didn't get shit. Your character was cool because of their cool magical items. They could walk on water. They had a flaming sword. They had a rope that obeyed your mental commands. That was all tied to, the gear. The character itself didn't really have anything going on for it, which I really think is cool. Now, Pathfinder 2 kind of took an alternate approach, which I know is not necessarily the most popular thing, which is your items are kind of lame in Pathfinder 2, but it's because your characters are so cool. So that's neat. But I think when you try to do both, like Draw Steel obviously is saying, look, it's all about the characters. It's about your powers. We don't want it to be overshadowed by your, crazy items. And I think that's cool. I like the kits. I think they're sweet. Lionhead Gaming says, I'm sick of gearing PF2E characters at the point. Lionhead Gaming, we got to that point too. Like, we just stopped caring. We really did. And like, we knew that, obviously there's some items outside of your core that you need that are kind of cool, looking at you, Shadow Signet, but as we got to our last high level Pathfinder 2 situation, we just didn't really care about it, And level 2 janitor says, I'm never happy to see a gear treadmill. Jackal Tormoon says, I'm sick of the Christmas tree, So Dr. D. Hart says, I may be preaching to the choir here, but the KLC community is an awesome deal. I like to think so. And again, you could join for as low as, $5. You could go as high as $50 or $100 if it's not sold out. I think it is sold out at that level, maybe. But so B says, I'll be honest, that's something I struggle with when running Fabula Ultima. Yeah, I think it can be tempting to oversell the items, but think about your traditional JRPG, right? The equipment was always kind of not really that important. It was kind of in the background, but I think, yeah, well, anyways, I'm getting off on that's a different topic. Nimble is in our first look queue for sure. Yeah, it's one thing to give out magical items, and I understand, and again, it comes down to whether or not your game is balanced around this idea of competitive nature, because then you have to worry about, does this item do what it's supposed to do, right? Because it's very easy to give somebody a really powerful magical item and have it, basically completely destroy your campaign. So now, Full Metal Dragon, if you want to get, you don't shit on the Dagger hype around here, my friend. Your boy loves Daggerheart. Is it the D12's Full Metal Dragon? You could tell me. Is it the D12's? All right. That is technically true. Wes, is it probably safe to say that is it safe to say that you don't like Powered by the Apocalypse games as well? All right. This is a role-playing game. What up, Rick? Rick Sherman with the $10 donation. Birthday tip for a fellow September birthday. All right, Rick. Getting older there, buddy. Another year, another year. Appreciate you, Rick. Thank you for that. Bye. Duncan, thank you so much.
Duncan DT tipped $10. Happy birthday, boss.
Thank you, Duncan. Appreciate you. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Duncan. Really appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank you, Rick. Rick's been a patron of ours for a very long time. Rick is my Traveler inspiration. I hope one day to be able to run Traveler the way he is, or the way he has. I think that game is so cool, and I don't know how I'm gonna ever get it to the game, a game to the board. Man, can you imagine doing like a mega game with Traveler? Oh, that'd be sweet. Anyways, thank you, Rick. Thank you, Duncan. I appreciate you guys. Well, to be fair, Chris, the first 50 pages were an introduction. But Rick, we're about halfway through a 3-year campaign. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. That is very sweet. Septembros. So I have a theory, Tomas, at least here in North America, where for the most people in North America, December, January, there's not a lot to do. It's cold. It's holidays. You're home. Not much to do except for, I guess, make babies. And I think that's why there's so many. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people are born in September. Like the colder it gets, the more north you get, I feel like the more likely you are to see people born in Septembers. So exactly, those New Year's Eve parties, boom, before you, next thing you know, 9 months later. Okay, so we're heroes. The narrator sets the scene, solo and co-op mode. Okay. 2 to 6 people. Place to play. Ooh, all right. New poll coming out. Okay. And poll. What is your favorite amount of players for a game session? The GM is assumed to be there. So, do you want one player? That's a GM and a single PC. Or GM and 2 PCs, GM and 3 PCs, 4 PCs, 5 PCs, 6 PCs, 7 or more. At that point, we're all crazy. Well, you only have one favorite, King Hodop. Anyways, I note that because it says you're going to have a 2 to 6 players, and that's including the narrator. So they're saying that, that's 1 to 5 players, basically. Oh, I didn't even include that as an option, like true solo gaming. Oh, we're all over the place here. So between 3 and 4, I am inclined to agree with that. By the way, I think my favorite number of players is 3.5. I don't I don't know what that is. That's a good point. I actually agree with a Sakiti here. It says I like 4 players because if one person can't show up, there's still enough people to run the game for. And I actually think that is the biggest weakness of 3. I actually prefer 3, but if you have 3 and you lose somebody, you lose 50% of your players. It's a big chunk. 33% of your players, rather. If you lose 4 and you only have 3 people, that's still totally fine. So actually, I do like that. That's also not a bad option. 3 people and 1 person who mostly play watches. Yeah, I mean, it's also, for me, it's also logistics, honestly, at this point, right? And to be fair, it does, I think, depend on the type of game that you're playing. If we were running, If we were running old school D&D or something like that, you know, I could have 6 or 7 people at my table. That's fine. Commander Snookums with the hard truths. I like running groups of 10 PCs so I can generally get 4 to 5 to show up. Yeah, that's brutal. It's true, but brutal. Okay. So, principles of good role playing. Okay, all right. Again, I mean, you know, I like the font. I like the color and the background. It's very pretty. I'd hate to have to print this one out on a color printer. What about if you're coming from another RPGs? This stands out in the landscape of tabletop role-playing games as an entirely tag-based, aka description-based game. If you're coming to Legend of the Mist having played stat and class RPGs, you're in for a liberating treat. Such freedom is so great that it can be jarring. And so we packed this book with tools like tropes and theme kits to help you quickly get the most out of it. Beautiful. If you tell people you can be anything you want, you can make whatever character you want with your different themes, people are going to go, I have no idea what I want to be. If you come from an especially rules-heavy game, check out the Action Grimoire as a reference guide on how to express the wide range of actions that are possible in Legend of the Mist. I don't know if I have the Action Grimoire. That must be an additional book here. But remember, I asked you, what is this game? I'm always skeptical of systems talking themselves up too much, but I might just be very cynical. Well, King Hodop, we also covered the entirety of the in-game, and we went through the entire 45-page intro comic, which was also a choose-your-own-adventure game. It also taught us how to play the game, and now we know how to play the game. So we actually technically already covered all the rules for the game. So technically. We're going to get into the nitty-gritty of it, but this is a narrative game. Like in a fantasy novel, the focus is on dramatic actions, tough choices, and gripping story developments while blurring unimportant details. For example, you don't track exactly how much coin your character has or what exactly they're carrying. Instead, you track only the items that matter for the story. Now, I just want to say that this is, Derek, when I read this, right? When, you know, what's the saying? When somebody shows you who they are, believe them. When a game tells me what it is, I believe it. They're saying that this is like a fantasy novel. And the focus is on dramatic actions, on tough choices, and gripping story developments. And we blur out the unimportant details. So to me, this not only means that we're not tracking coin, but it also means that I'm not, from a scene setting perspective, I'm going to cut to I'm going to frame the campaign. I'm going to frame the scenes. We're going to get to the meaty stuff. We're going to get to the dramatic scenes, the tough choices, the gripping story developments. We're not going to spend our time fluffy bullshitting and wasting everybody's time. Part of the element for me of being a narrative game is actually cutting through bullshit. A lot of people think narrative game means we're going to sit around talking in character about the weather. I actually think it's the opposite. I think a narrative game is focused on telling a story. And just like any good storyteller, an author, a screenwriter, a director, you are making edits. You're making cuts. You want to create a compelling and coherent narrative. So, it's built to support storytelling by getting out of the way. You choose when to stay in narrative and when to get tactical. Any story beat, challenge, or conflict can be played without rolling, with a single roll, or as a full play-by-play encounter. We saw that in the 3 tiers of conflict resolution, which I think is great. Conflicts are more than just fights. Damage is more than just hit points. We talk about how this game basically includes a form of social conflict, where if your character acquires a certain number of status, they will essentially have been changed or convinced. Initiative is dramatic, not numerical. Heroes act in the order deemed by the narrator. Challenges don't have turns. Okay, so very PBTA coded here. And your role-playing choices transform your character sheet. right? The choices we made and us choosing whether or not we should mark a milestone or if we should mark a whatever it's called, abandon, actually mechanically change our character. And that's a decision that we make. There are no stats, only tags. So you might have rippling muscles, but you don't have a 17 strength. So this is an entirely declarative system. There's only one type of dice roll, 2d6 plus tags. I mean, that is a very simple premise. The outcome of your results, the effect, your damage, or whatever, is also expressed with tags. Well, Benjamin, honestly, I usually find the question of how many coins I have in my pocket make a big difference in the kind of stories I'm going to shoot. Right. Benjamin, we might give you a tag that says pockets are a-jingling, or we might say bags laden with gold. And now we know how much money you have. In the narrative, you have a lot. The narrator and players decide which tags are relevant and irrelevant for any given action. This is best done with a collaborative, clear-cut mindset at the table, where the narrator promptly rules out tags that do not directly affect the action, and players find creative applications without stretching it too far, aka don't be a weasel. There are ample tools to support you with this, such as rules for indirectly relevant tags and optional rules for capping tags, as well as the action grimoire. I mean, this is basically like, if you're playing with rules lawyers, here's how you can control it. But I also get to a point, it's like, if you have to get to this point, what are we even doing here? You know?
I am strong.
It goes without saying, but all dice rolls are made by the player. I do love me some Daggerheart, but I look forward to the day I rewrite the game and I don't have to roll dice anymore. That'd be nice. So here are our books. This is, by the way, we are looking at core book 1, the hero. And then there's core book 2, the narrator, which just literally picks up chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6, which includes the narrator's role, a variety of challenges for you, and of course the oracle. That's pretty sweet for playing solo games. All right. So, Legend of the Mist is a game of rustic fantasy, a subgenre described on the following pages, but you can generally use it to tell any fantasy tale. We'll start by choosing our hero and fellowship. I love calling it fellowship here. Play a session. You can play right away with the Learned as you play starter adventure, which they give you in the GM guide, which is always nice to have. It's always nice to have a nice starter adventure included. Rustic fantasy. What does that mean to them? So what is this game about? It's about the simple little things. It's about, it's basically Fabula Ultima natural fantasy. If you really need another thing, that's what it's really about. It's about small heroes from out of their way places who discover their great destinies, or not. It's about small heroes faced with great perils, often beyond their power or understanding. There's a sense of mystery, a great invisible world beyond you. It's about your journeys through the countryside and wilderness and living close to nature. It's about evoking that tender feeling of the legendary. Edward, thank you.
Edward tipped $10 off to the Forbidden Lands. Really excited to catch the rest of this later. Thanks again, Derek, and the wonderful Kolk community.
Yeah, awesome, Edward. Enjoy your trip to the Forbidden Lands. hopefully nobody rolls hopefully nobody casts a spell and summons a demon. That seems to happen in every Forbidden Lands game. Thank you, Edward. I really, really appreciate you. So yeah, nostalgic yet current, made up yet true. A good legend manages to reach past the practicality and cynicism of daily life and into a place long forgotten within us, to nourish it with wisdom drawn from universal experiences. It reminds us to pause and look at the hero's journey from the perspective of the invisible watchers, knowing in our hearts that even though peril is imminent and the fate of heroes hangs in the balance, that there is always still hope. It's the class. So again, very natural fantasy coded here, right? These aren't, it's very much tied to nature. It's about an invisible kind of almost scary world. But yet you're like a part of the world at the same time. So that's kind of fantasy that they're really trying to go for. But to be fair, there's nothing inherent in the tag system, I think, that sort of takes us away from that. Although I will admit that, like, kind of trying to do more of like a epic Lord of the Rings style game probably wouldn't work as well here, because I think the tag system tends to really focus on the characterization and the small parts that this game was talking about.
Casey Roberts,
Casey.
$10. Happy birthday, Derek. Finally rolled up my Dragontide Merchant. Loving the town game so much I ended up using all 9 DTAs yesterday between meetings. Yes, Professor DM is a surprisingly good interviewer. He shuts up and listens.
KC, yes, buddy, I saw that you did that. Now, so for those of you who don't know, Dragontide has a very evolved town game that is designed for people who want to be a part of the game, but don't have the time or the ability or the capacity or the desire to play in, say, 4 or 5 hour pre-scheduled TTRPG sessions. And one of the people that I really had in mind when I was designing this game was KC, because KC had said, I'd love to be involved. And I was talking about this and he said, I'd love to do this. I would just love to get more involved. And in fact, KC, you were actually highlighting one of the problems I had, which is I didn't want to make it too complicated, but some of the people who are really loving the town game, they are knocking out all of their week's worth of actions, in the first day of the week. Now, to be fair, that might work to your advantage because, spending 9 actions might take you, half an hour, 45 minutes tops, which was kind of the goal. But I do feel bad for people who are like, man, I'd love to do this more and be involved on a daily basis. But we'll have to figure out what the right size is. This is a beta season after all. But I was stoked to see your merchant getting involved, KC. So, and I'm learning a lot about the game itself as I sort of design as we design and tweak it. Now, Kendall disagrees and says that they love rolling dice. Yeah, I hate rolling dice as a GM. Not only do I find it like unimportant, I just feel like it's cooler to put the dice in the hands of the people who matter, and the people who matter are the player characters. Clobster Roll, thank you for the super chat. Happy birthday. Thank you. Shout out to the Knights. 4 of the 5 games I played from Wednesday to Sunday were community games. And there were 2 other games I could have played as well. So if you want a game like I game, consider joining the Patreon. Yeah, so for people who really want to get involved, between whether it's a mega game, whether it's Pathfinder 2 and our Northern Reaches game, or Dragonbane or Dragontide game, or just a number of community games that are being run for a variety of systems, or maybe you want to run a game. One of the things I really want to focus on going forward is really building up our ability to do that. So, but thank you, Clobster Roll. My GM feelings are hurt by insinuating that I don't matter. That's right. You don't. You're the GM. You don't matter. Happy hatching day. That's the way to put it. So again, more into this. Our little corner of the world. So here are some basic, assumptions of the game. No magic or everyday practical. Oh, so these are like how we're deciding it. The stakes are always low, at least to the eyes of an outsider. But for the heroes, the runaway sheep of the neighbor or the absent-minded curse placed on the village smith pose serious concern. Plots begin small, but in time can spiral. So generically, we are simple people. We don't have any real power. There is no magic. Powerful magic, if it exists, is outside of the scope of the story. The rewards are extremely wholesome. We're very detail oriented. We kind of dig into what kind of cheese it is. It's lighthearted. It's very much a local cast, and the range of travel is not epic across the lands of Middle Earth. It's down the road to the nearby glade. So what I wanted to say, what I was trying to say earlier, is in a game like this, it sort of necessarily leans itself more towards sort of folksiness, because having your father's sword as a tag is worth just as much as being like having a great cup of coffee, right? Like if my character had a great cup of coffee and we write down like, I get a tag and it's well caffeinated, or maybe I have a misty-eyed view of the world. That is worth as much as my sword. You know what I mean? Like they're all worth +1. And so this system tends to lean itself towards these smaller details because they matter just as much as having the uber mega sword or having the ultimate the ultimate training. These little tiny flourishes of color, which in other games are basically fluffy bullshit, actually matter mechanically as much as everything else. Right, King Hodop? If I had a trait that said God King of the Universe, that would give me +1. But if I had, just got my first kiss, that is also worth +1, right? So they're both worth +1. To be fair, it says no magic or no everyday practical magic. There should be magic in your story, but it's rare, mysterious. It's not just like, oh, we use it to wipe my ass, right? So the heroes might be, what's up, Pulf? Good to see you. Hope the family is doing well. We might be tavern buddies. We might be protectors against the dark. And apparently those are the only two things that we might be. So your story could be based around, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I got it. This is a campaign frame. So one of the campaign frames might be our little corner of the world, and this is what we might be, right? On the other hand, our campaign frame might be epic journey. And now we've got a mixed bag of power levels from this is kind of like the Wheel of Time, right? Where you start with the starting party had Moraine and Lan, but it also had, Rand and Perrin and Matt and Egwene and Nynaeve, right? You have this mixed bag of party levels. Some people might be there for their own journey, long journeys through war-ravaged lands that, time is important, supplies matter, grand and lofty magic, a cast which changes from session to session. The heroes might be a sworn fellowship, right? A traveling band, right? They might be performing a mundane task such as mapping the West Marches or performing at every tavern of the land. So yeah, these are campaign frames. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Which is great. I mean, the idea that one game could then do these different styles and settings. We could have the gritty and political game, which is fantastic. We could have the dungeon crawl game. All right. So very, very cool here, right? In a dungeon crawl game, you have utilitarian magic. Magic is rarely mysterious. It's just one of the tools in your belt when you descend into the darkness. And in your hands, it often produces reliable, prescribed results, right? Loot is important. Strange people, funny moments. Arguing with a magical stone face, fighting against animated kitchen utensils, getting your arm turned into jelly, your skilled adventurers. In the political game, right? Your magic might exist, but it's very costly. It might have unforgiving circumstances. We might be sellswords, or maybe we're part of a powerful house, right? Very Game of Thrones coded as well here. And even Game of Thrones had magic, which could be very powerful, but it was often blood magic or had some sort of really nasty cost. Mateo says, happy birthday. Thank you for the $20 donation. Mateo, appreciate the hell out of you. Happy birthday, dude. Thanks for being such a great teacher and ambassador to TTRPGs and design. I've learned so much with just a year of watching. Well, thank you, Mateo. It's thanks to you, to people like you, that I'm able to do this. I really appreciate you, and thank you for the kind wishes and the good support. And I love having you here, and thank you for being part of it. Well, we're gonna do another poll because I'm curious. All right, you're sitting down. Derek has announced that he is going to run a Legends in the Mists game, and you are invited. However, before we begin, Derek basically says, what theme do you want to play? Do you want to play Little Corner of the World? Do you want to play Epic Journey? Gritty Politics? Or a dungeon, a crawler? Poll is up. That is a message from 39-month resub adventurer, Mr. Damian Williams. Happy birthday, Derek. No trolling today, my friend. Well, no trolling indeed, Damian, because this was Damian's option in the Patreon poll, which won the vote. So, Damian, good choice so far. I am enjoying what I am seeing, sir. And I hope things are going better for you. I know you've been going through it. As you and me, buddy, we're in this together. It feels like this year has been a kick in the nuts for both of us, and I hope you're holding in there, my friend, for sure. Burning Wheel is the quintessential Game of Thrones game. It is. I do feel like Burning Wheel is very, especially Burning Empires, which I never actually played, but I did read. So, look at that. You gotta love the. You gotta look. That is a great breakdown. That is a great breakdown. Just, I love that. Sometimes it feels like we're really, really coded to one thing, and now here you see this massive shift. Now KC says, I've done so many epic journeys in D&D, I don't need more. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, Epic Journey also, Epic Journey plus Little Corner does start to get kind of like Wander Home, Ryutama vibes as well. Yeah, I agree, Derek. I think all of these are very super tropey in the very best of ways. So I agree with you completely. Funnily enough, you've never ever done a long dungeon crawl in any TTRPG. Oh my God, I've done so many. I've done so many multi-year mega dungeon crawls. So this is great. This poll is like everything that I love about TTRPGs, Because, you could be even using the same system, and these games could just end up being completely different, which I think is just totally awesome, Totally great. All right. Again, look at the layout and the art style just on this. This is like their cheat sheet. How to play in a nutshell. Just look at the layout, the design, the font. This is like beautiful to look at. I agree, B. Very, very, very cozy. Very, very cozy. I will be picking up a hard copy of this book for sure, Ken. For sure. All right. So we kind of already know this, but let's go through this. This game runs on tags. And again, reference see page 76. Short descriptors that say what's true and give you power to or weaken your hero's actions. Handsome, spell of slumber, old injury, charmed. Themes. Related sets of tags and quests. Your hero has 4 themes, each with various tags, including the theme's title tag, weakness tags, and a quest. Story tags are temporary tags that can be positive or negative based on the situation, like a vantage point. They expire eventually. They get removed when they're scratched out, and they're recorded in the backpack or the tracking card. Statuses are tags that describe conditions with a tier from level 1, mild, to 6, deadly or transformative. These are recorded on tracking cards. They stack. If you gain the same or similar status again, mark the next tier to the card if it's full. Mark all of the mark boxes number slots to the left. Remove it if it goes below 1. And limits. At tier 5, you are overcome by the status. At tier 6, it kills or transforms you. We know that you mark and improve whenever one of your weakness tags is invoked. At 3 improve, that theme gets an improvement, usually a new tag. If you get 3 abandons on a tag, or to a quest, you replace your theme. If you get 3 milestones, your theme evolves. Replacing or evolving a theme gains you promise, which unlocks greater moments of fulfillment. Now, we did not cover this in our intro game, so I'll be interested to see what this exactly does. B, it is a penalty to your roll because your weakness applies. So it's -1 power to your roll because a weakness applies. And then the fellowship, which is our party, presumably, is a shared theme which is usable by any of the heroes. So this is sort of a community card, a community aspect, similar to the crew aspect in A Blaze in the Dark. So power tags, usable by anybody, but they are single use, and they are scratched off when they are invoked, and you cannot burn them. You recover them during camping. Weaknesses mark an improvement on the fellowship if they get invoked. And relationship tags are single-use story tags, either positive or negative, that each hero has with each other hero, recreated during camping. Now, one of the things I love about Fabula Ultima is I love the bond system, and I love how the bond system uses the camping scenes in order to build up and establish the bond system. In fact, if there's one thing that Unfortunate Pumpkin and I both really, really love, is we would love to see a more extreme and fully detailed bonds system in our RPG, including Fabula Ultima or Daggerheart, and have it be really, really in depth, instead of being kind of like mostly kind of easy. But so, I mean, don't get me wrong, bonds are great in Fabula Ultima. I'm just saying, I'm willing to go further. I'm willing to go deeper. And basically, these relationship tags are basically like bonds. But what I like about them is that they're single use. One of the problems, this is kind of a separate side note, one of the problems I have with Fabula Ultima, the way that I've seen other people talk about it, is you build up this bond with a character, and then once it reaches +3, it's at its max. And it doesn't really change or evolve beyond that. Now, I, as a GM, narrator, or whatever, I feel much more empowered to attack people's bonds, especially when they surrender or due to other instances. Other people feel like that's kind of like cheaty and scummy. I don't really know. I mean, considering that the game itself says that you can attack people's bonds, I don't think it's incorrect. But I like the idea of them being almost more like single-use magical items, because then they're constantly evolving and they're constantly changing, and I think that's really, really cool. So we'll make sure that we check out page 138. Now, it's funny that King Hodop says that. He says, it would be fun if bonds evolved and gave you XP or something after you maxed it out. Guess what? That is exactly what they did in the original PBTA game, this thing that started it all. Although technically this is Apocalypse World 2nd edition. This is Apocalypse World, which is what started out. And you had a stat called HX, which stood for history. And you would have an HX with each party member, okay? And it was a bonus that you would add if you were helping or engaging with that party member. Once your HX reached +4, every time you engage with them, it would go up. When you engage with them and it reached +4, it would reset, and you would mark an XP. And the reason, and people would be like, what, that's bullshit. Why does it go back down to 0? What, so we're best friends and now suddenly it's back at 0? And what people fail to understand is that it's not that it's resetting. It's that your relationship reached a new plateau. It reached a new tier. It evolved. And in this new world, things are different. And, you know, the description I give is you may have a friend and you become really good friends and you become great friends. And then one day you become lovers. And now that bond that you had, which used to be at +4 as good friends, has now evolved. And now it's back to +0 because now your relationship has really changed because now you're not best friends. Now you're lovers. And this is a new part of your relationship that you haven't explored yet. And it's unfamiliar. You can't rely on it the way that you used to rely on it. It's not better or worse. It's just different. And I always thought it was a fantastic game mechanic. And pretty much every game kind of stripped it out because people thought it was weird. It's the same way that like people find it weird for the bond system. So good on you, King Hodop. That was a nice observation. Anyways, we'll be here, Wes. We'll be here. At some point, like I said, I'll probably have to let the dogs out again, maybe get another bite to eat other than that bagel. Correct, B. Some people's simulationist brains would break. The thing that I find bullshit about that, though, is that is simulationist. That is how people's relationships work, right? Like, think about your relationships with your parents, your coworkers, your friends, your loved ones, right? It's actually more simulationist. In fact, I find that a lot of simulationism is actually very gamist. And a lot of people who claim to be simulationists are actually very gamist. They just don't want to admit it or they don't know it. It's a whole separate conversation. But I sometimes find that some of the more narrative mechanics are actually more simulationist. And a great example of that is like the classic, like, you know, mother picks the car up off of her son, right? And in a simulationist game, there's no way to, you know, to modify that or to note that. But I do think, but that it does happen in real life. People do try harder for things that they care more about. And so the amount of personal attachment that you have to a project, to a person, to a place does impact your ability to perform. So I find that these simulationist games skip over that. Damien says with the hot fire, simulation only counts when it works the way I want it to, not when it's actually simulating things. Yeah, 100% agree. Yeah, 100% narrative mechanics constantly have you thinking, does this make sense? And, you know, I think that's a good thing. Right. And I've often said, too, that a lot of games like Dungeon World or Apocalypse World or even Daggerheart, right, talk about there being, this is a fiction first game. And fiction doesn't mean narrative. Narrative is not the same thing as a fiction. Daggerheart basically says, in fact, it commands you. It says, what makes sense takes priority over the mechanics. And I often find that in simulationist games, it's the opposite. They say, no, the mechanics rule everything. And you're like, but what if the mechanics don't properly modify this situation? And then you're stuck in this weird world where now suddenly we're making up rules, you know? Anyways. Do I think negotiations in Dagger... So, yes. Full stop. And the reason why is because nobody, like you don't realize this, okay? But you're being negotiated with all the time. Nobody thinks that like marketing works on them, but it does, because if it didn't, they wouldn't do it. And everybody's like, it's like, oh, whenever I get into an argument, I am always in complete control over what decision I make. No, you're not. You are affected by and changed by what the other person is saying. You are being convinced and negotiated with all the time. People are playing off of your biases. They are attacking your prejudices. They are taking advantage of you. They are telling you what you want to hear. They are playing you, quote unquote, like a fiddle. All right. And the fact of the matter is, it is far more realistic, far more simulationist, I believe, that your character is just as likely to have the outcome of, say, a negotiation be decided by mechanics as a sword fight. And so, yes, I do believe negotiations are actually more simulationist. And I mean, there's definitely a gamist element to them for sure, because you get to play the game. But I do think that I think it is simulationist. Anyways. See, look, Cinnabon says, I must roll low in real life because we never get to go to the restaurant that I want to go to. Okay, so very cool. So this is sort of this is the basics of the game, and I think it's awesome. And man, just think about, even when we talk about those campaign frames, the type, the wording, the language that you use in your tags is gonna have such an impact on the way that you play your game. I think it's just so great. All right. So this is the structure of the game. We establish, we take action, then there are consequences until either the stakes are won, lost, or deferred, and we keep going to the next scene, or we go to camp. Okay, we know all this. The power roll is 2d6. Good night, Kendall. Fantastic. I'm glad you're enjoying it. So Zen Bullet says, I had a friend who was into NLP, watched him sell pants that didn't fit the customer at all. And that's neuro-linguistic programming for people who don't know what NLP is. But kind of a pseudoscience, but there's definitely an element to it for sure. So challenges are adversaries, obstacles, and dangers that put your hero or their goals at risk. Challenges act against you by making threats and delivering consequences. You overcome them with either a quick success or by giving them a status high enough to max out their limits, decided by the narrator's choice. We know that we roll the 2d6. We can spend the powers. Camping, which we did not really cover here. So a quick success, maybe if you had watched the comic book King Hodop, you would know. A quick success is just one roll. You just make you just decide that. I think the quick success is the one roll B. You just roll 2d6 plus your powers, and if you get a 10 or higher, you succeed. Or if you get a 7 or higher, you succeed. Just like a PBTA game, right there. Basically like this. One and done. So when we do go to camp, we haven't seen this yet, but the narrator expires any story tags that they think might be appropriate because time has passed. Each hero chooses 2 activities, or 3 if you want a consequence. So very Daggerheart, Blaze in the Dark coded here. Obviously, it's everything kind of like from Blaze in the Dark. We can rest, recover some statuses, and scratch off power tags at the narrator's decision. We can reflect and mark an improvement on one theme. Nice. Or we can take a camp action. We can count our power and spend half of it without having to make a roll. Each hero chooses to recover a fellowship power tag or create a new relationship tag with another hero. There you go, Jack. Simple is just the narrator decides based off of the tags that are present. Quick is the one roll, and detailed is where we get into like the focus back and forth, and we have to count up the statuses. All right. Correct. Correct, B. It is already better because it's inherently limited. All right. So that's just a quick overview of the game. And honestly, it does a pretty good job of establishing everything that you really, really need to know. Also, you know what also I'm getting in this, you know what I'm also getting in this book here? I'm getting some sort of mythic, I'm kind of getting some mythic, mythic Bastion land vibes, right? You know, right? Very, very, very mythic Bastion landy. Definitely feeling that a little bit as well. Kind of a similar font and style and structure. All right. So we do a session 0. They call their session 0 a prologue. You are a sucker for calligraphy chapter titles. Nice. So your character details are recorded on cards because remember, you don't really have a character. You don't have stats. You don't have any of that stuff here. So you've got your hero card for your general details, your 4 theme cards for each of your 4 main aspects, and then a tracking card for your current conditions and statuses. So this is basically what you're going to have in front of you. And you can see here at the bottom, we have little circles to fill in for your abandon, your improve, and your milestone. These cards are beautiful, by the way. Love it. I don't yet know what this little leaf, crossed arrow, sword, and crown is at the top of our theme, but... And I don't know what quintessences are. Oh, that has to do with our promise. Okay. All right. So our theme is built around a tag that describes a major aspect of our hero. Their temperament, their backstory, their abilities. Here we are. Okay, so we're getting into it. Each theme has additional tags representing its title tag's minor or secondary aspects. So for example, we might have the trait strong as an ox. And every theme has 2 power tags and 1 weakness tag. So being strong as ox means we have the lift a heavy load, we have the clobber a bully, and then we also have the tongue-tied weakness. Also, each theme has a quest. What we're trying to accomplish? What does this trait tell us about our character? What does this theme tell us about what we're trying to do? Each of a hero's themes has a type, which are general guidance to its nature and how it develops. There are 20 theme types divided into 3 might categories. So the ones with the little leaf are origins. These describe your background and beginnings, who you started off with. They are circumstances, devotion, past, people, personality, skill, trade, and trait. So at the beginning, the 4 themes that we can start with, presumably, would be origin themes, right? And we might have a mixture, of circumstances, devotion, our past, the people in our lives. Adventure themes describe what makes your hero stand out from the crowd. They are duty, influence, knowledge, prodigious ability, relic, and uncanny being. You can see how these are a little bit more like higher level, maybe a little bit more, mystical or a little bit more important. And then greatness is things like destiny, dominion, mastery, and monstrosity. So going back to our epic journey, right? If you go back to your epic journey campaign frame and we think about basically, Fellowship of the Ring, Frodo or Sam, they're not going to have any greatness themes at the start of the game. But Aragorn does. Right? Aragorn has that destiny theme, right? They are destined to become the king of Arnor and Gondor reunited, the kingdom reunited. And so you have a mixed party. Everybody has a theme. And here's the thing. Aragorn's destiny theme, in theory, is maybe just as powerful, I guess, as sort of Sam's, humble origins as a gardener. It all depends on what it mixes into and stuff like that. But that's kind of cool. How they mechanically, now maybe they do have different effects. We can get into it. But if we just take them at their face value, which is every tag is worth +1, you could have, right, Frodo and Gandalf and Aragorn all in the same party along with Sam, He would have the adventure theme, a ring bearer. Yeah, I would totally think that, he could have the theme of duty And that would be the name of the theme would be Ring Bearer. Can you think of a weakness that comes with the theme Ring Bearer? I can. I mean, you know, you can have a lot of fun just designing the Fellowship of the Ring using this system, and you can tell so much about the characters. You don't even need, like, this tells you about, you know, what was Frodo's weakness? The temptation of the ring. It wanted to make him into a, you know, a power mad crazy person. I think. Nope. In fact, King Hodop, if you remember, at the end of the story, spoiler alert, Frodo snatches the ring off the chain and decides to keep it and falls to the power of the ring. So there's that. In fact, true, he got further than most, but what Tolkien was trying to show is that, well, he's trying to show two things. I mean, you know, he was a religious man, but if you want to be more universal about it, I think Tolkien was trying to say that nobody does it alone, and nobody can do it alone. Nobody can beat evil, you know, on their own. That we all need to, you know, rely on someone, whether that be our friends and our family, whether it be supernatural or divine. The idea is that no one can do it alone. You know. In fact, that's, you know what? I mean, if we want to get really, really gritty with it. So we talk about burning tags just to make it through, right? So Frodo might have had that theme, right, of like the Shire. And, you know, one of the themes might have been like, you know, memories, you know, the rolling fields of the Shire, or you know, the bubbling brook. And Frodo crossed that shit out, and he's sitting there with Sam on the slopes of Mount Doom saying, I have no memory of the Shire. I have no memory of the taste of water or the taste of food. All I could see, you know, is the great burning eye. There's nothing between me and the wheel of fire, right? It's almost like he has literally burned out the essence of what made him who he was just to make it that far. And you are reflecting that by having those tags crossed out and literally burned out. Yeah. 100%. Right. You know, 100%. He definitely burned the tag of loyal friend when he ran Sam away on the stairway. Exactly. So, we talk about this with Torchbearer, right? About how in Torchbearer terms, Frodo is a halfling, and he's like the halflingest halfling that ever halflinged. So he starts the journey with a really high nature and no particularly useful skills. And Frodo keeps having to rely on his nature, and he keeps taxing his nature over and over and over and over again, so that by the end of the campaign, Frodo's nature is essentially 1 and eventually 0. And through the rules of Torchbearer, his character has to retire because he's no longer able to function in the real world. And that's kind of the idea that Frodo says, you know, we saved the Shire, Sam, but not for me. You know, in order to protect the thing that he loved, Frodo had to give it up essentially forever. And there's obviously you know, that's the other thing that Tolkien was trying to say, right? No victory comes without its costs. There is no such thing as, you know, we won and it didn't cost us anything. All victories come at a cost. Okay. So this is a new idea here. Again, look at even just the way that's like wonderfully coded here. You know, like we have the little card here, and it's, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Might. In some aspects of their life, your hero is mighty. When using themes with might, your hero is able to take grander actions and expect better results. If you have mostly origin themes, you are humble and small and not super important. If you have mostly adventurer themes, you're a heroic or notable individual. And if you have mostly greatness themes, you are a force that can shape the world. In a typical Rustic game, all heroes begin with mostly all of their themes being origin, discussed with your narrator, and fit your frame of play, aka campaign frame, and fellowship theme. During the game, your themes can grow. When you improve a weakness or reflect during camp, mark an improvement. When you mark your third improvement, it gains an improvement. The quest. Each theme has a quest, a goal, a belief, a personal journey that's important to you. Following it or abandoning it can lead to significant change, the replacement of that theme. If you do something that's in line with your quest, mark a milestone. If you do something against it, mark an abandon. Either way, when you mark 3 of each, 3 of one, it changes. After a theme is replaced, you gain promise, representing how your hero grows overall. Once you've marked promise 5 times, you gain access to unique options that can truly transform your hero. So now we're getting back into another reward cycle. Your goal should be to either mark milestones or mark abandons on your quests, because either way you gain promise. And by gaining promise 5 times, that's how you, quote unquote, continue to really evolve and change your character. So the idea is still, it's not about progressing your character. It's about changing your character. It's about your character evolving. It's not necessarily for good or for bad. It's that your character is going to be evolving and changing their themes as the story progresses. The characters who are static and don't do anything, they won't advance. It's the characters who lean into or lean apart from their themes quests that are going to, quote unquote, advance the fastest. So the meta game of this is to lean into or lean away from your character's themes and change. Yeah, right, Jack. There's no linear progression, just evolution. All right. So tags are the short descriptors that describe the detail in the story, basically aspects. They have a dual role, just like aspects. They define what's true, and they can also be used mechanically to, in this case, add or reduce power. There we go. All tags are worth 1 power. A dagger and greatsword are both worth 1 power. They might be useful in different situations, but the same situation is the same. Right. So, Sam's, I'm a great gardener, and Gandalf, I'm a spirit of heaven, given bodily form, are both worth 1 power. I'm getting strong. Yeah, Switchback. I'm right there with you, buddy. I'm right there with you. I agree. Big time. Actually, Switchback. I agree with you big time. Now, again, this could be disappointing from a gamist perspective, okay? Because the dagger and the greatsword both being worth 1 power is very anti-gamist. I mean, obviously, you might even argue in some situations it's actually pro-simulationist. There's that great scene from Game of Thrones where Oberyn Martell stabs the Lannister soldier in the wrist with his dagger. And he goes, long sword is a poor weapon in close quarters, right? The guy couldn't even get his sword out before Oberyn had stabbed him with a dagger. The greatsword might not be useful when you're fighting inside the twisting, kobold tunnels. So you could actually kind of see where they could both be worth 1 point, right? But from a gamist perspective, this is anti-gamist. So despite all that stuff we were talking, people were like, oh, it's so crunchy and it's so gamey. I actually think this game is not really that gamey, because you can't really gamify this because everything is just worth 1, right? All the roads lead to the same it's the same description. So there's an anti-gamist nature to this stuff. There is a game here. You're able to play it, but not in a way that works the way that we traditionally think of a game. So, well, no, Johnny can use their traits and tags to express themselves very dramatically, but whether or not those effects have, mechanical effects is a different question, you know? It's definitely not a Melvin game, Cal. It's definitely not a Melvin game. So it does feel very Vorthos coded. Okay, we know about scratching. Jack, I also see this game as being very long-winded. Yes, Cal, I would describe this game as a Johnny Vorthos. Yeah, a Johnny Vorthos with maybe a touch of Timmy, right? There's a lot of like feel and I just want to experience. There's a lot of like there's a lot of scene chewing to this game as well. But yeah, Johnny Vorthos sounds about right. All right, hero creation. We can describe them. The simplest way is just to write it down. The quickest way is to pick a trope. And the detailed way is to go through their theme book questionnaire. So there we go. We've discussed this several times. Let's see if I have it. Nope. Do I still have that text box? I don't think I saved it. Nope, that's not it. Dang, I had a text box and I had it saved. Yeah, I know I should. Yes. Johnny is expression, Vorthos is lore. Sure, we could say that as well. But yeah, I mean, obviously for Magic the Gathering, I think when those things were very, when those ideas were really constructed, it was more written from the lens of sort of the quote unquote competitive player. But as the game has evolved, yeah, but that is selling the idea of Johnny short. I actually don't think that calling Johnny combo is, I think, very bad, because Johnny is also the character that makes the angel deck, and they're like every card in my deck is an angel, right? We're in the modern era of like EDH and Commander. This is much more normal, but back in the day, it was there was no Commander form. When they made Johnny and Timmy and Spike, there was no Commander. Those things didn't exist, and so the Johnny character was less about winning or doing it in a big flashy way. Is more of being like, look at how I'm using magic as a way to sort of express myself. If that makes sense. So anyways, really cool stuff. So when you're creating a character, our power tags should be useful. Our weakness tags should be limiting. Your tags, especially the title of each theme, should match the might of their theme. Greatness theme tags should be grandiose, like Queen of the Realm and Spell of Annihilation. Adventure theme tags should describe something above the ordinary. And origins should be simple and ordinary. Your quest should be clear. Your wish, your truth, your home, your question. The classic RPG build. If you're coming from classic RPGs and you would like to start with something familiar, use these following. People for your ancestry or race. Trait for your best attribute or primary score. Skill or trade for your class. And circumstances for your background. See, there you go. Note which tags are broad and which are specific. Tags like clever or wizard or rich are broad because they could be used in a variety of situations. Because of this, they often require an extra action to use. Specific tags like whirlwind slash or sleeping spell could be used more directly, but only in appropriate situations, so they are more focused and reliable. Try to have a balance between broad, specific, and somewhere in between. I don't think we really covered that here. Well, King Hodop, the terminology means a lot when you think about it from two perspectives. One, if you know what the definitions are, it becomes very easy. Instead of having to be like, well, it's about this blah, 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 blah. When I say Johnny, to people who know what Johnny means, it means a wide variety of things. Number two, it's important to think about them as people, because the idea is that these are what the game, these are representations of the type of people who play these games. So you want to make sure, or at least understand, who does this appeal to? When I say something appeals to a Spike, I'm thinking of a caricature, but who exists as a type of player. It's not just about defining the concept. It's about thinking about our target audience. So here are our theme lists. We've got circumstance, devotion, past, people, personality, skill or trade, and trait. We have the adventure themes, and then the greatness themes. And again, we could have a companion, and we could have magic, and we could have possessions. I mean, the flexibility of this game seems incredible. We could also potentially change, like, for example, you might want to have a relic that can tear continents. Relic is default by an adventure theme, but maybe it's more tied to the greatness theme. If it's like the One Ring, say for example. And here now, because you could just make up whatever you want, but in case that sounds like it's the worst thing that you could ever possibly imagine, here is a massive list of examples. Thank you, Lycan Dragon. So everything from Sylvan Elf and Witch-Blooded to Beaverkin. Somebody said that this game was 80% N, 15% S, and 5% G. I don't know that I agree with that entirely. It's very high N. I actually think there is a little bit more G here, but it's not much. I don't know how the game seems very light on the simulationism to me. Add a duck people or we riot. Yes. Right. So for example, here's our PDF. There we go. If we say had didn't know where it went. If we say had a theme of people, right? So this is an origin theme, right? So we have an origin theme. It's people, right? And so the name of our theme is going to be Mallard, right? That's our that's our example of a race, basically. Make sure we get this right. Yeah, there we go. We got like Beaverkin and different things we do. And then we just have to pick 2 strengths and 1 weakness, right? So we could have webbed feet, right? That's a thing. And then we have short temper. We know that that's from the game. And then we just need to come up with a We just need to come up with a one more power trait for the mallard. Anybody? Well, they can't fly in Dragonbane. I'm assuming we're going for a Dragonbane here thing. So yeah, the mallard has web feet, short temper, and I don't know what else. What other power trait should a duck person have? I'm not trying to think what they even. I can't remember what they have in DB. Buoyant. They have a knack for trade. Oh, somebody did say that. Okay. And they're agitated quacking. Okay, somebody did say that. All right, well, the knack for trade. There we go. Boom. All right. Well, we have webbed feet. I would presume that webbed feet would mean that they are. Every time I open this, it's crazy. So there you go. We have just created the. Oh, where's it at? There it is. We have just created the mallard. They have webbed feet, knack for trade. Right. These are the power ones, and then this is our weakness, short temper. Oh, right. Scrooge McDuck makes sense, right? There you go. Boom. See how easy that was? But see, think about how flexible that is, you know? And it makes you contextualize, okay, what's two positives and a negative? And you can just break that down for every single thing that you would want to do in your game. I mean, that kind of power and flexibility I think is awesome. Oh, we also, right? Right, exactly. You're right. The name is also a power tag, right? Additionally, we also need to have a quest. Okay, so remember, scrolling back up here. So when it comes to a quest, it should usually fall into one of more categories. Your wish, something that you long for or aspire to. Your truth, a statement you believe in and want to uphold. Your home, something you endeavor regularly to preserve. Or your question, something you yearn to know above all. So let's go back to Dragonbane. The origin of the mallards is shrouded in mystery. So what if we just bust down here with our quest and we say that our quest is discover where we come from. Boom. There you go. Now we have the mallard as a origin, an origin. This is the I'm going to try to horribly draw a leaf here. This is the origin, the simple origin of a people type and mallard. Pumpkin, a lot of it. I think my favorite part, Pumpkin, is if this was actually our card. I love the improve, abandon, and milestone system. And I love how we are either going to be leaning into or leaning away from our sort of themes, and how that is going to change, and how that change is what spurs further development of our character. So I think that's really, really cool. So King Hodop, again, I'm not an expert here, but so if these fill out to, then our theme changes. We actually change our theme. This improves it. usually by adding an additional tag to this. So, anyways, and that's just an example of how we could just basically convert anything into this system, right? Similarly, if we wanted to go, we could have, for example, we could have, that's correct, King Hood Up. And the thing is it's the player, not the GM. The player decides what you should do. So, Cinnabos, this is why I say it is not very simulationist. Not everybody needs to have a race as one of their themes. Everybody obviously has a race. It's just your race isn't important to your character's arc in the story. Right? That's what a theme means. It's not simulationist. We're not describing our character. What we're describing is what drives our character and what comes up in the situation that keeps referring back to our race. Correct. We are still a mallard, but we would lose the tags because if we change that theme, that element of our character is no longer important. And yes, you might be like, wait, so now I don't have web feet? Kinda. It's more like you still do have web feet. And of course you can refer to your web feet, but it doesn't drive the story either narratively or mechanically, So, I don't even know if you have to be that dramatic and distinct about it, King Hodop. It's just that we don't rely on that anymore to tell the story, right? So that's basically what it comes down to. Yeah, right. You've traded in your web feet for shoes. And you could also imagine a situation where, in a similar vein, you might have a origin people, but instead of being whatever this is called, the humble bundle, you actually have an adventurous thing because you're right. You are a Dunedain, right? This is you're a member of this, and so you have your elements here. And this might be, now, for example, if you're Aragorn, this is really important to your character, but maybe for other characters, it's not as important. King Godov says, why did I know he was going to say Dunedain? Yeah, because, right. Exactly. Ding, 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 ding. Right? Put aside the ranger, become the king you were meant to be. Exactly, Cinnabos. Exactly. That's exactly right. So it's all about these narrative transformations, right? One of the reasons that we watch stories is because we're there to see how the characters grow and change and evolve. Characters that are stagnant are not particularly interesting to watch. So it's all about sort of, trading it, evolving and trading. So great stuff. I mean, this is incredibly flexible. Right. A child becomes an adult, Correct. Yeah, that's a great moment where Aragorn is torn between his different responsibilities. You could imagine him putting an abandon on one of his themes because he's giving up one opportunity to proceed another one because he swore that oath, right? You have my sword, right? So anyways, you could either make up your own or you could choose from this long list, or at the very least, you could use these to get great examples. And you can see here that we have over 40 pages of different themes. So these are these theme kits. And And they also specifically call out that they have magic as a theme, if you want to include magic. So you can see here they have everything from Fey patronage to Runic invocation to sorcery to shape-shifting. You can also have companions like, your wolfhound or, your band of swords that follows you around. Or if you want to have something that's like more of an item, like a special item, you can have it as a possession. It's all like what is important to you in the story. You ever notice that in some shows, in some movies, in some animes, we really focus on a character's equipment. And for other characters, we don't really focus on their equipment. It's not really that important. So it's all about what is important to your character in the narrative sense, not in a simulationist sense, but in a narrative sense. Like, I'll give you a great example. About race, right? Per se. Obviously the hobbits as a race are pretty important to the hobbits. At least in the movies, we really kind of lean a lot on, Gimli's dwarfiness, but we really don't really talk much about Legolas's elfness. So maybe Legolas, even though he's an elf, maybe he doesn't have an elf theme, although we do sometimes talk about it. But a great example is Boromir. Now, we talk a lot about the fact that Boromir is from Minas Tirith and that Boromir is from Gondor, but we never really focus on Boromir being a dude, whereas Aragorn being a Dunedain is a big part of his character, right? So sometimes the races and that, it's going to vary from character to character and from, person to person. Nobody really cares what items and equipment, Pippin and Merry have and Sam. Now Frodo, he's got Sting. He's got the mithril, the shirt of mithril rings. So yeah, but you can see here that and again, look at how beautiful these pages are. That's right. Aragorn's Army of the Dead would be OP in any other game, but in the story, it was a one and done tag. They burned it out for +3, and that was it. I love the way that this is just very pretty. And again, look at the themes. Hey, do you want to be the grizzled hunter? Cool. Pick up remember, you get 4 themes. So pick up the hinterland tracker theme, the gruff theme, pick an imposing wolfhound as a companion, and then boom, pick one of the following. I even this is so good. This is even the advice I give people all the time as GMs when people don't know how to make decisions. I go, okay, don't tell them what to do. Tell them A, B, and then let them pick between C or D. Tell them A, B, and then you choose C or D. And this is literally doing the same thing. It's like, okay, you're a hinterland tracker, you're gruff, you're imposing wolfhound, but you do get to make, you get to make one choice. And what you might even find is somebody says, okay, great, cool. Yeah. Hinterland tracker, gruff, improving wolfhound. I want to have monster lore. Also, can we change gruff? And you can be like, absolutely. You can change gruff, So I think this is wonderfully made and extremely helpful and useful to everybody. And again, beautiful layout, incredible art. We're going to go back to the book view here. I mean, that is just so nicely laid out. I mean, a lot of your core archetypes are covered here. Conjurer of Flames, Wild-Eyed Apprentice, Devoted Healer, Abjurer of Demons, a Bogland Recluse, a Power-Mongering Witch. These are just... I mean, and I love the art style here. And I mean, these pages alone make this game go from kind of esoteric, only usable by really weird narrative people who have a ton of experience to anybody could play this game. There is going to be something in these archetype tropes that someone's going to dig into. And I can't get over how beautiful this book looks. And then, if that's not even enough, they have a section that's sort of like a choose your own origin, where they ask you questions and you answer the questions, and that's going to tell you how you get into, you know, the various things. So there's also these theme books that you can go through and answer questions that help you sort of define who you are. Each one is on a 2-page spread. Just gorgeous and perfect, perfectly designed. It's there if you need it, not there if you need it. And they understand that this is the thing that people are going to really have a hard time with. And so this is an important thing to get right. And the beautiful thing about it is there are no right or wrong answers. Every one of these tags is worth +1. So it's really not about the gamist nature of it. It's about the narrativist nature, and it's about getting the themes that you're interested in exploring. And I love the art, and I love the style of this. Yeah, Greg. Greg says that I have players that love this system, but the tactical build meta players just don't get it. How can a bazooka do the same as much damage as a fist? Greg, you're absolutely right. And there is no doubt that there not being a substantial mechanical difference between a bazooka and a fist is going to be really unappealing for gamist players and for simulationist players. And that's why I said this game is really a very high narrativist game. For sure. And for players who, that's why they play role-playing games, because they want fists and bazookas to have different mechanical impacts and weight in the system. You are absolutely correct that they are going to have a hard time with this. There's not a whole lot that you can do with it. I do have the affiliate link, King Hodop, in my doobly-doo below the video. I don't remember how much it costs, the PDF. I don't know how much the hardcover is. Anyways, so here's some examples, of destiny, things like ascending the throne, ending the world, turning the tides of darkness. Yeah, very cool. It's also great if you want to have a campaign where you want to have literally like, a Maiar spirit and thing. Yes, Mateo, that's a great way of putting it. It feels less like a game and more like a system. Absolutely. There is not much of a game here. People call it a game. I'm not saying that there isn't, but when game implies there's something to beat, right? And that's why I say that this is more about telling stories and experiencing it. And there is a system here that helps you tell stories. It's not about sitting down and going, how do I beat this game? You don't, that's the key. And if that sort of challenge-based play is what drives you and your enjoyment of tabletop role-playing games, I think that this is going to fall flat. For sure. So anyways, beautiful. All right, cool. Fellowship. I want to get to this. Volcanic Shepherd, I completely believe it, and I would have loved that. That would have been beautiful. This book would be beautiful and very like if this book was printed the way like Wild Sea was, that would be awesome. As your last step of the journey, come together as a group and make decisions about the nature of your fellowship. The fellowship has its own theme and tags that are shared by the heroes. The fellowship theme defines the nature of your band. It consists of a title tag, 2 or more power tags, a weakness tag, and a quest. It is your shared strong points, weakness, and goal. They can be improved, replaced, or even abandoned the same way that your other tag schemes could. It is shared. Any hero may invoke its tags, and the narrator may invoke its weakness for any hero. Big choices are made as a group decision. The fellowship tags are single use. They are scratched out when you invoke them, but you can't burn them for power, +3. They're only worth +1, but you recover them during camping. The heroes' relationships with one another can also have a deep impact on the story. These relationships could be represented in several ways. For example, your hero could have a power tag dedicated to one of the other heroes, or even an entire theme. The individual relationships within the Fellowship are represented by Fellowship relationship tags. These are single-use story tags that each hero has with each other hero. During a camp or sojourn, everyone in the Fellowship renews these tags with one another or rephrases them. This way, the Fellowship relationship tags keep changing, reflecting the development within your own relationship. Optionally, the narrator can allow Fellowship tags to be used as weaknesses. This means that if they are invoked negatively, the Fellowship gains improve. So, very cool. So, for example, do you have, there's examples of tags of warm feelings, bad feelings, cooperation, right? This is the same thing in Fabula Ultima, right? Bond could be +3, but it could be conflicted or even negative, and your bond with a person is still +3. So then we have advice for creating a fellowship. And again, here is an example of a workbook, a theme book for creating a fellowship. In this case, it's of one of variable might, so different people. Fellowship might. A band of commoners, an adventuring party, or a group of noble repute, royalty, and divinity, those who shape destinies. What brought you all together, at least for now? Is it based on emotion, understanding, transactions? Just great questions to ask your players and during session 0 and build up understanding about your shared narrative together. I love this picture on the left here of this adventuring party setting out over the bridge. Very Final Fantasy 1 coded. Love it. And here we go. Here are some example of kits. Fellowship of the Amulet. We must carry the amulet into the Sea of Endings and destroy it once and for all. They know what's up, right? Fortune Hunters, Protectors Against the Dark, Tavern Buddies, Powerful Household, right? All sorts of different ways that you could code this together. So Mateo brings up a concern. My only concern is that for a storytelling system, it seems like you'd have to halt the narrative pretty abruptly to add up and subtract tags before a story point is calculated. I argue just the opposite. I don't want to sit around and tell stories. I don't need anything to do that. That's just me and my friends sitting around making shit up. The reason I'm playing with a system and a game is because the game is telling stories, right? So the reason that we choose to use this is because that process that you're describing as being disruptive, I actually think is constructive and helpful. And actually, it's that process of figuring out what tags apply here that I think actually builds a collective understanding and a better appreciation and a stronger theater of the mind for what's at stake, what's happening, what matters, and how do we lean in. It also depends on what kind of roll resolution you use. If you're using the very complicated roll resolution with every single roll of the dice, yeah, it could get very long-winded. But if you're using the simple one-and-done quick roll system, or a lot of the GM, they look at your traits and they say, yeah, you've got this, that, and the other thing, you succeed, I'm going to tell you what happens. I think it's very very, very optional to the GM about how you want to describe it. So that's making a character. So now we're in chapter 2, how to play. Real quick, I just want to see something here. There must be the appendix includes all of the GM stuff and the monster stuff. I don't remember what page we're on. There we go. Okay. We were on, that's magic. We're on how to play. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. All right, so how to play the game. Now, we already discovered this, discussed this a little bit in the demo. Again, look at that's so beautiful. And again, I can't get over how awesome that looks, like very mythic Bastion land, and I love the art look there. very rustic, very cozy, but very mysterious. Their definition of what rustic means is perfect. I think this is gorgeous. Now it's time to set out in quest, whether it's obtaining a neighbor's baking recipe or as grand as defeating the Dark Mistress. Love it. Some sections of this chapter are shrouded and marked with a torch, indicating that these are expanded or advanced concepts. These can be easily skipped, but returned later. Cool. Very cool way of breaking that out. So, we've discussed this before. Our power tags are the things that we have as part of our themes. These are more or less permanent. We can cross them out, but we do get them back later. Story tags are these impermanent tags that represent items, resources, allies, basically temporary buffs. These will and can and will go away as the story progresses. Statuses are special tags which have a number associated with them that describes their weight or effectiveness. And lastly, limits. This is the highest tier if we want to get into the nitty-gritty. Basically, kind of like hit points of how much of a status we can obtain before we're either taken out or even permanently removed. Gameplay is played through sessions, which are made of scenes. Scenes joined together to form an adventure. Multiple adventures form longer sagas known as a series or a campaign. And again, we have this establish, action, consequence loop that we repeat over and over and over again. In addition, the way we acquire consequences is if we ignored a threat, aka we gave the GM a golden opportunity. If our roll generated consequences, aka we rolled low and the GM made a hard move, or the narrator chooses to invoke one of your weakness tags for consequences. That one's kind of not in Blades in the Dark. And then we add effects. And then again, just like in Blades in the Dark, we can basically make a what is it called? Oh man, my brain's mush. It's not called a reaction roll. I just see this reaction roll as bored in my head. We can decline. No, I'm playing Blades in the Dark. A resistance roll. I knew it was an R. That's why it messed me up. A resistance roll in Blades in the Dark to lessen the effects of anything that we take. So, there we go. And that's it. When all the heroes have had a turn, that's a round. These are only for convenience and don't play a major role in the rules of the game. The scene ends when the narrator says so. When there's nothing else to do in the scene, if all the heroes are done or something, or sometimes just for dramatic flair. Usually this happens because the stakes have been won, lost, or deferred, and the business is concluded. And again, this is all like scene setting 101 and all this other stuff. There's no turn. Managing the spotlight. Isn't it funny how this term is being used a lot in these days, huh? It's the narrator's choice. Now, just saying, is this game doing this better than Daggerheart? Is this what Derek recommends for Daggerheart? Yes. It's the narrator's choice who to give the spotlight to, and therefore whose turn is it next. This could be based on the unique situation of the hero or dramatic considerations, which makes for better storytelling. Or it could be based on the player's seating aura. But they should divide the spotlight judiciously between all the players, which often means completing a round before allowing a hero to act again. A hero can retain the spotlight for additional action if they spend a power on an extra feat. Oh, interesting. And the narrator may also choose to keep the spotlight on a hero for dramatic flair or to allow them to take a follow-up action, such as a preparing action. So again, this is basically the same way I say for Daggerheart, which is, the GM should make an effort to make sure everybody gets a chance to do something. After all, that's why they're playing the game. But the GM should decide where the spotlight goes. And if they need to, they might even keep the spotlight on a player for extra emphasis, extra dramatic reasonings, or because they hadn't done something that was truly impactful. It seems pretty shitty if all you did on your turn was, I don't know, wind up your attack, right? Hey, Jake, thank you.
Jacob Online tipped $10. Many hours behind on the stream, but wanted to make sure I got a happy birthday and thanks for everything you do here.
Yeah, Jake, thank you so much. I hope you get caught up. We're having a lot of fun, and this seems like a pretty kick-ass, badass system. I'm really enjoying it. All the advice in here just seems to be grade A. You know, describe what you do. Saying what you do. You're not limited. There's literally no actions in this game. You can literally just do whatever you want. There's no skills. There's no stats. You literally have nothing. So in some ways, you force your players to just speak about what it is that their character is doing and what they're trying to do. It's kind of genius, actually. And again, we know that there are 3 outcome ways. The one way is the GM just decides if you get success, a consequence, or both. And they do that by looking at the situation, looking at your character's tag, consider what might you're trying to do, and perhaps some other factors that they don't even know about yet, and just say, right? There's no move. The GM just decides what happens. The quick way is to make a Powered by the Apocalypse roll, 2d6 plus bonus. You get +1 for each tag that's helpful, -1 for each tag that's hurtful. If you have a status, you add the tier of the highest helping one, and you subtract the tier of the most hindering one. And then if your might, we talked about like if you're like a god king, you might get +6 because you're powerful, or -6 if the thing that you're going up against is, a god. Roll 2d6 and add it. So you can burn a power for +3 instead of +1. And if we roll double 1s, it means consequences with no success, and double 6s means success without consequences. So the game does have critical failure and critical success, which is interesting. DMing makes a great point. You can combat as war the fuck out of this game with creative players. Rock falls for day. Exactly. If we're fighting a bunch of goblins and we as a players engineer, say, massive rocks fly that collapses and crushes them, well, as a GM, I might decide that the might equivalent of that rock slide is +3 or +6. And now you're rolling, 2d6 plus 10. So it's, it's true, Jack. It is a Mother May I system, but we're doing it through the context of these traits. And I think that's what makes it important. But it is not a hard gamist system. And lastly, there is the detailed way where we actually count the points up and we spend the points on different effects. To be honest with you, this is probably my least favorite way of doing it, but that's just because I don't really care to do it. But I'm totally fine with the quick way, to be clear. But that's because I played PBTA for a long time, and I know that could be a very powerful effect. So I'm totally fine with that here. But if you want to get more detailed and nitty gritty about it, you can then spend your power. And we got a lot of information here about how to decide what tags are applying, and a bunch of examples. You're climbing up a ledge. You have the athletic tag, the rock climber tag, and the climbing pick. So that's +3, but you're reckless. And the GM decides that, you're not very careful. So you get a -1. But if you're trying to climb up a ledge and your hands are tied, you might get a -3 because, and you're in the rain. But because these are -3 and -2, we only take the worst one. And then indebted isn't relevant. Inquiring mind, not really relevant. So this is just fantastic examples and really helping people, quite frankly, in a way that Daggerheart could be better at, if I'm being honest. So why not just play PBTA? Because PBTA, I think, is much more gamist than this. PBTA is focused on, take this move and have these stats and roll with this, and you have this concrete move and this concrete move and this concrete move. There's almost nothing, And so you said, yeah, I like gamist games, and that makes sense. PBTA, in my belief, is a very narrativist, gamist game. Well, it is a game. It's just a narrativist game, like Fate. It does feel very Fate. It's much more Fate coded than PBTA coded. 100%. Diomedes. Now, I'm not going to lie, Diomedes. Fate doesn't have officially, the 3-part success, right? Failure, success, and success with failure. This game does, and it uses 2d6. So there's no doubt that there's some PBTA DNA here. But yes, I agree with you. And Cal also doesn't like Fate. Well, which makes sense. Okay. So we don't need to go through all of this because we kind of read this in the demo. Again, if you do the detailed thing, you get the most gamist, where when you succeed, you spend your power on different things, and you can, break it down. Like you can add or give or recover from a tag that costs 2 points of power. If you want to scratch out a tag, that costs 2 points of powers. If you want to give someone a status, it costs 1 point of power per tier of that status that you give them. Or you could help recover someone from a status, costing 1 point of power per tier. So again, the effects you describe must always make sense, right? You may buy each effect several times and even can combine different effects, but they all have to make sense. And when you succeed in action or reaction, you always have at least 1 power to spend, even if your power is 0 or less. This is called the rule of minimum 1. I would just call it the rule of 1. So again, if you want to get really nitty gritty beyond just you passed and the GM tells you what happened, you can get into this really nitty gritty element, but you don't have to. Right. And again, here's some examples of status effects that you might put on somebody, like cursing them or wounding them or blinding them or tangling them. And this is very similar to anybody who's played Fate and slapping an aspect on somebody. This is great. Should it be a tag or a status? Create new tags when you make or summon new things or bestow new abilities or features. Create new statuses when you change the current condition. If you're not sure, use either. And then here's like a digging deeper. This is where they're talking about, like with the little torch, about delving deeper. Talking about basically you can't declare new truths that make other truths not true. You can't like undo something with your success. When something is true, it is true. Very cool. And again, these are all optional, deeper dive rules, Oh, look at this. We have options for, we know this. Before you roll, you may voluntarily scratch 1 power or story tag to gain 3 power. We know that is true. You could push your luck. This is another, kind of delving deeper. After you roll, if you get 10 or more, you may accept consequences to achieve a great success. So basically, if you get 10 or more, you could push it even further. But then even though you rolled a 10 or more, which would insulate you from the consequences, you get the consequences, but you get an even bigger success. So again, there's, they're adding some more gamist elements here in the more detailed element of it if you want to really push it. But also it could be, for more that sort of ludo narrative consonance thing. And here we have kind of a blaze of glory rule. Making a sacrifice is a type of quick outcome where you accept severe consequences to achieve something extraordinary. Choose your level of sacrifice: painful, scarring, or grave. And then you make a special roll. And if it is grave, you earn a tier 6 consequence and basically can achieve something impossible, but die. So again, we kind of get a blaze of glory element here. And then we have a bunch of information about understanding how consequences work and how they fall in. Here's some examples of consequences that might happen, right? You might be a complication. It might be that you're blocked. And again, anybody who knows the GM moves from PBTA, Dungeon World, Apocalypse World, Dungeon World, even Daggerheart knows that these are great examples of making GM moves. For example, change the situation, cut off opportunities, separate them, right? That's a classic one from Dungeon World. So things like blocked or complication or exposure, ill tidings, right? To show signs of an approaching threat, new challenge. Yes, you succeed, but this happens, Very cool. Great examples here. Then this is about the reaction rolls in order to reduce the effects on things. Story tags, remember, are the things that we pick up. These go into our backpack card. Things like buffs or a little bit of an equipment or a temporary ally. They're not themes. They're not super important to our characters, but they sort of represent sort of temporary bonuses. This is actually a really cool way that I like this over Fate. Because yes, Fate, you can, invoke an aspect and give it to somebody, but I've never really loved that system in Fate. I think this is actually much cooler. And using things in the environment, and they're temporary, but they're not temporary in a mechanical sense. They're temporary when they no longer make sense in the story, which I like. A good longbow, a map of the realm, a hedge golem, etc., etc. Again, if we're doing the detailed section, eventually our character can be taken out. We got some more advanced use of statuses here about when to use might. Like if you have character, a creature this is a great way. What game did this really well that we just looked at? Where it had the idea of the tier threshold. Torchbearer does this. Torchbearer does this really well. Mouse Guard as well, where it uses a very simple resolution system, but because of the order of might, a dragon is, even though it doesn't need 700 hit points and AC 25 or AC 95 in order to be difficult, its order of might is high enough that you really can't engage with it narratively unless you are properly prepared, which I think is, again, really freaking awesome. Come on. Look how fucking beautifully awesome that is. Wow. I love it. The art in this book is top notch. I'm not an anime person, so I don't know what this style of art is called, but I get like American anime vibes from this. Very Avatar, Last Airbender, right? This feels very like something that Aang or Korra would have encountered in the spirit realm. Yeah. I mean, like this piece of art is just insane. I love it. Oh. Yeah, there's kind of a Ghibli vibe here for sure. Yeah, the Ghibli Earthsea movie. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And again, all of this stuff here in dark brown is just to make the game more gamey. And is totally what they call digging deeper. You don't need any of this. It's just if your group wants to get really, really detailed and sort of get more mechanical with it, you can. And they talk about, imperiled conditions and favorite actions. And I'm kind of skipping all this, but. All right. So this is the camping. This is how we recover those fellowship and relationships and recover crossed out power tags. So whenever we stop to recover, I love it. I've even talked about this before. When the fellowship stops to recover their strength or to admire the view in between scenes of travel, drama, and adventure, break the scene and do a camping scene. Broad strokes, it's more of a montage. Additionally, it might be where you spend a sojourn, where you stay somewhere for days, weeks, or months. Rivendell, Lothlorien. So first things first, your story tags in your backpack expire. So at the very least, your temporary tags go away. And so by the way, this is going to make simulation as people's brains melt. Story tags might expire because they truly did expire, right? A peddler ally leaves you. They now have to go their own way. The numbing salve has lost its properties. Other story tags represent things that you have to maintain. You have to practice your battle stance or it won't be much use for you. But the third category, some story tags represent things that remain in the story but have lost their importance and their power to affect the story. You may have looted a dagger from a dead body, but unless you make it into a power tag, the dagger is not a permanent fixture in your hero's story. You may still possess the dagger, but actions with the dagger no longer gain any power from it, right? So this is exactly the type of situation that we were talking about earlier, where I said that people break at this point, right here at this point. And if you don't understand or can't understand or don't want to understand the distinction, then this game will always be very difficult for you and your group. But it's the understanding that just because something is in the story doesn't mean it's important to the story. And that is a big, brain buster for a lot of people. So then we establish our campsite, we describe how we spend our time, and we play through 2 periods where we get to make some choices about what we do. We gain some benefits from camping. We can choose to rest and recover from our statuses. We can choose to reflect and mark improvements on some of our themes, again, describing them. We can spend some of our power to bandage or heal wounds, converse with fellow heroes, cook a meal, craft and repair armor, entertain, hunt and forage, prepare for the next part of the journey, and yada, yada, yada. This allows us to roll our power and potentially make new effects. Basically, trying to gain buffs or additional benefits for the next series of scenes. And lastly, before the end of the camping or sojourn periods, take a look at the Fellowship. What have they been doing throughout the last part of the journey and during this camping time? How is the Fellowship holding up to their quest? Should we mark any abandons or milestones on the quest? Each hero may choose to either recover a Fellowship theme tag or create a new Fellowship relationship tag with a hero with whom they do not have one. Cool. Very cool. And remember, those Fellowship tags are based around the nature of the relationship, too. It could be admiration. It could be jealousy. It could be uncertainty. And here's, again, a great example of how you might handle yourself at camp, right? You might keep additional arrows, and now you have this additional tag called additional arrows. Is that going to be helpful everywhere? No, but it's a temporary tag that you can make use of in the upcoming story beats. This is very, very cool. And again, infinitely flexible because you can just, anything the players do, you just create a tag for it. You just create a tag for it. You just create a tag for it. Very cool. And again, these are examples of like all the stuff that you might do. For example, when you're about to face danger, sort of the preparation phase, what you're doing when you're at camp, or maybe what you do when you're on the trail or you're inspecting the scene, So these are just tons of different ways that you could really focus in on the scene. All right. I think the last part, we have the last 2 parts, I should say, are hero development. So remember, when we invoke a weakness tag, we can mark improvement on a tag's theme. We need to do that 3 times to improve it. So one of the ways that we improve in this game, by the way, the fact that this is a whole chapter, remember, again, one of the third questions is, how does our character grow? How does our character change? How does the game reward us for playing it and playing it, quote, the right way? Well, 2 ways. 1, invoke your weaknesses. If you do that 3 times, you get to improve your trait or your theme. Or mark milestones or abandons on your quest. Either way, you're either engaging in your quest or you're actively disengaging with your quest. Either way, you're making some sort of statement, and that is going to eventually evolve or change your theme. Your quests are in your hands. Other players and the narrators may make suggestions, but the final call is always yours. So, if we mark 3 improves on our theme, we can create a new power tag. We can remove or add an additional weakness tag. Removing a vulnerability sounds like a great idea, but remember, if you remove all the vulnerabilities, you can no longer improve. You may prefer to even add a weakness tag so that you have more opportunities to improve it. Lastly, you can gain a special improvement. Each theme offers 5 special improvements with unique benefits and rules. Each special improvement can only be chosen once. You can reset, abandon, milestones, or both. Hey, Anonymous, thank you.
Anonymous tipped $20. This should cover the action grimoire in case you want to see more examples of the flexibility of the system.
Oh, I bet it can, Anonymous, and I bet it can go really deep. Thank you so much for that. Zymel, thank you.
Zymel tipped $25. Happy birthday! Thank you for your advice on this channel. I don't agree with everything, but it always makes me think critically.
Zymel, thank you so much for that. And again, that is all I ask. I don't expect, I have been yelled at before, I guess that would be the term, in comments on Reddit, because I don't just tell you what to do. And that frustrates some people because they say, I didn't come here to learn. I came here to be told what to do. And I don't want to do that. I want you to learn how to think critically about the hobby that you're engaged with. And I want you to think about, why do things work for you? Why do things not work for you? And to be able to think critically and make better decisions for your game, for your players, for your well-being. My advice may not apply to you, but what I do hope applies to you is the thought process. You may not agree with where my thought process took me, but as long as you're able to replicate the thought process, you may end up coming up with a very different set of advice for yourself. And that's why I don't tend to give straightforward, clear-cut, quote-unquote, advice. I don't tell you, do these 3 things to make your game better. That's not true. The 3 things that I do to make my game better may not make your game better. What I want to try to teach you to do is to evaluate and understand your game better so that you know what improvements you can make. And if you do choose to follow what I'm advising, why that might work for you and why that might not work for you. Nothing is free. Everything has a cost, And I think that's the important takeaway. That, if you add additional complexity to your game, great, but you're going to slow it down, and you might make it harder for certain people to get engaged with the game. You might have a really cool grid, awesome tactical grid. Fantastic. People are going to be able to make really robust game decisions. It's going to really help everyone understand where their character is in space and time. But it also might kill the vibe, and it might really make the game feel more like you're playing like a game of shoots and ladders. It also might mean that your combats now take an hour or longer. So there's always a trade-off with everything that we do in these games. And all of these different systems are trying to attack those problems from different angles. Some of them succeed more than others. Some of them do it more efficiently than others. And ultimately, it's about you deciding what are the trade-offs that you're willing to pay in order to get the result that you need. So I really appreciate that. And thank you, Anonymous, for the buy on the Arduin what's it called? It's not called Arduin Grimoire. It's Action Grimoire. This is a beautiful game, and I'm sure to pick it up in print for sure at some point in the future. Is it available for print yet? Or I know it just quote unquote dropped. I don't know if it's actually being delivered yet. I don't know. I don't think I kickstarted this game. So anyways, fantastic. The improvements that we get in this game come from engaging with our weaknesses. Full stop. If you don't engage with your weaknesses, your character will not improve. Love it. I mean, this is very, Burning Wheel, very Burning Wheel, Mouse Guard, Torchbearer, the whole shebang, Love it. And then we talked about the quests. When your quest is either abandoned or completed, your theme changes. And again, they talk about the 4 different types of quests. It could be a wish, a truth, a home, or a question. And that's why when we made the Mallard theme, we made it a question, right? Which is like, where do we come from? What are the origins of our race? And maybe that's what's interesting to us. But it could have been something else, right? It could have been like, I long, maybe you're an orphan, right? You grew up in a town in a world where there are no other Mallards, and you're like, I want to find my people. I want to find where I come. I want to find where my home is. They also talk about here, like this is an example. Milestones are a decision that you make, but if it'll help you, you can, if you want to, assign specific milestones, literal milestone markers, like you were freaking a project manager, to each of those dots. If you want to be very dramatic about it, if your quest is to bring it about to the end of the worm tyrant, you could say, milestone number 1, discover the origin of their sorcery. Number 2, find something or someone that could resist that sorcery. 3, shatter their source of power. And when those 3 things are done, that milestone, that quest is complete. So. On the other hand, when we mark the 3rd milestone, we evolve it. It could mean that you are taking your quest to a new level or a new scale. Show the I'm sorry, I'm not showing the PDF. Thank you. Sorry. I'll scrub back. Here we go. I must bring an end to the rule of the worm tyrant. Discover the sorcery. Find someone that can shatter its source of power. Good stuff. All right. If you do mark all 3 milestones, then your theme evolves. It could mean that your quest is now being taken to a new level. It's the same quest, but now you've upped the stakes, right? You've defeated the lieutenant. Now you're going to take on the king, or the general. Or maybe you've completed your quest and now you can go do something completely different. Maybe you want to put that story to bed. Or you failed your quest, but you haven't abandoned it. And in time, what you've learned will evolve into a new direction. So when you complete a quest, you can either mark a promise, which we're about to get to because we're on page 190 and we're about to go to page 193, reflecting a deeper impact on your character. You could pick a new title tag for the theme, one that reflects its evolution. So let's go back to that for a moment, right? This is how my brain thinks. Right? We talked about having our origin be the Mallard race. And I wrote that right in the fiction that nobody's really sure where Mallards come from. Thank you, Volcanic Shepherd. Thank you so much for the tip, and appreciate the happy birthdays. I hope you enjoy the rest of it. Hopefully we won't be too much longer. We only got about 40 or 50 more pages. And this might seem like a minor thing, but I'm telling you, with the right group of people, this stuff is awesome. Let's say that my character starts to explore, right? My quest is to discover where we come from, right? We're a scattered race, and we're called Mallards, right? Because we're duck people, right? I mark a milestone as my character begins to learn about the origins of my species. As I explore the ancient continent where my species developed, and I find ancient hieroglyphs and ruins showing that my race actually predates even the elves. I don't know. And then the 3rd milestone is found when I find like the ancient ruins of my people, right? And I learn that the name of my people's race, right, is like, the Nakari. We're not Mallards, right? That's just what humans called us because we look like ducks. But we are not actually Mallard. We didn't call ourselves Mallard. I learned through the evolving of my theme, through my quest, that we are actually the Nakari. And in that way, I am picking a new title tag that reflects its evolution. Now, you might say, well, what's the difference between Mallard and Nakari? Nothing and everything, right? Nothing and everything. And that's like the best way I could possibly describe it. sometimes it might not make any difference, but other times it might make a huge world of difference, right? And maybe we might change the might of this theme. You know, when I was a Mallard, we were just just another weird race. But now, okay, now it's a stronger might, because I learned that the Nakari were originally the chosen creations of the sea god, which was one of the 3 great primordial gods. And the Nakari were his chosen people, destined to be stewards of the sea. Cool. So we're like a mythic divine race, a la Lizardmen from Warhammer. Fantastic. Awesome. More might, more power. It doesn't change anything really, but it also changes everything. And I think that is very cool and very powerful. And of course, you could just say this stuff in any RPG, but when you actually get to quote unquote change your character sheet, when you get to update the little symbol, when you get to change the name, when you get to circle the crossed arrow and sword instead of the little leaf, it feels more important. I don't know how else to say it other than it feels very different. So we can revise our power tags. We can revise our quest. We can trade unwanted parts of our old theme for new improvements, yada, yada, yada. So there's a ton of flexibility even within the advancement. But another option might be that we might, maybe our race stays around, but maybe that part of our story isn't important anymore. And we move on to a new theme and we could choose a new one. So, So look at this. This is a really cool thing here. So you had a relic called the Sword of Thunder, and it had 2 power abilities, Shockwave and Call Lightning. And by the way, it was a adventurer tier strength, right? And it was a relic, the Sword of Thunder, and it has the power tag of Shockwave, Call Lightning, and weakness, Roof Overhead. And our quest is to avenge the Druids of Torrenmore. Well, at some point, maybe we avenge the Druids of Torrenmore, and the Sword of Thunder becomes the Avenger of the Land. And now, what used to be the name of the ability is just one of its power tags. It still has this Call Lightning ability, but it also has the Defilers as a weakness. And it's now the majestic, epic, magnificent power level. And our new quest is to purge the land of the plight of the Defilers. So, just showing how these things could upgrade and increase and become more and more and more and more powerful, right? The village healer becomes the follower of the goddess. And in fact, one of the tags for follower of the goddess is former village healer. So you can see the sort of narrative transition. And this process, this seems like such a creative, fun. I would have so much fun with this. And just making these changes is storytelling. Writing these tags down is role playing. You are storytelling just by engaging with these mechanics. That's a great way to think of it. Aragorn being a ranger mattered once he became king. I agree. He probably wasn't doing too much tracking through the wilderness anymore once he was sitting the throne of Gondor and Arnor. So promise. This is the one thing that we haven't really dealt with yet. Promise represents hidden potential, a gathering destiny, a crystallizing of strength. Your hero card has a promise track with 5 circles. We saw that earlier, representing the 5 times in the game you can mark promise. As you gain promise, nothing changes about your character externally, but there is a growing sense of transformation. You mark promise once when involving or replacing themes. So this is part of our thing. Every time once for every 3 special improvements, every theme special improvement, once for every weakness tag beyond the first one, once for every power tag beyond the first one. Once you have filled all 5 circle of promises, now this kind of reminds me of like Moment of Balance from take care, Thaddeus. I appreciate you sticking by here. Once you have filled in all 5 circles, basically after your character has advanced enough, you have a moment of fulfillment. Reset the track to 0, and then choose one of the following. Arrive at the journey's end, retire. Be reforged, rebuild your hero. Gain a quintessence. Shake the foundations of magic. Speak words eternal. Unearth lost truths. So we have a mechanical system for retiring, a la Gloomhaven, a la Blaze in the Dark. So basically, after you've got 5 points of promise, after your character has changed that much, one of the options might be you're done. So, very cool. Why do I need a story thing to tell me when I need to retire? You don't. You don't. Be reforged. Your character basically kind of gets rebuilt. Gain a quintessence. As you sail the ebb and... Oh, so we got like special abilities here. Beyond luck. You no longer automatically miss when you roll double ones. Canny one. Once per session, when they deliver consequences, you may treat that as a threat instead. Take the spotlight and take a single action, even if you just answered. So basically, these are like your kind of superpower abilities. Fumbling Master. Whenever one of your weakness tags is invoked in a roll, you may choose to lose 2 power and mark 2 improvement instead of just 1. Wow. A lot of these quintessences. So again, this game has a little bit more gaminess than I expected. There's parts of the game that are more gamey than others. But the good news about it is the stuff that's more gamey comes up very infrequently. Like, you're only doing this every 5 times that you mark promise, which is itself a big deal. And you don't even have to gain a quintessence. You could just be like, I'm done, I retire. So that's, you know, like this is, you know, you're choosing for this list of feats and stuff like that. But I'm assuming that you're not doing this very often, if ever. Yeah. It feels more like a downtime advancement sort of gaminess, right? It's kind of gamey offline, you know? It's not like gamey. It's not super fiddly when you're playing it, but like when your character has to make a decision about like, hey, I just completed a theme or I just completed my promise track. Now I have to maybe, you know, look at something like this, you know? Yes, I saw that, Jack, that when you retire, you actually get to create a new location as well and give it a tag. For example, a place of healing, a library of the ancients, or a beauty in the wilds. It becomes a permanent story tag that can never be scratched, yet can always be burned for power whenever it is relevant in camping and sojourn actions taken there, you know? Correct, Mateo. As I said, I thought the original, someone said it was like 80% narrative, 15% simulation, 5% game. And I actually think it's more like 70% narrative, 25% game, and like 5% simulation. Not that these numbers are totally made up and don't matter anyways, but anyways, really cool stuff. All right. The last section, the last chapter of the first book is The Secret of Magic. And this is going to, did I say 70%, 25%, 5%. That's 100%, right? 75, 25, 5. Did I say it wrong? Cal, it's more gamey than you think. You know, the decision to resist, the decision to burn, the decision to use a one-use tag or not. I think it does matter. To be fair, Cal, I'm not saying it's a very gamey game. I'm not. I'm saying it has more mechanics than Dread. That's all I'm saying. Okay, the game Dread exists. That's all I'm going to say. Again, I love these like tapestry-like intros to the chapters. Beautiful. All right. The basic game elements of Legend in the Mist, themes, tags, statuses, support a wide variety of tradition and magical traditions and methods. This section explores the flexibility of tools when applied to magic. Magic can also go much further. Starting on page 206, you will find 8 optional ways of magic, completely different sets of rules that emulate the feel and effect of common magical arts and abilities found throughout legend, such as alchemy, runic invocation, and ritualistic witchcraft. So this whole section here is magic could just be a theme, and you could just have like, you know, the theme could be like weather mage, and you might have things like, you know, power tag like call the winds, and another power tag that says like, you know, thunder and lightning. And that might be enough for most people, right? That's it. That's all you need. It's good enough. We got it. But this is saying if you want to go deeper into magic, here are rules for that. Oh, and if you want to go even deeper than that, here are 8 different systems of how magic works. So yeah, it says this section describes how to use the magic using the game's standard rules, but it can go much further. Starting on page, this is only like 5 pages. Starting on page 206, there are the different ways of magic, which include making assumptions about each setting and how you would do it. Each way of magic also contains theme kits for creating heroes who possess that type of magic. You could also create your own ways of magic using the Magic Cauldron Guide, which is in the second book of the GM book. Throughout each way of magic, you will see parentheses that refer to that guide. So not only do they give us 8 ways, they also give us a system to make our own magic system. Okay. The use of magic and magic abilities is handled the same way as everything else in the world. It can be resolved with a simple, that's where the GM just says, yep, it works, a quick, or a detailed outcome where we get into the nitty gritty and we track statuses and stuff like that. Magic actions use a magical element to achieve their goal. Most mundane goals could be achieved with either magical or mundane means. You could attack with a sword, or you can attack with a bolt of lightning. You could climb a cliff, or you could magically whisk yourself up there. Other goals are inherently magical, such as breaking a curse, crafting a magic potion, extracting a soul. These things do not have mundane equivalent. Magic is unusual by nature, so normally you would need a tag that specifically states that you have a magical ability in order to initiate a magical action. You cannot magically teleport yourself across a chasm unless you have a magical transportation tag, unless you've established that everyone can just teleport. Using broad magical tags is subject to the narrator's decision in these situations. They may allow you to transport yourself across a chasm if you possess wind magic, but they may require you to take a prep action if your only relevant magical tag is very broad and thus indirectly helpful, such as witch. Magical prep actions involve indirectly helpful magical tags, such as the witch example, to create a directly helpful magical tag, such as ride the wind. So they talked about this earlier. Sometimes you need to use a broad tag to create a specific tag that you can then use once or in that scene in order to make use of it, right? Like, for example, I might have a tag called Flame Mage, and I might need to use the Flame Mage tag to describe how I'm weaving fire into a flaming blade. And now I've created a tag called the Flaming Blade, and now I can use the Flaming Blade throughout maybe this scene or whenever the GM says it's, you know, good for. And now I can keep using the flaming sword to attack with it, right? It's like casting a produce flame spell, right? You cast the produce flame spell in D&D 5e or D&D 3e or whatever, and now you get the action pew 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 to shoot with it, right? So it's kind of like that's how indirect tags work with the magic. That's the advantage, if you will, or the disadvantage to having a broad magical tag. Like, for example, if I had the theme Fire Mage and one of my tags was called, you know, the Blazing Blade of Burning, then I don't need to do that because the Blazing Blade of Burning is pretty specific and it clearly indicates that my character, like a Jedi, can whip out a flaming blade basically at will. But if my tag is just Flame Mage, then I need to be a little bit more set up, and I have to, again, take that action to create that tag to then be able to use that tag for however long it's appropriate. But it won't stick around because it's not a power tag. it's a temporary tag. It's a prep tag. Okay. Anyways, examples of magical prep actions might include searching a grimoire for the right incantation, practicing or memorizing a new spell at camp for later use, or absorbing ki from an environment in preparation for exacting Spec-Steve. Sidebar, tangent. This is essentially, this is a Daggerheart thing. I tried to dive out of the way so Daggerheart would grab the thing. This is what I want the difference between sorcerer and wizard to be. Okay? I want the sorcerer, and this isn't necessarily a Daggerheart thing, but remember how I was talking about how I really wanted to separate the difference between what a sorcerer is and what a Codex wizard is? I want, it also kind of dives into what 3rd edition is. I want a sorcerer to just be able to like have a very limited number of abilities and they could just use them instinctually, right? Fire, 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 right? I don't want a wizard to be ever able to just do anything at will, but they can do anything. They just take time to set it up, right? So from a Legend of Myth perspective, the wizard would only have broad tags and basically would always be required to take magic prep actions. A sorcerer would be the opposite. The sorcerer would have very specific tags that they could kind of use on tap, but wouldn't be able to have the kind of generic flexibility that a wizard would have. That is, in my mind, what the difference is between a wizard and a sorcerer, and what I kind of want to get across in the theme in that respect. Okay, moving on. That staff is cool. So this is all information for your creating your magic theme. Remember, you get 4 themes. What is your magical nature? What's your expression? What are you good at? What are you bad at? Describe how you use and affect magic. What are some of the meta magic ways you use magic? Do you speak? Do you etch names instead of speaking them? Do you use a wand, or do you use a ring or a grimoire? What are some of the conditions where maybe your magic doesn't work? What are some of the requirements that you need in order to, maybe your weakness is, you need to have complete concentration. You need focus. You need to make intricate hand gestures, right? We're already sort of, basing this stuff here. And so again, you could see here some examples of magic. So if you're hurling a thunderbolt and you have the Storm Titan and Hurl Thunderbolt tags, that gives you a base of 2 power. But during a nearby storm, you get this bonus of +1. But one of the weaknesses is uncontrolled destruction. So remember, one of the things that the GM can do is they can invoke your weakness for consequences, not for a penalty, but for consequences. So this might be that, yes, you get to hurl your Thunderbolt, but potentially, maybe you burn an ally or wound a nearby ally, right? So here's an example of divining the whereabouts of a boy. You have the divination tag. You have the enlightening incense that sounds like it's probably a backpack tag, a temporary tag. So you have 2, but you have something of theirs. So you have a scarf. So it's +3, and you are at the altar of tutelary spirits. This ceremonial site gives you a further +1, and now you're at +4. So you can kind of see how this can get kind of, I think Damien says it as like combat as war-y, right? If you could keep finding, this is also like forking in Burning Wheel, right? Where if you can keep adding in different ways that different things help you, you can build up your power to the point where you're very likely to succeed. And then, of course, every theme needs a quest, which is kind of cool. That's a very cool spin on how we think about magic. And in this case, it might be your aspirations in the arcane as a wish. A truth might be your magical taboos. A quest can be a magical law or a taboo that you must never cross. It could be a home. Remember, the 4 quests are question, home, truth, and wish. So these are kind of taking those premises and sort of diving deeper into them as it relates to magic. Then we get into taking those ideas and building out different ways of magic. So we have alchemy and herbalism. So here we have a system for collecting recipes and concocting and preparing concoctions in a safe environment. In this case, you basically have to make your items in advance in a safe environment while you're camping or sojourning. And then they are story tags that are kept in the backpack and can be shared like any other items. But you can't just cast a spell, right? And I'll be honest with you, they also have to carry ingredients with them. And I'm going to be completely honest with you here. I understand why they did it for gamist reasons. But I hate in Pathfinder 2 that the alchemist has that quick alchemy ability. That is, to me, the complete opposite of what it means to be an alchemist. So, yeah. So here, this is this idea of like you can't just make anything. You have to find recipes for it, and you're going to keep track of the recipes. The recipe itself is not a tag. You have to, a sheaf of notes, and a player has to keep track of their known recipes along with their characters and sheets and cards. I think that's really cool. And actually is really, really fun. And then they've got some examples of some theme, like maybe an expert poisoner or a village apothecary or a greenkeeper. Very cool. Here's an example of Fey patronage. They have powers of speech, flight, shape-shifting, illusions, manipulation of senses in the dreams. So in this case, those touched by the fair folk find their magic grow stronger or weaker as their patron's opinion of them sways. A polar status, Fey's favor and Fey's disapproval, tracks this attitude and now helps or hinders all the magical actions of your character. So now we have this new system where we have to sort of track, almost like the warlock from Daggerheart, where we have to track the favor of our patron, and that's going to influence how powerful our magic can be. And so we've got a bunch of these here. We've got land shaping, so this is kind of geomancer-esque, right? You draw your power from the land. Shout out to the geomancer from Final Fantasy Tactics. I know a lot of people hate that job. I think that job is really cool, and if it's up to me, I'm going to use it when I do my playthrough of it. Runic invocation, ancient glyphs and words of power call forth powers from forces unseen. And this is a rune magic where you collect different words, like call wolf summons a wolf. Call plus wolf plus many is a pack of wolf. Frighten plus roar is a thunderclap that might strike fear. Heal plus friend plus quickness rapidly closes the wound of an ally. So now you have to accumulate and collect words and then combine those words, those runic words. So this is fucking awesome. This is probably my favorite so far. Shout out to was it Words of Power? Was that the name of that book from 3rd edition D&D? And here's an example list of runes that your character might accumulate: attach, balance, blast, blood, call, chaos, cold, conceal. This is like a great mix between Vancian spell casting and freeform casting. And I'll be honest with you, I love it. What game did this? Did Grimwild do this too? Was it Grimwild? I think Grimwild did something very similar to this. Am I crazy? Yeah, Grimwild totally did this. Yeah, because I loved. Yeah, Grimwild. Remember, Grimwild had my like. Yeah, the different levels of spells and the different books. What am I looking for here? What was the game with the wizard that I'm thinking of? I feel like it was this one. Oh, yeah, this is it. Okay, never mind. Yep. This is like my favorite wizard of all time. I loved this. I had so much fun with this one. This was such a cool. By the way, I hope this guy's okay. I mean, what a fucking. I mean, I don't know. Like the way people are talking, like I don't think he's like literally like dead. But like I think he just went like off the grid. I don't know what happened. I hope he's okay. Plus, I would, I mean, as a human being, I hope he's okay. But as a Kickstarter, I hope I get a physical book someday. Not to sound callous, but anyways, awesome. This is like this whole system and class. Grimwild is like a 9 out of 10. It's a fantastic game. There's a lot of stuff here that, like a lot of times too, when I read games like Legend of the Mist, which we're reading now, or when I read Grimwild, or like when we read Mythic Bastionland, or when I like read Old World, it makes me not want to design a game because I'm just like, I don't want to design a game. I want to go play these awesome games. Anyways, back to Legends. So, shapeshifters, sorcery, powerful one-time incantations, and then spirit binding. Very binder, if you remember your 3E. What was the name of that book? The one that had the binder and the shadow mage. Tome of Magic is the name of it. Witchcraft. I adore this piece of art as well. It looks so... I love how translucent she is. The thing about it is, I realize that the hyper-realistic style that has kind of come about in the modern era just really does not appeal to me. I love this kind of, again, one of my favorite magic artists of all time is Rebecca Guay. And I just love like the more, I don't know, messy art style. The hyper-realistic is not necessarily my bag. And then we get to the appendices. Yeah, something with some style. Exactly. The sort of photorealistic art style is interesting. So yeah, anyways, and then we have a big appendix with a bunch of stuff in here. And a big, long example of play. And then here's an example of some of those cards that we've been referring to time and time again. So here's a theme card. So basically, each character would get 4 of these. And you keep track of it. And so basically, your character sheet would be 4 of these, 1 hero card, and 1 backpack card. Also, as a group, you would have 1 of these fellowship cards. So, I mean, honestly, it doesn't really seem like it's that much to keep track of, honestly, right? That's your whole sheet, And each of these themes is so powerful and so contingent, and it's so burned into your mind because you know what your character is and what these represent. So, yeah, I don't know. This seems amazing. This seems awesome. By the way, here I am. We're approaching the 5-hour mark and we just finished. If you really want to print these out, here's even those cool little random leaves, apparently, for tracking statuses. I guess to give those to you to print out. There is a second book, which is the narrator book. Another absolutely gorgeous piece of art. Plus that badass wizard that we saw earlier. This guy looks straight out of like Record of Lodoss War. He looks like a mix of, he looks like Gim from Record of Lodoss War. Anybody remember Gim from Record of Lodoss War? I mean, Gim was a dwarf, obviously, but kind of looks like Gim to me. That's Gim. I get strong Gim vibes. So yeah. Well, the other thing B is, remember, you, the player, decide whether to mark abandon or milestone, right? And by marking it, you're saying something about your character. I mean, you have the authority to say, I feel like I'm moving away from my quest, So I agree with Cinnabos. Once this gets rolling, I feel like it will be slick as hell because you'll never need to refer to the rulebook. Not really. I mean, once you remember the handful of basics, like, and hell, you could probably play the session. You could probably play the game for like 2 or 3 sessions with just the simple and quick resolution and avoid the advanced revolution entirely, just so that people get used to their themes and get used to their things. And the fact that you can cross a trait out to give you the +3 instead of the +1. That's the only real mechanical thing that you would really need to understand in the first couple of sessions. Then you could start to introduce the more advanced, rolling thing where you spend your points of power. And if you want to get into that level of detail, not to mention all those additional components they talked about. But I mean, I think you could have a ton of really, really cool power for this, Did the book say whether you could burn a tag after the roll? No, I think you have to do it before the roll. I think. Yeah, it looks like you have to use them before. Yeah. Now, what's interesting here is I don't see that there's any I don't know if there's like any way to like help like in a PBTA style way. Oh, here we go. It's in the advanced section. That's why. When a hero may take an action to improve another hero's next action by creating positive tags or statuses that will increase their power. For example, one hero may make another hero alert to help them discern and avoid danger. Okay, that makes sense. That's like a setup. But you can also help during another hero's action. With the narrator's permission, when a hero is counting their power for an action or a reaction, one or more hero in the fellowships may contribute one of their tags and add 1 power to the roll. This may happen only when the helping hero is able to help, and when their help is directly useful. There's a reasonable limit. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, they have an acting as a group rule, too. When a number of heroes act together as a group, such as when they travel through a dangerous region, you may opt to use a single roll. When counting power, each hero may contribute a single tag that represents their most significant contribution. Fellowship relationship tags count against this maximum. One hero may burn a tag for power if possible. Any or all of the fellowship theme power tags may be invoked in well. The outcome affects the entire group. So, makes sense. But it doesn't look like you can help or change anything after the fact. So. That I can see. I mean, again, I'm not an expert. This is a first look. Would this be easy enough to play on a VTT? Absolutely. In fact, if anything, you may actually have an easier time playing this on not a VTT. Like, I'd almost rather, because like we don't really need grids and minis. Like, we need like Post-it notes and index cards and stuff like that. Like this might be easier to run on Owlbear Rodeo or some sort of Trello or Miro rather than a VTT. A VTT actually might be kind of weirdly difficult. You almost want to use something that you would use for like collaborative online, project management and project brainstorming. That would probably be better. For sure. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Use Excalidraw here, that would, or use whiteboard, Yeah. I would definitely think you would need very minimal type situation. Because remember, this is like a fate game. When I want to flank a creature, what I would do is describe how I'm setting up a flank, and then, we would add a story tag, which would be, flanking the creature, or like moving to flank, and then we can use that power tag, Yeah, I haven't messed around much with alchemy, but Duran's Cat says, if I recall correctly, they have the system on the alchemy VTT, which is a lot more narrative than Roll20/Foundry/ETC. By the way, pour one out for, what was it called? One More Multiverse, which crashed and burned very quickly, but had a lot of promise. But RIP, One More Multiverse. Grimwild uses Excalidraw. Does it? I didn't know that did it. Yeah. I got it to play Blades, and then I just never really got around to it, and I got distracted. But it was a lot of fun creating the map of Duskwall and doing some stuff like that. And then it just seemed like it would be a really cool thing, and then it just went out of business. I guess they overshot, I guess, as it does happen. Okay. Well, I freaking love this. This is beautiful. It's a beautiful book. I love what it's trying to do. I love the flexibility of it. It is a hard narrativist system. I think I would rather play this than Fate, if I'm being completely honest. I think I enjoy this because it doesn't have to deal with the fiddly meta currencies. I like that I can just use my traits and my tags, and they're there, and I can use them. And if they make sense, I'm adding +1. And if I really want to, I can burn it out. And in the fiction, we understand where that is, but it comes back. And yeah, I love Fate. I do. But I think this is a better version of Fate. And I love Fate has the skill system still. It's actually one of the things I don't like about Fate. The reason why I like Fate Accelerated Edition is because it basically gets rid of skills and it just has the, approaches, which I prefer. But this is a great way to put B. That's a great way to put it. Aspects were always the best part of Fate, and this is Aspects the game. So, yeah. Now, again, I briefly read through City of Mist, and I remember feeling it wasn't this clear cut to me, and I also felt like I didn't love the story, the setting. This is the art, the style, the nature, the magic, everything about this is way more my style, I don't hate meta currency, but I just always felt like in Fate it was too annoying because the game was just like completely predicated upon that meta currency. So it didn't even feel like a meta currency. It felt like a primary currency that was still meta. I like that this game still encourages you to do things essentially like compel weaknesses against yourself because you need to do it for advancement, but you don't have to do it to play the game. You know what I mean? That's the problem. In order to play Fate, you have to compel. And for this game, maybe that's not the right move for you. Maybe it's not the right time in the narrative, and you don't have to. But if you do use your weaknesses, you get that improvement. And so there's still a incentive to invoke your character's weaknesses, which I like. Now, I'm not going to lie, too. I am charmed by the game's visual and aesthetic style. I'm not going to lie. That's a big deal. But its way, its approach, its style, the themes, the flexibility, the touchstones. This is the kind of fantasy that I can get behind, this rustic fantasy. It feels very in tune with me. Again, I read that Natural Fantasy book from Fabula Ultima, and I have been definitely like on that kind of that level, that kind of vibe for sure. So it's a first look. It's not a review, but I give it an A for sure. I mean, this seems amazing. It looks beautiful. It's designed beautifully. I love the art. I love the writing. I love the optional complexity and depth. So I'm big for it. Would you pick, Casey asked, would you pick the simple versus detailed resolution mechanic depending on what it is being resolved, or pick one and stick to it? That's tough. I wouldn't pick one and stick to it. I mean, I would say that I would probably use the simple resolution mechanic most of the time. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if there's a situation where I would want to use the detailed mechanic that often. Because, like, even a combat, probably most of the time, I would want to just resolve it as kind of a group role. Because that's how I do things in, like Blades in the Dark and stuff like that. I mean, if we really wanted to get nitty-gritty about it, I guess, I don't necessarily know that I want to be tracking all those statuses. as a combat mini game. I guess it depends on my group and my players and what they're particularly interested in and what the tone and the style of our campaign is. If our game was very, focused on like we're a band of mercenary sellswords, then maybe I would pick up combat as more of a quote unquote, detailed advanced game. If our game was more about tense negotiations and intrigue, maybe I would use that system more for the social combats and tense negotiations and intrigues, and kind of gloss over everything else, So I think it just depends on what we want to focus on, because really what it's asking is how much game time and how much fiddliness do you want to engage in with that particular scene in the mechanics. And so you were wrong. It's not on alchemy, but there's plans for it to be. Thank you, Durnscat. That's a great way of putting it, Revenge Matron. Great name, by the way. This is one of the most intuitive action resolution systems I've ever seen. I mean, it's basically just, you have no stats, you have no skills. It's look at your character sheet. You're going to have 4 themes. You're going to have somewhere between 12 to 15 traits. Pick a handful that apply, and you add +1 for each one. And as a player and as a group, now again, if you're playing with a bunch of clusterfuck weasels, this game would get annoying really quick, and I would kick that person out of my group very, very quickly. And the most important thing is realizing when it talks about the broad effect is the idea that you can't use the broad effect without potentially setting up a prep action. So, they use an example of how your character might have the resourceful trait. And that doesn't mean you can use the resourceful trait for everything that you do, but it might mean that you're able to use the resourceful trait in order to say, scrounge up a wheelbarrow so that you can enact your Dread Pirate Robert scheme, right? Derek, you have a real insomnia issue, I'm coming to realize. Well, Glenn, I woke up at 2:00 today in the afternoon. Yes, Glenn, I do, but also I get 8 to 9 hours of sleep a night, So, I get my sleep, so I'm not really having an insomnia issue. It's just my sleep schedule is like 3 to 11. And especially because I've spent so much time in the West Coast. I was in Vegas and I was in Seattle. So I'm shifted about 3 or 4 hours more that way, If we all had a wheelbarrow, I think we have a wheelbarrow. I think the albino had one. Where'd you put it? Over the albino. Why didn't you? Oh, was it? If only we had a Holocaust code. There, we cannot help you. Where'd you get that? I got it at Miracle Max's. He said it fits so nice, I could keep it. Anyways, I'm on that influencer sleep schedule. The game looks amazing. It looks incredible. I think you could have a lot of fun with this game. And again, it's not for gamey gamers who are looking to, beat the game and get their sick PC build online. It's not for people who are trying to hardcore simulate some sort of, fictional reality. It doesn't have the kind of knobs and widgets and whistles that a game like Fabula Ultima has. But I think we can all agree that it's definitely more gamey than, say, Wander Home, right? Like, when people talk about a game that has like little to no game, right? Like I start thinking of games like Wander Home, Chubos, right? This is definitely more of a game than this. And the flexibility here is literally infinite while still providing you with like 60 or 70 pages of example themes. So you can make this as customizable as you want, or you could say, somebody's like, I don't really know what the fuck I'm doing. And I go, it's cool, Bob. Here, why don't you take a look at, let's see here. Bob, what do you want to be? You want to be like a badass warrior? What do you think, Bob? Like an aspiring squire? He's like, nah. Ooh, Bob, what about a sellsword? Like kind of like a Bronn type character from Game of Thrones. Wait, who's that? Bob, didn't you watch Game of Thrones? Yeah, I watched every single episode. And you don't remember who Bronn is? No, who's that? Is that the guy with one arm? No, that's Jaime Lannister. Oh, okay. So the guy, Bob. Okay, fine. Bob, is there some anime where there's like a mercenary guy? Oh yeah, some blah 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 from some crap. Yeah, that guy. Okay. Anyways, all right, Bob. So you're gonna be a sellsword, right? You're gonna take the following themes. You're gonna take formidable weapon master. You're gonna take forged in war, contract work, and then you get to pick one. Are you a spell sword if you want to cast some magic? Do you want to have monster lore? Are you a respected leader? Pick one, and there you go. You know. I think Wild Sea is a much more gamey game for sure. Sir Bronn of the Black Water, anointed himself by the king. I love Bob, but that is exactly the conversation I would have had with Bob's. I also really do like that you could literally have like a Gandalf in a party with a Frodo, and it would basically work almost exceptionally and particularly well. So, yeah. I think the game looks amazing. I think the art is top notch. I love the style of it. It's beautiful. It's different. It feels different. This is not just some PBTA game. This is not just some Fate game. It really is doing something different and combining it in a way that feels unique and different. A lot of different play advice, a lot of different options to increase the kind of fiddliness. I don't want to call it crunchiness because it's not really getting that much more complicated, but it is getting more fiddly. It's a winner. I love it. You know, add it to the list of games that Derek would definitely play, especially since it fills a niche that isn't really being filled by any other game right now, which is this sort of hyper narrativist, almost no simulationism, minor amount of gameism. And that is we've covered a lot of games, and it's not a lot of things that we've covered. Glenn says fiddly is a good way to put it as opposed to crunch. Yeah, I still wouldn't call it crunchy. It's just more like, hey, do you want to do more stuff? The end result is basically going to be the same, but you're going to get to flick more knobs and levers and buttons, you know? So Pumpkin says, yeah, the fact that you can quick build with this or go in depth is one of the best parts of its customization. 100% agree. I mean, right. Like I don't have to go much further than just pointing out that like within a few moments, we were able to build the Mallard origin, from Dragonbane. And and that was just based off of a couple of paragraphs of description. So very, very cool stuff. Very cool. How would you compare this to Fate Accelerated? Fate Accelerated is similar, but Fate Accelerated still has these core approaches and aspects. So, I still think Accelerated is probably easier, but Fate Accelerated still has this idea of like you're always going to be doing things either quickly, strongly, whatever, bravely, intuitively, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this is a really, really fantastic and awesome game. So that's it. 1 minute before midnight. It's about to be my birthday here. So tomorrow in 1 minute, it'll be the 24th, and we're finished. First look looks amazing. It's incredible. And big fan. And there we go. Happy birthday.
Horizon Thunder Sphere!
Well, that's awesome. We did it. Awesome. Fantastic. Now, quickly, we did fill our super chat goal, which is a live reaction to Professor DM and Critical Role. How are you guys feeling? Do you guys want to do that now, or would you rather me like maybe do that tomorrow or something like that? So you guys tell me. I don't know how you guys are feeling. You guys might be like, "Damn, this is 5 hours long." I think we're good. We'll call it a thing. But Don Pokey says, "This will be my first day in the last 7 days without 8 hours of sleep. Dan, you and your memorable, engaging, and interesting streams." Thank you, Don Pokey. I appreciate it. Happy birthday, says Mr. Squid. Thank you, Mr. Squid. I appreciate it. You know what? I love it. I love it. So thank you, Zipper Fist. Thank you, Zipper Fist. Appreciate the happy birthdays from everybody. Thank you so much. Sounds like we're going to keep it going. All right, rock and roll. Here we go. Let me find it really quick. Professor. No, that's not it. Dungeon. Dungeon Craft. All right. No BS interview with Matt and Travis.
Wanted to say to.
Okay. This is. Ooh. Okay. It's a Professor Dungeon Master. I didn't think it was going to be this long. It's 46 minutes long. So we might be watching this at least at times 1.5 speed. So let's take a look. Or at least through the first part of it. Apparently somebody is saying the last half of the interview is just Matt's preparation purposes. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. I mean, Professor Dungeon Master doesn't fuck around. Respect the hell out of that man. Let's grab it. Here we go. Do the do. I'm all out of do. I brought 2 cans up and we're out. Okay. All right. We'll get it right in. All right, here we go. Here we go. By the way, somebody linked this to me in my Patreon, and it's like an 11-hour description of the entire Wheel of Time plot done on whiteboard. I'm through the Great Hunt, and this is awesome. This guy, this is such a great listen to. I've been listening to it while I'm like walking the dogs and stuff like that, and it's fantastic. Oh yeah, fly by night, Mountain Dew for you. Fly by night, Mountain Dew for you. All right, here we go. No BS interview with Matt and Travis from Critical Role. Ba-na-na.
Why did Critical...
Oh, we got a tip first.
Milhauser tipped $25. Happy birthday, Derek.
Thank you, Milhauser. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Love having you around here, like you being a part of the community. Thank you so much for the birthday gift. Again, I bought a couple of Tolkien books for myself. One more on the way. Oh, I know it's late and no one's watching this anymore. Maybe. I forgot to mention this. Yeah, no one's watching. Okay, cool. This is huge, people. This is absolutely huge. I forgot. I came home today. I went out, I grabbed some coffee. I came home today. And this. The suspense is building.
Calderiarch tipped $15. Happy birthday. Now I have to ask, where is Uncharted Worlds in the K, and if it's not, what is its bounty?
Calderiarch, I haven't officially established the queue yet. It is going to be based off of games that have been numerously requested by numerous people over the last thing, and I'm going to randomly fill it. There will be a system, if you will, to quote-unquote bounty to add new items to the queue, which will go in the back. There will also be a way for people to use their tickets, wink, wink, to advance a game up the queue. It can't remove a game from the queue, but it can advance a game up the queue. Thank you, Cal. I appreciate you so much. I know you've been on that Uncharted. What if I requested Uncharted Worlds numerous times? Well, that's still just one person. Would you say I have a plethora? I think there's at least 15 in the queue right now based off of popular games that people have been requesting on and off for a while, games that I've wanted to get to. Now they fucking have 2 versions of Dungeon World. I have to cover Dungeon World 2 Red and Dungeon World 2 Blue. Assholes. Just kidding. Dungeon World 2, Dungeon World, Warhammer Old World, GM Guide, Battle Cry from PF2, Triangle Agency, this game, there's a bunch. Okay. I come home from getting my coffee, and I see, Children of the Five Winds was on that. I know, what is this? Pokemon Red and Blue? I mean, obviously, they're very clearly expiring this. Children of the Five Winds was on there, too. I wrote down a list. I just don't know where it is. I think it was in my bullet points. Mutants and Masterminds 4th edition. Nimble. That was the one I was really thinking of. That one's going to be near the top of the queue, just because the creator just sent me a box set. It was very nice about it. And, I told him I'd reach out to them. So all those games. There's a couple more that I'm forgetting. Okay, so I come home. If you're a fan of this channel, you know I've been bitching about this for a long time. I come home from getting my coffee to my street. Now, right now, things are kind of a mess in my development because they're redoing a bunch of the concrete and a bunch of the curbs. So there's shit everywhere. And I see a bunch of these things hanging from people's doors, and I assume it's from the construction company. It's not. Oh, fucking yes.
I am strong.
Oh, fucking yes. That's right. That's right, people. After fucking nearly 15 years living here, I am finally going to get fucking fiber. Okay, we can finally start streaming in 4K. I'm just kidding, we won't, but I could. And yeah, and we'll hopefully eliminate all this bullshit with Spectrum. I'll actually be able to get upload speeds better than 20 megabits per second. It'll be really, 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 really nice. So I'm really looking forward to that. For a second. No, listen, you know how long I've been sacrificing virgins on the altar to the AT&T gods? No, I have fucking cable internet. I have Spectrum cable internet. So yeah, I'm gonna get all signed up and notified. It's gonna be awesome. Whatever I have to pay. I don't know what I have to pay. It says, I don't know how that works with my development or anything like that, but yeah, I'll figure out some way. I'll do it. Well, I'm not counting my chickens until they hatch. Okay. Once I have it, then I'll truly celebrate, but I'm excited there too. Zen Bullet, thank you for the super chat. Insert heartfelt message here. Sure. Hold on a sec. ChatGPT. Thank you for happy birthday, Derek. Thank you for sharing your creativity, passion, and energy with all of us. The work you put into your content doesn't just entertain. It inspires, encourages, and builds a community that feels like home. On this special day, I hope you're reminded of how many lives you've touched and how much joy you've brought into the world. Wishing you a year ahead filled with growth, happiness, and all the success you deserve. Keep doing what you love. We're grateful to be here for your journey. Thanks, Zen Bullet. That was very nice of you to say. Right. That is good. Also, beep boop, happy birthday. Exactly. Well, that's the thing, Forsyth. I first saw like one of these signs like in our area like 3 years ago, and I knew that was, you know, that was crazy. But then the fact this is on my thing, it says coming to your street. So again, I got to get in contact with them ASAP. Now, it does say over the next several months, AT&T crews will be working in your neighborhood to install a 100% fiber network with AT&T Fiber. This work may require access to our network that is located in easements, public right-of-ways. Work can include tree trimming, digging, cable, or terminal work, blah, blah, blah. So hopefully we can get into it. All right, here we go. Thank you, everybody.
Roll Choose Dungeons and Dragons over Daggerheart for Campaign 4. Were they paid by Wizards of the Coast? And just how scripted is Critical
Is that too loud? Let me know if that's too loud.
Role? This week, Matt Mercer and Travis Willingham of Critical Role sit down for a no-holds-barred interview where I ask them these questions and more. Strap in for Dungeon Craft. Welcome to Dungeon Craft. I'm Professor DM, and this channel is about all things tabletop role-playing games.
And I'm Deathbringer. Like, subscribe, and sign up for the Deathbringer RPG newsletter.
Today, my guests are Matt Mercer and Travis Willingham of Critical
That wasn't sped up at all. I'm speeding it up now.
Role. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hello. Thanks so much for having us, buddy. Thanks.
Now, to be clear, I would normally be listening to this at 2.5, but I'm only playing it at 1.7 for, you know, for the benefit of people who may not be used to that.
You, Professor DM.
All right, so I'm going to get right to the big question that's on everybody's mind. We're not going to make anybody wait for it. but you recently made the decision to go with Dungeons & Dragons 2024 as the system for Critical Role Season 4. Did you receive any payment from Wizards of the Coast for choosing D&D, and why would you choose D&D and not Daggerheart?
Well, that is a direct question. Both sides of it.
Amazing. Matt, do you want to take it?
I mean, I'll jump in. Absolutely not. We did not receive any payment to play D&D. We've never received any payment to play D&D from Wizards for our show. We've done some, a couple of books with them, which has, been a collaboration there. I've done some consulting on a number of their books, and I've done a couple streams for them. And I think those are the only instances in which Wizards has paid us for anything.
So I'm not a Critical Role expert, but they have never been sponsored by D&D. Like they've never had advertisements on their channel, like about D&D Beyond or D&D products, because it seems like that would also then be them being paid by D&D. Because one of the things, as I recall, because I watched that show just like everybody else, so was that one of the things that they said is that, yeah, so people are saying that they used to here in chat. Right. So Mateo says they've never been paid to play D&D, but they have done D&D Beyond ad spots. Right. The only reason, so D&D, so they haven't done D&D Beyond since it was acquired by Wizards of the Coast. It's interesting. The only reason I say it is because I don't know that like D&D would actually ever pay them directly to play a game, but like, are they going to pay them to do D&D ads? Like while they're running Daggerheart, like that seems like that would be kind of silly. So I think it'll be interesting to see. But as people who know much better than me, like Mateo, said they haven't done D&D Beyond ad spots in years now. Okay, so that'll be interesting then, because if there truly is no, because they could be lying, of course. There's nothing saying that they can't be, but let's assume for a moment that they weren't paid some under the table deal. If there wasn't also some sort of special marketing deal, right? If the ads go to whoever, then yeah, I mean, that's the proof of the pudding. On the other hand, if mysteriously there's a D&D Beyond ad or a D&D whatever ad in every episode, hey, are you having fun with D&D 2024? You should check it out. That's where I start to go, okay, maybe they weren't paid directly, but at face value, I'll accept it for what it is. Remember, I wasn't privy to any of that, special and unique information.
So I got paid. They paid me in gummy bears, which I had a very keen gourmet tongue for it. Listen, Matt, I had to cut you out of this one. All right. It's just me and my gummy bears.
Number one, that song is a bop. Gummy Bears, the Disney Channel, Adventure Time. The Adventures of the Gummy Bears. That's a bop. So prop Travis. Number two, gummy bears are like one of my favorite candies. Like Sour Patch Kids, which are basically gummy bears in general, but I don't like gummy worms. And if you don't think there's a difference, then you don't understand. And we talked about this on one of our streams where we ranked candy.
We'll continue this offline, Travis. I'm very
all right. To echo Matt, no, we have never received monies from anyone to play their system outside of specific one shots. And we of course have seen the discourse that is what you expect before such an anticipated thing like Campaign 4, which is great. That's what the internet is for people to speculate and do that sort of stuff. But we've also seen people saying that they've heard from secret sources or from email leaks. None of that's true. We have not talked to Wizards about it. It was something that was in the works far before the end of Campaign 3 and even before the launch of Daggerheart. It's something we've been working on for months and months and months and months and months.
Right now, none of that part makes total sense. Which is to say that they've been working on this for so long that this was well in the works before any of this even potentially came forward.
So it's something that's been a long time coming down the road, and we don't take money to play certain systems. We just do our thing.
Now, Unfortunate Pumpkin. See, here's the key difference. Gummy bears look like bears. Okay, I'm sorry. Gummy bears are shaped like bears, but they don't look like a bear. Gummy worms look like fucking worms. Okay. And it's the disassociation there is real. Okay. I never eat a gummy bear and I think this could be a bear. You can eat a gummy worm and be like, this is gross. Just saying.
Yeah. And as far as like the second part of the question, like there's.
So to be clear, I don't really care if they were being paid or not. What I want to know is why didn't they play Daggerheart? That's what I want to know.
Daggerheart just came out. It's still very much a baby in its space, and even we weren't, we were hoping it would do well, but you never know how these things go in the industry. And thankfully, it's been received a lot better than even we could have hoped. To the point where we're still trying to keep up with demand, which is a good problem. But we're changing so much with Campaign 4, not everything, but like there's a lot of change happening with it, and there's a benefit to making sure we don't change everything out of the gate while still letting Daggerheart kind of blossom at its beginning steps, if you will. And you know, we're really excited about all the stuff we have coming with Daggerheart. We're playing many games around it in the near future. I'm already plotting a lot of things to come. We have many announcements down the road, and you know, it just kind of universally made sense for the early discussions when we were preparing for this campaign, and the format shifts and everything that we wanted to set for in advance. It made sense to play D&D, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I made my initial speculation video, I basically said this was in the works before they ever released Daggerheart, obviously. And Candela Obscura was a flop. Maybe they thought Daggerheart was going to be a flop. And so they just didn't have the confidence to go with it. And when it started selling like gangbusters, they were so far down that pipeline of getting everybody set up and the Brendan Lee Mulligan and all that other stuff. There's just no way that they could turn around on that. And again, that makes sense to me. By the way, I was never one of those people who thought Daggerheart would be so successful. By the way, I thought if they did Daggerheart, I thought they would probably be less successful as a show. I'm just saying, you know, all I was simply saying is by not going with Daggerheart, it was a reduction for Daggerheart. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, we were deeply committed to Daggerheart, whether it was well received or not. And I think for us, the focus for Daggerheart is to build a very strong foundation, right? It's been out it's in its first year. We want to continue to build towards the community with content, with the void, with, you know, just rounding out the system, finding new ways to support it. So we're all in on Daggerheart from a publishing perspective and from a game design perspective. That's never changed. But why we went D&D 2024 over Daggerheart, that wasn't even the question. I think when we decided that was what we were going to do when we were speaking with Brennan and doing all those other things, and it's also two separate considerations. I think it makes perfect sense for people that watch the various businesses to say like, oh, you're making the game, you should definitely play that on your show. I
said that.
Oh, and we will. There's lots of programming that's going to be committed to that. But, you know, also we're having a conversation where we're bringing in new cast, West Marches, various tables, Burnley Mulligan, new DM, and so all of those things were
right. It's a lot of factors. Like you're shaking up your whole format, and so if you're asking your audience to not only we're bringing in a new GM, also we're bringing in new players, and we're going to be in 3 different groups. Oh, and we're changing systems. You know, like that is a lot. You know, that is a lot. And also too, Brendan Lee Mulligan. He might not have any clue about, you know, Daggerheart. So
for something that was in motion long before that even happened, and who knows what the future will hold. We always keep, you know, all of the pieces available to us and on the table in front of us. But yeah, that's just a little bit of context out there. Maybe that'll help some people that are guessing with their red string on the conspiracy board.
Deathbringer here, ready to toss your dice and your moral shit and better be nonsense.
Sorry, Shadowzoo.com.
See the mentor. We'll get an exclusive data test link now. Ignore me.
How much of a say did Brennan have with picking the system, and how much of that was a consideration?
Okay, so that's a good question.
I think it was a great consideration. You know, Brennan has been playing this since he was, what age was it, Matt? 11, 13, 14, something like that?
Very young. Very when I started playing.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 30 years playing this thing. It's reflexive to him. And when we were talking about it, you know, I asked just from a position of naivete, I was like, can D&D even support a West Marches multi?
See, and I said that this is reflexive to him. Isn't Brennan known for basically ignoring? I don't watch Dimension 20. I don't watch Critical Role. But isn't Brennan known for basically ignoring most of the rules of D&D anyways? I'm just curious because people say they said it's reflexive for him. He's been playing for so long. But also if he's been playing for 20, 30 years, well, that means he was playing before 5th edition. But also I've never actually watched him the show, but I've watched him be interviewed and basically say, I don't need the rules for anything. I just kind of make up everything and just kind of say YOLO. So I see.
Table style approach, and he was very confident. And
Zen Bullet. Not really. He does fudge though. Dun dun dun.
Something that we rely on, you know, as creatives, and as also as producers of this show. You know, you want to support the creatives that you're putting in the position to really deliver the story, right? And for a system that is as reflexive as it is for him, something that's second nature, something that he can also help, you know, suggest routes of play or things to his players, and it also allows him to be free and improv and have that sort of movement. You know,
God knows you can't do that with Daggerheart.
That was a huge positive for us, and I think for him in exploring this world of Armamon now.
Yeah, I think it's easy to say, like, you know, from a outside perspective, it makes the most sense for the optimization of their business. So why wouldn't they play Daggerheart in this to, you know,
yes,
to make that much more money? But the whole point of facilitating campaign 4 is what best facilitates the creative vision in this moment for everyone involved. And with all the moving pieces that were happening for Brennan's comfort in the moments that we were making these decisions before,
yeah, so that
all these recent
that's
in the moment.
I'm going to rewind that.
Involved, and with all the moving pieces that were happening for Brennan's comfort in
all the moving pieces that were happening for Brennan's comfort,
the moments that we were making these decisions before,
and basically, and when we were making these decisions, Daggerheart was just a winkle in its creator's eyes.
You know, all these recent months have shown a lot of wonderful and embracing of Daggerheart and such.
Look, I can't blame them. If you had asked me, would this game have done well? I would have said no. right? I mean, when we played it, I was like, oh, this is cool. It's like PBTA with 2D12 and a meta currency. And, you know, there were some things about the game at that time I didn't really like that they thankfully changed, which made me really love it more. But I would have never guessed that people would have been into this game. Now, I still think that if I had released Daggerheart, it would be nothing. You know, obviously Critical Role, quote unquote, Critical Role designing the game, which they didn't do, obviously. Shout out Spencer and shout out Rowan. But, you know, for whatever reason, it did do much better than I think anyone thought it was going to do, including me.
It was more or less just all decided this made the most sense given how we were building things and what he was most comfortable with. But Travis' point, we'll see what the future holds.
And speaking of Brennan, one of the other rumors is that WotC paid him a Brinks truck of money. But
that I did not know. I'd never heard that rumor.
The truth is, you pay him, right?
We pay him. We pay him.
I would love to know how much he gets paid. I know we'll never know that, but I would love to know that.
You know, unless he's double dipping under the table, we need to get him in here because maybe he's the one with the gummy bears. No, we pay Brennan. You know, we're able to work with him on this and really all of his previous stuff with EXU. It's a full collaboration, but it's just Critical Role that is paying Brennan, unless, you know, the gray aliens have suddenly made their way into the TTRPG scene and are infiltrating his work. Why not? You're always scaring me. I have to use whatever I can, even the store.
That's valid. I'll give that to you.
Daggerheart has a huge community on Reddit, and it's got a lot of enthusiasm for designers and content creators. What's your message for them? And how do you see the game scale?
Yeah, so that's a great question because, you know, even Bob Worldbuilder did a video, which I watched. I don't watch a whole lot of Bob's videos, but he did a video where he basically said, what's up with the third party? Like, where is the support? And saying that, like, maybe people are making stuff, but it doesn't seem to be selling that well. And his own adventure, I think, he created some sort of adventure, which is still kind of weird to me. Like, what is a Daggerheart adventure? I still feel like that's I feel like those are antonyms. But anyways, I think that it's interesting because there's a lot of people who feel like they're not supporting it, and that's part of the reason why the third party hasn't been as well supported, you know. But
and content creators, what's your message for them? And how do you see the game scaling over the years?
Oh boy.
Great question.
Yeah, that is a great question.
I mean, out of the gate, there's so much I want to tell you that I can't yet, but like we're
classic,
constantly pushing forward in one, showing how much more can be built around this, how we can continue to open things to the community and to third-party publishing. You know, we're learning a lot through this process too. You know, we've never published something on this scale, let alone, you know, with.
Yeah, so that does reiterate. When I was at Gen Con, and I got an opportunity to hang out with a lot of the folks from Darrington Press, and I got to meet a lot the designers and the producers and some of their media folks, and they all basically said the same thing, especially with regards. There are a lot of questions from people in that group, in that sort of creators meeting, or it was more of a creator party, was like about the community game license. And basically what it came down to them saying is, look, we're new at this and we really don't know what we're doing. And no one wanted to make anything for Candela Obscura, so it didn't come up. And we're just trying to do the best that we can. We're not trying to screw anybody over. We are trying to protect ourselves. Obviously, we don't want to be, fucked over. But, we're not trying to like fuck people out of this. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, I can't produce for this license because it doesn't give me complete access to every single thing that they make, and I can just make whatever I want. And they have an ability to stay. And I never had a problem with that. But, there were a lot of people who took a lot of umbrage at the fact that they were trying to protect some of their own, ideas. Anyways, so I never had a problem with that. But I did hear from a lot of people there at Darrington Press basically said, we're new at this and we're not really quite sure that we know what we're doing.
A lot through this process too. We've never into third-party publishing. We're learning a lot through this process too. We've never published something on this scale, let alone with this sort of like massive community support. So there's been a lot of things that we're continuously learning from and adapting, and internally discussing how excitedly we can continue to present those opportunities for people to make it their own. So yeah, it's really heartening to see what everyone's already running with. That was very much the hope with this. A lot of the system was designed to be very easy to crack open and run with, and we're continuously building tools to help kind of guide the community and how to take that baton and really kind of just sprint as far as they want to. But we definitely have some announcements coming up through the year that kind of lean into this question. Travis, if you have anything you wanted to add.
I was just going to echo what you were going to say. I think we are the most fascinated and enticed by.
But we definitely have some announcements coming up through the year that kind of lean into this question.
Ooh, so that announcement has to do with like the stuff that Perkins and Crawford are working on. Which, to be honest with you, I'm not actually excited about. I saw Perkins and Crawford and I saw what they were talking about. And I don't, you know, they seem like they wanted, they're like, you know, they're talking about like, oh, we want to bring an adventure to that brings people together the way that Curse of Strahd did and the way that insert shitty 5e adventure did. And I don't. A lot of the stuff that it seems like Perkins and Crawford are going to be working on, I'm actually really, really not about, and I'm actually not excited about it at all. I think the idea of like being able to I think leaning into campaign frames is cool. I think this whole adventure focus is, I think, a mistake. You know, I think it's a mistake, basically, especially with this system.
Travis, if you have anything you want to add.
I mean, I was just going to echo what you were going to say. I think we are the most fascinated and
before they continue, you might say, but Derek, I thought you say like that you love Keep on the Borderlands. Isn't that an adventure? And it is. But actually, if you've read Keep on the Borderlands, then you will know that this is basically an adventure framework, right? This is really, you know, because I don't want to call it a campaign, but it's basically an adventure framework. It's like, hey, that's the way most things are designed. It's, hey, here's the Caves of Chaos. They've got a bunch of monsters in there. You know, what's the point of it? What's the story? There is no story. It's just a place with cool shit. And the story is what happens when you and your companions get there and what they decide to focus on, and maybe what some reaction rolls happen and what some random encounter rolls happen. And we have no idea what the story of Caves of Chaos is, which is one of the reasons why recently, you know, with some newer people who have been going exploring them, you people have had so much fun because they tell each other their Caves of Chaos stories, their B2 stories, and they're like, wow, we had a completely different experience. And I think that's what makes it so cool.
Enticed by the idea of other people playing Daggerheart besides just us, right? We want to see how other people play the game. What do they bring to it? What are the things they uncover in their DM style or in their character creation or as PCs? Obviously, it's been amazing having some of the creator conversations that we've had. We had an announcement at Gen Con around Keith Baker, and obviously with Chris and Jeremy in the mix, it's unveiling a whole world of possibilities in terms of both in-house products, licensed products, and we really want to make the waters as welcoming as we can for people that are interested in making Daggerheart content. That's what's really important to us. But as Matt said, you know, we're doing a lot of this stuff, like most things at Critical Role, for the very first time. We do it in a very measured, very, we think, smart, slow way, and you know, hopefully we're creating products and ideating on things that make it as approachable and as attractive as possible for other creators. So we are always also taking in feedback and seeing what the reactions are and interested in what the community is talking about. So, I mean, we're as all in as it gets on Daggerheart, and we hope to just build on that.
All right, moving on. How scripted is Critical Role?
Oh, come on.
And if it's entirely improvisational, why does the show have writers, and what do they do?
What do they do?
Oh, that's probably, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the show that is, you know, they got ad reads and they have all sorts of other stuff. I mean, that's pretty clear. Also, they're never going to admit to that on a random interview on the internet anyways.
I love my writers. They've given me some amazing lines, and I also fault them for all of my flubs and terrible improv choices. The last 10 years, the writer turnover is vicious.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. You know, I think I've said it in interviews before, but like every time I see that discourse, it is the greatest compliment I think, you know, I can receive.
Yeah.
And I often wonder, I'm like,
Wildcard tipped $8.22. Happy birthday. Remember to actually put the sticker on.
I went out today. The only thing I really got done today is I went and got my license and my registration renewed, and I already put the sticker on. Thank you so much for that Wildcard. I appreciate that. Albestein, what is Rod? Rod is the Red Hand of Doom. That's right, the Red Hand of Doom. One of the best adventures ever created for 3.5 edition D&D, created by the legendary Richard Baker and, most importantly, James Jacobs, known as one of the most important game designers and adventure writers over at Paizo. In fact, some of your favorite adventures ever written for Paizo, for Pathfinder 2, were written most assuredly by this man, James Jacob. This is a fantastic and incredible and awesome book. It even came with cool maps. That. Look at that. It's the final fight. Spoiler. Spoiler. It's the final fight. It's the Fane of Tiamat. Anyways. times. Back when you used to get some shit. Anyways, it's a fantastic adventure. I had a lot of fun running it. It's not a sand. It's a really cool system that uses timing to sort of dictate what happens in the adventure. It's really, really well done. Sorry, I'm trying to refold this fucking map. It's probably been in there for 10 years. There we go. Great adventure. All right.
I don't take offense to it. If anything, I hope they find a better table, you know, because like most people don't remember the moments where things don't work out or when things kind of fall flat or when roles don't facilitate the story, you know, but they only see the moments where things work out perfectly, which happens at every table. And when there, you know, a good series of players are there, you have many people have moments as epic, if not more epic than what we have at ours. So at the very least, when people see what we're doing at our table without the consideration that we're also professional performers who have lived in our imagination.
Thank you. You know, like Matt Mercer's correct. He's like, also, by the way, we're fucking good at this. Like, this is what we do professionally. So yeah, if it looks like we're playing better than you, it's not because we're fucking reading a script. It's because, you know.
So at the very least, when people see what
now, is it scripted? No. But do I think that Matt maybe has a very high level of railroadness? Maybe.
We're doing at our table without the consideration that we're also professional performers who have lived in our imagination as actors for, you know, decades for the majority of us. You know,
for centuries if you're talented.
Yeah, well, I wasn't gonna try and put on blast. Yeah, like it's not scripted. I don't have to tell you. I mean, no more than
and just to address it, we do have producers at the studio, and they do write copy for, you know, ad bits when they're helping Sam with his insanity. They definitely help us with sponsorship copy. You know, we have lots of advertising and sponsorship partners, so we're constantly making sure that sounds not like a robot wrote it. You know, there's a lot of copywriting that happens, but in-world writing, we don't know anything about what Matt is going to do unless Matt tells one of the producers in terms of like a map setup or where things could potentially go. But I don't even know if you do that. You're so weird about making 6 maps that sit in that locked closet that sometimes we go weeks without seeing any of them, and then they're gone. They're like, we didn't see any of them, and that makes me crazy. As the video game that like to explore every edge of the map.
Yeah, well, that's part of the tough swallowing that the DM has to do for a lot of games is to put a lot of effort into building these maps. Like, I never saw the light of day, but like that also comes with the acceptance of a modular story. Yeah,
I mean, when your full-time job is preparing a D&D game, you can get away with a lot of you get a lot more free time to be like, yeah, I made a bunch of maps and I never got to use them.
Believe me, it'd be so much easier if I had writers. We have a lot more free time.
Dan, it's been the same for 12 years. He would show up to our home game with, do you still have the bag of holding bag? It's like held together with duct tape and paper clips and stuff.
Yeah, that's in the other room.
He'd show up with this bag and he would like, almost like an architect. There would be these rolls of maps, like 10 different maps. I was like, what is all that? And he's like, they're battle maps, they're potential encounters. Because for the session, he had planned 10 different things for us to potentially do. And we would see 2 of them,
sweet.
3 of them, maybe 4. And it never changed, even with all of the amazing little toys that you have on the map building side. There's literally this armored oak, I don't know if it's oak, it's oak closet that has a door that locks with shelves, like a baker's levels. And you can just pull something out and slide it out. And I peeked in there before. Sometimes we don't see any of that stuff, but it was a fast thing. Okay, I'm the CEO. I can peek. There's no light in there. There's no. You're not the DM anymore. You can't punish me.
Maybe not for this campaign, Travis.
We have live shots.
Matt, we were talking before the show. You really seem to enjoy making maps. Is that how you kind of conceptually start? Like, is that your starting point?
Not really. I mean, I have like ideas for general environments because I also have to build all of the stat blocks. You know, if I'm not pulling things that exist in the game, I'm building all the stat blocks for creatures that are unique to the encounter or story related and stuff like that. And it's usually when I start considering what possible encounters might happen in my DM prep that I start conceptualizing where that can happen in an environment. But for me, I'll have a few bullet points in my notes that I'll take with me to my map room. Like I usually arrive a couple hours before we start filming, or at least before the rest of the cast.
Matt's microphone setup sounds amazing. just saying, he's clearly in some sort of sound treated room or something and he must have a really nice microphone because he does sound amazing.
Arrive. And then I just lock myself in my map room. I have a bunch of different sizes of, you know, like 2 foot by 2 foot or 3 foot by 2 foot, you know, these little like boards that I build maps on so I can bring them around the studio and keep them on the side when I'm ready to pull them. And I'll just build. I'll use my bullet points and ideas from when I was prepping for the session, and then I'll start. I build like jazz, if that makes sense. Like I have a concept, and then I'll just start assembling things, and then I'll look at what I have so far, and then I'll move a few things. Right. If something doesn't work, I'll replace it with something else until it starts kind of taking.
Is there any more stuff about Daggerheart?
And shape. It's very much like kind of carving away at a block of marble, except it's all like Dwarven Forge plastic and you know, plastic train I got from a Michael's Art Mart. And then eventually, like once the groove hits, it's like what can I add to visually make it pop? What cool things can I add to the environment that the players will inevitably ignore and just hit anyway? No, that's not true. You guys
mostly true.
You guys do some fun stuff in the environment, but yeah, like I have a concept and then I just kind of let it come to life as I start throwing things on the board, and then as it gets closer to that idea, I get excitedly, you know, more driven and focus on what it becomes as it goes on. But you know, I genuinely really love that process. It's like miniature painting. It's a very like constructive Zen thing. I refer to it as my adult Legos.
All right. Well, if there's no more stuff about Daggerheart, there's no point. We don't need to focus on that as much. But there you go. Obviously, said I don't think so. Professor DM doesn't really like Daggerheart. Yeah, I remember him saying it wasn't his cup of tea, and I mean that doesn't even remotely surprise me, even in the slightest. Then go to the end.
You're probably going to get a bunch of rules lawyers. Like, that's probably the way it's going to go down. If you play Dungeons & Dragons with engineers, you're going to get people that want to min-max the game and maximize all the potential of their characters and their synergies. You put a bunch of improvisational actors or voice actors in a room, what you're going to get are people who know story. Like, they've obviously taken acting classes, but also you probably read Aristotle's Poetics, Joseph Campbell's Hero with a Thousand Faces, and maybe you took screenplay writing courses, so you read Screenplay by Sid Field. So there's this instinctive, like, you know how to create a story. So your
Liam is steeped in drama. Taliesin comes up with some of the most amazing purple prose on the fly that you've ever heard. Laura can drop into the drama and emotion of a character like I've never seen. And all of those little colors form Captain Planet. And that's something that, we've just been very lucky to have at the same table from this whole time. But you're right. I think everybody's strengths come through in a game that has a little bit of something for everybody, and then shows you the rest as you go along.
I am very psyched, and I'm very grateful for you, Travis and Matt, stopping by. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks for having us, buddy.
Our pleasure. Let's do it again sometime soon. Gummy bears. So, gummy bears.
And for everybody out there, on my Patreon, there's going to be one more question. There'll be a link for Patreon down below. There's also a link for my own tabletop role-playing game, Deathbringer. You can sign up for the newsletter, and I will be back soon. Thanks for watching, and may all your rolls be 20s.
Good day. Oh, I like your helmet. Thank you. I admire your axe.
Oh, finally a friend who doesn't want to waste time on shopping trips.
Beware, the entrance to the Tomb of Horrors is crawling with death traps. Fortunately, I have devised a clever solution.
Hey guys, thanks for letting me join your party.
You, wizard with the nail polish, you go first.
I'll click on these videos for more dungeon craft.
That was nice. Oh, that is nice. Hey, listen, if you're gonna get the voice actors on, make them do some stuff, right? Yeah, it's interesting how their approach to D&D and how their approach is. Yeah, it's nice of them to hook them up with a little spot. Yeah, that's good. No, that's pretty good. That was pretty good. Anyways, yeah, I mean, again, I like Wizard with the Nail Polish. I like, I've always said, I mean, Matt Mercer, I respect the hell out of him. I think he's a great game master, and I think he does a great job of playing the game, and he knows the rules pretty well, and he seems like he's pretty awesome. Roll for Combat wants to know, am I still going? Well, I am Roll for Combat because no thanks to you, I had to stream till midnight to my actual birthday. Yay, September 24th, Derek. And then number two, we finished our Super Chat live react. So then I had to go back and watch Professor Dungeon Master interview Matt Mercer and Travis Willingham about certain rumors that they were being paid handsomely in order to switch to D&D 2024, which they refuted. I wonder what you'll be talking about tomorrow. Dun, dun, dun. Do I have something for this? I don't know if I do. I don't think I do. So we'll have to see. No, I think Daggerheart's great, and I hope the game obviously does really well. And I would love to be part of that creator community. Again, I went to the thing at Gen Con, and they were all really psyched to work with everybody. And then I don't know if I missed the memo or if maybe they just didn't like the cut of my jib or something. Even though Spencer loved me. But I haven't really heard much from them. They said that they were putting together lists and they were going to be reaching out to people, and they really haven't done that as much. So I don't know if Darrington Press is just, super busy with a million other things that they are worried about, which is totally possible. Or if, they were like, Derek sucks. I don't know. But, oh, really? I completely missed that if Spencer was in chat. That's cool. Well, there you go. I don't know. I don't know. So maybe I'll see him at PAX Unplugged and we can touch base again. But again, I'm not looking for some sort of crazy, the thing about, I don't want to simply because I didn't reach out to him originally. Spencer reached out to me and he said, hey, work with this guy, who handles my scheduling and stuff. So I've respected that and been basically trying to work with his handler. So, but that's been in progress for months. So, but again, I think probably a combination of the game blowing up and all this other stuff. And, and that's the other thing too. It's like between me and you, I'm more interested in talking with the people at Gamma to try to get a room at Origins so that I can have a freaking awesome, I can have a night con within a con, right? It's a con within a con within a con, so that, next June or whatever for Origins, like we can have like a night party, which would be really fun. But anyways, I think Daggerheart's really awesome, and I think it's going to be really excited. And I mean, I literally tore down my bedroom so that I could build bring back the studio in its lessened but hopefully better form. Oh, that's another thing I bought that didn't come to yet today. It turns out this is a complete total nerd thing. It's a Turkanen. Wow, that's deep. What the hell? Okay. That was not. Yeah, this is Gear Talk. Welcome to Gear Talk. Wait 1 second. So, for those of you who don't know, so these are the cameras which I purchased. So these are Blackmagic Design Micro Studio 4K G2s. This is, this camera body is extremely robust. It's very high end, but obviously it doesn't have like a screen and it doesn't have any buttons on it because it's designed to be operated remotely as a professional broadcasting camera. I've spotted several of these, the G1 version on the Critical Role set. Anyways, what I discovered is that there's a USB-C port here, and if you can control this camera using a REST API over a network. So I had to buy a Ethernet to USB adapter so I can connect this thing into an Ethernet network. And then I'll be able to actually control it over basically over a web interface via a REST API, which sounds like it's not a lot, but what it means is it'll be really easy for me to control these cameras and potentially maybe work out a situation where like different people might be able to look at different things and kind of control your own camera. I don't know. Like while watching the show, we'll figure it out. I'm trying to figure it out, but that is something that I want to ascertain. But I'm really excited because this uses they created this really robust REST API for it. And yeah, so that's pretty cool. Also, the USB, this is a minor thing, but the USB-C port, I don't even know if you'll be able to see it. But the USB-C port has a locking port, so you can actually lock the adjusters. Take care, Mr. Squid. Appreciate it. Boring talk about RPGs. Well, I mean, Daggerheart is cool. I really want to play that. I mean, again, that's the whole point of the studio. And yeah, Shadow Dark, cool. Daggerheart, cool. Legend of the Mist, cool. The One Ring, 2nd edition, cool. Mythic Bastion Land, cool. So many cool games. Grimwild, very cool. Traveler, cool. Lots of cool games. I just want to give stuff. It's really cool. Yeah, cool RPGs are cool. Also, Fabula Ultima, amazing. And next week is going to be their Kickstarter, which I think this thing is going to do so well. I'm going to try to back everything they have. In fact, pretty much all the money I made today, I'm just going to give to Emmanuel and Rooster Games. And I'm going to try to do a support for their Kickstarter. I've still got a bunch of giveaways for Fabula Ultima. I've got 3 copies of Natural Fantasy, 1 or 2 copies of Techno Atlas, and a couple of the GM screens, which we can give away and just try to build up hype for that. So I'm really looking forward to that for them. That's going to be amazing. How do you juggle so many games? I don't, Glenn. That's the problem. I don't. Unfortunately, it's tough. It's actually one of the downsides about spending most of your free time talking about role-playing games or dealing with a Discord full of people who are playing role-playing games is I don't get to play them nearly as often as I would like to. So, yes, I should be able to find those and send those over to you again. Those were a lot of fun. Speaking of which, I said you were on a message, but I'll send you a message. But I need to know what dates you want me to come to New York, whatever, for, so I can start looking at flights. Well, I think people would recognize my voice, Cal, when I started talking. Yeah, dates. Hey, listen, it's coming up sooner than we thought. Look, it's already October. It's in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's in 9 weeks. So it's going to be here soon. Use the anime girl filter. Nah, I wouldn't do that to you all. That's mean. I would never do something so callous and cruel. Oh, that was a great moment in RPG history. I don't even know if I still have that. I probably do somewhere on my screen. Yeah, let's see here. That's one of your favorite bots. Absolutely. Let's see here. Is this it? Hello? I don't remember how it worked. That was pretty crazy. All I'll say is that was pretty crazy. I have to like pipe it to like a virtual pipe. It's a whole thing. Anyways, well, thank you everybody for kicking my birthday off in a very, very nice way. This was a lot of fun. It was a great first look. Going forward, my hope, my expectation is that I'm going to try to do 3 streams, give or take, a week. I'm going to hopefully try to do, and again, we're not going to be like completely stuck to that. You know, we'll have some flexibility to it, but I'd like to do at least one first look a week. These seem to be very popular. People appreciate the work that goes into it, and it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of people that are doing this exactly. Obviously, Dave Thomavor does his, and then Daggerheart. It does feel like there was a lot of hype from Daggerheart from the content creator and from the content creator community, and then they got their views once, and then they never went back to it again. They went back to D&D, which makes sense. And so I'll try to do that. And then, like I said, there's so many other games and so many other things that we want to talk about. And so that's where, like, the 3rd and the 4th stream will come in, and we'll go deep into other stuff. Shadow Dark, Shadow Deep, 4th edition, Pathfinder, One Ring. There's going to be a lot of stuff. And of course, also Daggerheart actual play still in progress, still in business. This is still pretty crazy time. Like, Bob is literally busy, Monday through Sunday this week. Tim is literally busy Monday through Sunday. Smith doesn't have a free day this entire week. They're releasing Twilight Imperium as like a game that you can play on Steam, like multiplayer. And so we're all like, oh, sweet, we should all play TI together. We've also talked about like doing a Gloomhaven run together. And Smith's like, I literally do not have a free day this week. So like, that's me. Imagine if I was trying to schedule that, right? It would just never ever work. So anyways, it's a whole thing. I know something about video games that you guys don't know. Shocking. There you go. Release date to be announced. But it's TI4 as far as I can tell. But there you go. I mean, you got the Emirates of Hakan, you got the generic stuff there. It looks to be pretty sick. So, and God help me, I don't know if there's a way to play like some sort of asynchronous play. That would be really awesome because then that way we could actually play it. So there you go. To be announced, to be released. So should be pretty sweet. So definitely going to get some TI games going on. I have actually not played TI 4. I think the last TI I played might have been TI 2, but I always enjoyed it as like a cool 4X game. So, other than that, I want to finish up our Torchbearer games now that I'm back home. So we'll get those out in the next couple of weeks. And from there, I don't know. I don't know what the future of the show is or what the future of the channel is. All I know is I really appreciate you guys. Keep your comments coming. Keep showing up. Again, if you're a member of the Patreon or you're a supporter of the channel or you're over on Twitch, I appreciate the hell out of you. You allow me to do this, and it's been a fun ride and fun journey, even though it's only been a couple months that I've been quote unquote full time. It feels like maybe we could make something happen here. I don't know. It'd be cool. Also, I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy Tactics. It comes out September 30th, the day that the Kickstarter launches. That will only be on Twitch. I'm not going to put video game stuff on our main channel. So we are going to probably create a second channel that will just be used to host the VODs of people. If you really want to watch me and Bob play video games together, a lot of people wanted this, and I said, I literally will make no money off of it, but I will do it just because people asked. And so I'm going to try to play Final Fantasy Tactics and some older school games again, just because I have some extra free time now that I'm not working. So maybe I could finally find some time to play a video game. Ironically, I'm playing a game that's 23 years old, or no, 28 years old, maybe. I don't know. It's remastered though, so it's like it's brand new. You won't catch me probably playing any brand new video games, but there's always technically TI is a new game, but is it really? No, it's a 22-year-old, 24-year-old board game. All right, everybody. Well, that's going to do it for me. Thank you for this awesome 6-hour awesome birthday stream. I'm going to go to sleep tonight with a solidly warmed heart, with the dreams of fiber, AT&T fiber dancing through my head. Hopefully this is going to be good, amazing things. I'm looking forward to putting these babies into high gear, not just for our Daggerheart actual play, but hopefully for more stuff in person, more, kind of like the old night cool stuff where, I'd get together with me and Bob or, some of our other friends and shoot the shit and, get that kind of fun. I know it's been a little annoying just hearing me talk for like the last year. So I always love having guests on, and yeah, so look forward to doing that. Of course, check out, I'm usually on Roll for Combat most Wednesdays, so you can find me there as well. We technically officially stream Tuesdays and Thursdays, but we often stream Sundays as well. And other than that, we'll catch you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much.